Hello guys, finally I'm back with another project, and today I bring you a full CRUD blog application using HTML, CSS and JavaScript for the front end, PHP for the back end, and MySQL for managing our database. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and then show you all the pages that we are going to create in this complete project. Okay, so this is the actual completed project with all the backend and everything. So right here, this is going to be the main page or the home page. So users can come here and they do not need to log in before they access this page. Okay, we are going to have the blog page as well and other pages. Okay, and we are going to explore those pages. All right, so in this home page we have a featured post. As you can see here, we have a featured post. You can click to read more about that particular post, and we can even click the category and then see more posts that belong to that particular category. All right, we have more posts here. Okay, on hover you see we have this cool effect. We can click to see more posts that belong to the particular category, and here too we can click to read more about a particular post. And notice we have the authors for each post. Okay, and for you to be able to post anything on this blog website, you have to log in. Okay, you have to sign up and then log in before you can actually post anything. All right, so that is about that. And down here notice we have all the categories for all on this blog. So we have the music, and we have only one post for music. As you can see, there's the only post for music. We have food, and we have two posts for that. Okay, so we have this, and then we have that. Okay, the featured post, this featured post is just a duplicate of this. Okay, so this is the post that we are fetching for the featured. We have science and technology, which we have 3 posts. Okay, so we have one by Daniel Vigno, we have one by Diana Aye, and then we have another by Daniel Vigno. So he has 2 posts for science and technology. All right, and for travel we don't have any posts. Okay, so that's why we get this prompt or that message. And I think for art too we don't have any posts like that. Okay, we have one for wildlife, which is this, so we can click and then read more about that post. And notice we have the time, okay, for each post. All right, so let's go back to home, and then we have our blog page. Okay, which is going to be another page that we are going to build. So we have our footer here. Okay, as well, which is going to be on all pages, and we have our socials. All right, okay, so on this blog post we are just going to have all the posts that we have in our database. And here we can actually search by the post title. Okay, so let me search lorem, and we can see all these posts have lorem in them. Okay, so we have this with lorem. Yeah, we have this and this as well. Okay, so we have all these posts with lorem, and once again we can click to go to the particular category that belongs to these posts. We can even read more on that particular post and all that. Okay, let's go back, and I'm going to say something that doesn't exist, and you can see no post found for this search. All right, what else? Now these 3 pages are not going I'm not going to really work on them. Okay, so we are just going to have this h2, I don't know if it's h1. We're just going to have this title here for these 3 different pages. Okay, I just want to keep this just for I just want to work on the actual blog pages, the actual application pages. I think by the end of this video you can actually create these 3 pages yourself. Okay, so now let's proceed, and we are going to sign up. We are going to sign up as an author. By default, when you sign up here, you are going to be an author. Okay, so right now I have, so these are the tables that we are going to create for the application. I don't want to go into the details for the backend, because this is not the backend video. We are actually going to do the backend in the next video. This is only going to be for designing all the pages that we are going to need, right? So here we have the users table, and we can see we have 3 users, okay? And don't mind the IDs. This is just due to a lot of testing. That's why I have these unusual IDs here, right? So we have 3 users. We have Ernest Achiever, we have Diana, we have we have Daniel Vigno too. So this is admin is going to determine who is the administrator, or who are the administrators for the blog website, right? So we have Ernest Achiever as an administrator with the 1, and then I is not an administrator. So if your is admin is 0, then that means you are not an administrator, and with that, by default, you are going to be an other, okay? So if you sign up here, let's sign up a user. I'm going to sign up a dem quest, and notice we have some checks, okay? So we can't enter invalid details, right? So the username is going to be Adam, email adam@quest.com. Password, I'm going to do Adam Quest 123. That's the password. Adam Quest 123. And if I let me get an avatar for this person. Let me just use this. Let me just mismatch this, okay? So this password here doesn't match this, and try to sign up, and passwords do not match, okay? So we are checking the passwords as well. Let me actually pull this up so that you see something that will happen here too. All right, so let me actually make this password match. So I'm going to enter them quest 123 again, and I'm going to select the avatar again because this page refreshed, okay? So this avatar is no more. So I'm going to select that again, and I'm going to sign this person up as an author, okay? So when I sign up, focus on this part, okay? This images folder that we have here, and the image that we selected here is going to be uploaded into this folder, okay? So in this folder, we are going to have all the images that are going to be uploaded in the application, right? The thumbnails and then the avatars for our users. So I'm going to sign up, and notice we have the person, okay, the image that we selected, right? And these are some of the thumbnails, and this is a user. Oh, sorry, there's Daniel. There's a thumbnail. So basically we have everything here, okay? Everything is working perfectly. Right, so once you sign up, we get redirected to this page, which is the sign in page, and I'm going to go ahead and then sign in, okay? So to sign in, we need the username or the email, okay? So we can sign in using the username and then the email, which are going to be unique, okay? We are going to make sure there are no duplicates for the username and then the emails for every sign up, okay? So I'm going to enter them. Let me just enter a wrong username here, and the password them quest 123, and try to sign in. User not found, okay? This user is not found. All right, so now let me enter a real username, the actual username, and we are signed in. And for an author, we are going to have the ability to only post and then manage our posts, okay? We are going to be able to post an article or a blog and manage our own articles or blogs. If I should sign in, all right, let me show you something real quick. So I'm going to refresh this users table, and notice we have the Adam Quest record here, okay? A new user has been added, and the is admin is 0, okay? If I should log in as Vigno or Achiever, so let me log out here, and notice when I log out, I cannot go back, okay? If I go back to let's say I don't know, is it dashboard? Oh, let me just log in again and then try to go back to the page that we are from at them quest 123. Okay, so this is the page that we are on right now, which shouldn't be accessible by just anyone. Okay, you have to be logged in to access this page, and I'm going to log out and try to access that page again. This should bounce me back to the sign in page. Okay, and that's what happens right here. Okay, all right, so I'm going to log in as an admin, so either Daniel Vino or Achiever. Okay, so I can log in using the email or the username, and I'm going to go ahead. Achiever, that's the username, and then the password is Achiever123. Okay, and notice all the passwords are hashed. Okay, yeah, so we are not going to store any password. And notice the difference. Okay, on the regular author page or the dashboard for the authors, we have only add post and then manage post, but for an admin we have add user, manage users, add category, and then manage categories as well. Okay, so if you are not an admin, you cannot access these other functionalities or these other pages. All right, yeah, so let me open this on a new page here, and I'm going to add a new post. Okay, so let me go to Lipsum, and I'm going to grab some dummy posts, dummy text for a post. Okay, so I don't know, let me just grab this. Yeah, this should be good for the title, and this should be related to, I don't know, art. Now let me change it. Wildlife should be good. And I'm okay. One thing too, if you are an admin, that is when you are going to see this. Okay, this should be featured. We are going to correct that when we are actually coding it. Okay, so that is when we are going to see this check box to make this featured or not featured. Okay, that is when you are going to have this. If you're an admin, then you are going to have this. If not, then you are not going to have this. So only an admin can make. Let me actually correct this right now. So like, I'm going to go to my um, add posts page. Okay, this should be featured. I'm going to save that and refresh the page. Okay, all right, so I'm going to paste the title again. There is going to be a wildlife. For the body, let me just grab this, come back here and then paste it. Okay, and if I don't set this to featured, notice what happens. I'm going to select a thumbnail for wildlife, something related to wildlife. This should be good. All right, so we have everything. Okay, so let me try, and there's an empty text area, right? If I try to add the post, nothing happens. Okay, notice the image is not uploaded as well. Okay, so we are checking everything for correct inputs before we go ahead and then enter or insert a record in our database. Okay, so I'm going to go back and then select the image again, the page refreshed, right? So we have to select the image again. This is what I selected. So I'm going to uncheck the featured, and I'm going to go ahead and then post it, and new post added successfully. Let's go back to the home page, refresh, and we have a new. Okay, the page refreshed. Okay, that is why the category is full. So I'm going to go back, and what was it? What was the title? Okay, so there's it. So I'm going to edit this. Okay, we have the same mistake on the edit page as well. I'm going to go back and debug this real quick. So this should be featured, right? Sorry for that, but we are going to go ahead and then set this to wildlife. Okay, that's the category they should belong to. And if I don't choose a new thumbnail, then the old thumbnail already in the record or already in the database, okay, which is this, okay, this here, okay, then that is going to remain the same. Okay, so let's go ahead and then edit this or update that. I'm going to refresh, and now This belongs to the wildlife category. And for the dashboard, we have 6 main pages that we are going to create. Okay, actually we have more than that. Okay, we are going to create a lot of pages. We are going to have edits or update pages for all these. Okay, so when we want to update this particular which is this, let's make sure. I'm going to, okay, so this is what I'm going to update. Okay, so I'm going to change the title to um just something random, and I can change the category here to be an art. I can set it to featured, so in this case it should be the first image that we have here in the home. Okay, and I can even change the thumbnail, so I can this is an art. Okay, so it belongs to the art category, so I'm going to go ahead and let me use this and then update the post. Let's come here, refresh, and we have that as the featured post. Okay, so we can do, there's a lot of features that I'm not even remembering to mention because this focusing, we are going to focus on the front end for this video, right? But in the next video, where is going to be the back end, I'm going to make sure I go into details, all the features that we are going to have in this application. All right. And for responsiveness, this is going to be actually responsive. So as you can see here, let's go to the blog page. Okay, you can click to read about particular posts. I'm going to go back. You can click to read or to see more posts that belong to a particular category. Let's go to arts, travel. There is no posts for travel. Okay, I'm going to go back to home. And for the empty pages, about, services, and then contacts, this is how they are going to look. Okay, they are also responsive. Let's go to the dashboard. Okay, so this is how they are going to look on. So this is the manage post page. We can go to the add post page, and you can see it is also responsive. Let's go back. We have add user page, which is also responsive. We have manage users. Okay, so this is how the tables the table is going to be aligned. Okay, so the rows in the table are going to be aligned perfectly like this. We have add category. Let's go back, and then we have manage categories. Okay, so these are the pages that we are going to create. And now let's see how it is going to look on mobile phones. All right, so this is how it's going to look on mobile phones. Okay, let's go home. All right, so we have our posts. Okay, single post page. We have our categories page. Okay, we have only one for music, and for food we have 2, and for travel we don't have any. Okay, let's go to our blog, and this is how the blog page is going to look. We can actually search. Let's search something. Okay, so these are the posts with that search. Let's go to the dashboard. All right, so we have the sidebar here. Okay, so this is going to pull up all the pages that we have for the dashboard. All right, let's actually check all the pages. Okay, so we have the add post page, we have the manage posts, which we are already on. We have add user. Okay, let's go back. What else? We have manage users. Okay, we have add category, and then we have manage category. Okay, so this is how our stuff is going to be aligned on mobile. All right, so that's enough for now. Let's proceed and then start creating all the pages. And guys, I don't know if I mentioned this, but if I sound weird, that's because I'm not feeling very well. Okay, that's why. All right, so now let's create a folder. Okay, so you can go on your desktop and then create a folder. You can go anywhere and then create a folder. And I have mine here. So in here, in my main folder, that is the block folder, I have images folder. Okay, and that is going to have all the images that we are going to use for the project. These two images are going to be used to test during the backend. Okay, so we're actually not going to need them um, in the front end. Okay, and these are just a lot of images that I grabbed from Pexels. Okay, I downloaded from pexels.com. So if you want, you can get them from there, but I'm sure I'm going to leave a link in the description for the images as well. All right, so let's go ahead and then create all the pages that we are going to need. And the first one, I don't know, let's in no particular order. Okay, so we are going to have the about.html, where is going to be an empty page. Let me, come on. Yep. Let's go ahead and then create another one. Let me just use this. We are going to have add category.html. We are going to have add post.html. Okay, in the backend, we are going to change all these extensions. Okay, the extensions that we have, the HTML, we are going to change them to PHP. But as I said, this video is for the design or the front end. Okay, so we are going to have add user.html as well. We are going to have blog, okay, .html. What else do we need? We are going to have category posts, okay, .html. That is going to have that is going to show us the posts that belong to a particular a particular category, right? We're going to have a contact page which is going to be empty, just like the about page. We're going to have a dashboard .html, which I'm going to rename to index. Okay, so we are going to, in the backend, we are going to create a folder called admin. Okay, and this is going to be the index of that folder. Okay, yeah, so that is going to be the manage posts page basically. So from there, we are going to have edit category.html as well. To edit our categories, we are going to have edit post.html so that we can edit our posts. There's a full CRUD application that we are going to create in the PHP in the next video. So from edit post, we have edit user. We are going to be able to edit some user details. From there, we are going to have index, which is going to be the home page. Manage categories.html. And what else? Manage users.html. And post, single post. Okay, so post.html. Okay, so that is going to show a particular post or a single post. We have services, which is also going to be an empty page. And I think the last two ones are the sign in and then the sign up. So sign in.html and then sign up.html. All right, we also need a CSS file. So style.css. We could actually create a folder and then put it inside. Okay, but we only need this file. We are only going to have one CSS file, so there's no problem keeping it here. I think we are going to restructure this whole thing in the backend. Okay, so don't worry about that now. We're going to have a JavaScript file as well. It's going to be only one file. All right, so in all we have 21 files. Okay, all right, so I'm going to right click and then open with VS Code. Okay, that's going to be my text editor. You can use anything you want. All right, and for extensions, okay, let me show you real quick. I'm using preview on web server. Okay, preview on web server. Where is it? Let me just remove this. I think I have it here. Preview on web server. Okay, and this is the same thing as live server. Okay, but I prefer this because it only updates the new changes. Okay, unlike live server that refreshes the page every time. All right, and I'm using bracket pair colorizer as well. What else do you need? I think that's all. Okay, I'm also using Emmet, but Emmet actually comes pre-installed in VS Code. So if you're not using VS Code, then you can search Emmet and then install it. All right, now let me increase this so that you can actually see everything that goes on. And we are going to start in our home page. Okay, that is the index HTML. All right, so I'm just going to do exclamation tab to get this boilerplate, and I'm going to say responsive multi-page blog website. Yeah, that should be good. That is our title, and I'm going to link to our CSS. Okay, so CSS style or CSS. Yep, let me leave a comment here. I don't know if you need that, but yeah. Okay, so we are going to start with our nav. Let's actually preview this using the preview on web server. Okay, so I'm going to right click and then preview server or launch on browser, and it is going to open this project in my default browser. Okay, all right, and I'm using Chrome for this. So that's what we have. Nothing on the page, but we're going to start from scratch. So all right, okay, so let's start with our nav. Okay, our navigation. Now I'm going to put that inside a nav tag, which is an HTML5 semantic tag, and inside it I'm going to have a div to wrap around the elements inside. Okay, so I'm going to have a div with a class of container and another class of nav __ container. Okay, and this container class is going to be on basically every main section of the page. Okay, so we are going to style this so that we put it on every section, every main section that we have on the different pages. Okay, and it is going to center. You're going to understand this when we get to the CSS. Okay, but this is particular to this nav. Okay, so inside this container class we are going to have the logo, which is just going to be a link, and it should come to this page. That's the current page that we are on. Let me actually give this a class, nav __ logo, and it's just going to say gator. Okay, all right, and below that we are going to have an added list. Let me give this a class as well, class of nav __ items, and I'm going to have my LIs. Okay, and each LI is going to have an anchor tag. Okay, so this first one is going to go to the blog.html. Going to duplicate this I think 5 times. Yep, we are going to have about, we are going to have services, contact, sign in. Okay, so this should take us to the sign in.html page. Okay, so this is going to, and this is going to say about, services, contact, sign in, and lastly this is going to show, let me actually open the completed project so that we make reference to some of the things that we're going to do. So I'm going to localhost block completed. Okay, so if we are not signed in, okay, we want to show the sign in link. Okay, but if we are signed in, for instance, if I log in here, Achiever 123, then the sign in should be replaced by this, okay, our avatar, and then this and that we have here. Okay, so that's what we are going to do. We are going to have the logic in the PHP, but for now, let's have that. So this will go to, let me actually remove the anchor tag here, and for this li, I'm going to give this a class of nav __ profile. Okay, it is going to have the nav profile. So inside it, I'm going to have a div with a class of avatar that is going to have our avatar or our user image, and then we are going to have an unadded list which is going to have this dashboard link, this link, and then this logout link as well. Okay, so inside the UL, we are going to have an li, we are going to have an anchor tag that is going to take us to our dashboard.html. So this is just going to say dashboard. Okay, and below that we are going to have our logout, which we don't have yet. Logout, come on. Oh, okay, so logout.html. All right, now for the avatar, it is going to have an image. Okay, so let's go into our images folder, and then avatar 1, let's just grab that. I don't need an alt for this. Okay, all right, and I think that is all for, actually, you know what, we are going to need 2 buttons on small screens. Okay, so let me show you real quick. So we are going to need this, which is this 3 or the hamburger icon, and then we are going to need times or this X icon as well, or this close icon, whatever it's called. All right, so those are going to show only on, actually, you know what, let me put that below the UL. Okay, so those are going to show only on small screens, that is on tablets and then mobile phones. Okay, so I'm going to put that inside a button tag, and then give this, the first one is going to be the hamburger icon, and it's going to have an ID of open _ nav btn, and then we are going to have one for close. Okay, close nav btn. Okay, so actually let's go to, we are going to use icon scout for this. Okay, so let me actually grab the CDN from here, and I have the fastest internet in the world. Okay, so that's why this is taking a century to load. All right, so I'm going to grab the icon scout CDN, paste it in my head, leave a comment here. Icon scout CDN. All right, let's go to the icon scout page. Come on, let's go ahead and then grab those 2 icons. I need the free one. Okay, all right, so I'm going to search menu, and I have this, so I just copy it, come back to my code and paste it in my button. Okay, and I'm going to do the same for the close icon. Which one should I use? Let me use this, copy, and then paste it in. Okay, so that's all for now. Let me actually leave a comment here. Okay, yeah, okay, so that's all for now. Let's proceed to the CSS and have some styles for this. All right, now we are going to use CSS variables, okay, so that we don't repeat ourselves in certain cases. All right, so for instance, our colors, we are just going to have CSS variables. So whenever we need them, we just use that variable instead of writing the color code and all that. Okay, so here I'm going to have some root variables, okay, and that is going to be accessible anywhere in the project. All right, so I'm going to call this first color primary. That is going to be my primary color, and that is going to have a hex code of 6F6A F8. Okay, so that is my primary color, and I'm going to have color primary, come on, light. Okay, so that's going to be a light version of the primary color, and that is going to be an HSL, okay, hue saturation lightness, and the hue is going to be 242. The light saturation is going to be 91%, and then the lightness is going to be 69. Okay, I'm actually going to give this an alpha of 18%. Okay, so we have some transparency, and that is what's going to give it that light effect. All right, so let me show you real quick. We can just we could just, let me duplicate this, remove this, and now I could change this to the HSL. Okay, notice it's the same values that we have here, and I could just add the alpha. It's going to give me the same thing, right? All right, and for the other colors, I'm just going to paste them in. Okay, we have a lot of variables here, so I'm just going to grab them and paste them in. Okay, all right, so these are the colors: color primary, primary lights, primary variants, and then we have red and all that. Okay, so these are all the colors that we are going to need for this project. And we have a transition. Okay, I want to have a constant transition for some of the elements that we have. That is why I have a transition variable here, and we have a container width for the different screen sizes that we are going to have. So on big screens, we are going to have 74% for the container. Let me actually show you that. Okay, so notice our elements are centered. Okay, so we have this margin here and then this margin there as well. Okay, that is because of the container, and we are going to talk more about that once we as we go on. We have this width for medium and then small devices, and then this is going to be for our forms and all that. Okay, we have border radius, different types of or different sizes of border radius as well. All right, so that's for the variables. Now let's proceed and then have some general classes. Okay, so let me leave a comment here. I want to have this well commented. Okay, yeah. All right, so let's proceed, and I'm going to give every element a margin of 0. Okay, I'm going to move. Let me actually show you. So let's see what we got from the HTML. Okay, so this is what we got from the HTML. So we have our logo, we have our blog, our about, services, contacts. So these are the nav links. Then we have the dashboard. This should be logout. I made a mistake there. Come on, logout. Logout. So that should take us to the logout page, which we don't have yet, but that's no problem. And we have those two the two buttons that we grabbed from icon scan. Okay, so this what we got from the HTML. Just have to show you that before we proceed. Let me put this side by side so that we see what's going on. I think the CSS should be able to fit. All right, let me reduce this as well. Okay, so every element on the web page should have a margin of 0. Okay, so we are going to reduce the margin to 0. Let me actually comment this out for now. The padding of 0 as well. I'm going to comment that out as well. But then I'm going to set the outline to be 0 as well. border is going to be 0. Some items have borders. For instance, some inputs have borders, so we are going to set those to be 0 as well. Appearance 0. List style is going to be none, and list style is the bullets that we have. Okay, let me comment that out and then show you. So list style is the bullets that we had for our unadded list. Okay, now let's remove the underlines for our links or our anchor tags. Okay, so the text decoration is going to be none for any element as well. We could target, for instance, our URL and then set the list style for that to be none, and target our anchor tag as well, and then set the text decoration to none as well, but decoration, okay, to be none. I think that'll just be an extra line of code, and I don't want that. So yeah, so that's what we have. Now let's proceed and then target our body. Okay, and here I want to actually change the fonts that we have. Okay, so I can now uncomment this. So as you can see, we don't have that pattern that we had before, and I'm going to uncomment this margin as well. And as you can see, we don't have the margin as well. Okay, now as I said, we are going to change our fonts. It doesn't look that good, so I'm going to go to Google Fonts, and we are going to use Montserrat. Okay, so let's go ahead and then grab that. So let's search Montserrat. Yep, and I'm going to use from the light. Okay, so from the 300 font weight, let me grab that. The regular 400. You have the medium, which is 500. You have semi bold. You have bold. You have extra bold. Maybe I don't need the extra bold, but let's just copy that as well. Okay, and we can import it in our CSS, or we can have it in our HTML. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back to my HTML and paste it in the head. Okay, now let me comment that as well. Google font Montserrat. Yeah, let's go back, and the font family is going to be the Montserrat font that we just copied. Okay, so font family for the body is going to be Montserrat, and now our font is changed, which is nice. Now let's proceed, and I'm going to set the line height to be 1.6. Color, the text color is going to be color gray 900, which is this color code that we have. Okay, which is this dark blue, and then we are going to have overflow X. So overflow on the X axis is going to be hidden, and then let me give that a background of color BG. Okay, which is another color that we have here. Okay, right, so this is how we use CSS variables. All right, now let's proceed, and I'm going to set the font size to be 0.9 rem. All right, so that's it, and we have our changes here reflecting. Perfect. So let's move on, and let me target the container. Okay, so I said I'm going to have a general container class, as I have here. I'm going to have that in most sections of the page. Okay, so let me start with that. I'm going to give that a width of the container width LG. Okay, so that is going to be the width on large devices, and then the maximum width. Okay, I'm going to say some screens are very large or very wide, so we are going to set the maximum width of this container to be 1800 pixels. Okay, 1800 pixels, and then the margin inline of auto All right, so we have that, or you can just do margin 0 auto. It's basically the same thing. All right, nice. Now every section, okay, so let me show you from the finished project. This is going to be the section, so this is going to be a featured section, okay, and this whole post is going to be inside another section, okay. If we go to the, let's say, I don't know, if we come here, this whole thing is going to be inside a section. So we are going to have sections on almost all the pages, right? So each section should have a margin top of 3 rem, okay, and they should have a width of 100 viewport width. They should span the whole screen. All right, so let's proceed, and then let's have some styles for our H1s, H2s, H3s, H4s, H5s. Okay, come on. We are going to get to the nav. We are going to style our nav very soon, but I think these are very necessary. Okay, these general classes that we are having, or these general styles that we are having, is very necessary to prevent us from repeating ourselves. Okay, so we are going to get to the nav very soon. We are going to target the nav very soon, but then let's proceed and then give all our heading tags a color of color white, and then the line height for them is going to be 1.3. okay, now let's target each of them. So H1 is going to have font size of 3 rem, and then a margin of 1 rem for the top and bottom, and then 0 for the left and right. Let's target the H2s as well, font size of 1.7 rem, and then a margin of 1 rem top and bottom, and then 0 for the left and right. Let's target the H3s as well. The H3s are going to have font size of 1.1 rem, and let's see, margin of 0.8 rem for the top, 0 for the left and right, and then 0.5 rem for the bottom. Okay, now I'm going to get the H4s as well, and then the font size is just going to be 1.1 rem. That should be good, right? And we don't have any H1s or anything like that right now, but it's good we have them styled already. Okay, so that when we have them, the styles will just kick in. Now before we style the nav, let me target every anchor tag. Okay, every link is going to have a color of color white. Okay, so these links that we have here in our nav should also change. Okay, so we have them as white, and I'm going to set a transition. Okay, so we are going to have some hover effects and all that. So on hover, we should have them change, okay, smoothly, instead of having a sudden change. Okay, so we are going to set a transition of the variable transition that we have, okay, which is all 300 milliseconds is okay. Yeah, so that's for our anchor tags. Now all images should be displayed block. Okay, they should have a width of 100% of their parent width and an object fit of cover. And that's all for our general classes for now. Okay, so let's proceed to style our nav. Let me copy this comment that I have up top, paste it in here, down here. This is going to be for the nav. Okay, so let's proceed and then start styling our nav. All right, so remember we put it inside a nav tag, right? So let's give that a background of, come on, color. Let's do color primary. Okay, let's give it that primary background. The width is going to span the whole screen, so width is going to be 100 viewport width, and then the height is going to be 4.5 rem. Okay, now I'm going to set the position to be fixed, okay, so that it's always fixed on the screen, a top of 0 and then a z index of 10. Okay, so that it sits on top of everything on the page. So let's save, and we have that. All right, I'm actually going to give this a box shadow as well. box shadow of 0 for the x-axis, 1 rem for the y-axis, 1 rem for the blur, and then an RGBA of 0, 0, 0, and then 0.2. Now let's proceed, and then I'm going to grab these two buttons that we have down here. Okay, we don't need them on the large screen, so I'm going to display them now. So let's grab them. They are inside the button tag. Let's target the nav, so nav button, and then let's display them now. All right, and oh, come on, yeah, let's proceed and then grab the nav container, which is specific to the nav. Okay, so we have the container itself and then the nav container. Okay, actually, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and then give our image. Okay, we already have that. Okay, so yeah, let's proceed. So the nav container is going to have a height of 100% of its parent height, and then display of flex. So its parent height is 4.5 rem. Okay, so that's going to be the same here. So we display flex. We are going to align items to the center. Let's see what we get. Yep, so we have that. And then I'm going to justify content to be spaced between. Okay, let's save. And that's what we have. Is there no problem here? So we have the logo, and then we have these. Okay. Okay. Let's proceed. I think everything will be fixed. It's because of the image that actually, let me just grab the avatar. Okay, and then style it. I'm going to give that a width of 3 rem, or let's do 2.5 rem, a height of 2.5 rem as well, and a border radius of 50%. Okay, to make it a circle. And then I'm going to set overflow to be hidden, and let's give it a border of 0.3 rem solid, and then color BG. Save, and we have that. Now for this height, we could actually do aspect ratio of 1:1. Okay, so even if we come here and change, for instance, we change the width to 5, the height is also going to be 5. Okay, so you could do that if you want, but let's just keep it height and then width. Okay, so that's what we have. Now let's target the UL. Okay, so remember, inside of the nav container we have the logo and then the UL. Okay, which contains these. Now let's target the UL. Well, actually, let's target the logo first. Okay, so logo, nav logo, that's the class we gave it. Let's give that a font weight of 600, and then the font size of 1.2 rem. Okay, yeah, so that's what we have. And I'm going to grab the nav items. Okay, we gave the UL a class of nav items, so we are going to display that flex and then align items to be center. Okay, let's give that a gap of 4 rem as well. Okay, yeah, so that's what we have. We have this. All right, now let's style this. Okay, that is the nav profile. Remember, we gave that UL yeah, this list item, we give that a class of nav profile. It's going to have that profile or the avatar, and then these two links. Okay, so let's grab that nav profile and let's position that relative. Okay, these two are going to be positioned absolute, so we have to position this relative. Okay, and I'm going to set the cursor to be pointer. Okay, so that it looks clickable when we hover over it. All right, now I'm going to get the UL, okay, which has the two links that we have here. Okay, so let's go inside the nav profile and then grab the UL. I'm going to position that absolute, let me give it a top of 125%. Let's save. Yeah, that's what we have, and it's going to be 0 from the right, and then I'm going to display that flex, but the flex direction is going to be column. Okay, let me give it a box shadow. Box, let's save and see what we have first. You know what, yeah, let me give it a box shadow of 0 for the x-axis, 3 rem for the y-axis, 3 rem for the blur. I'm going to give it an RGB of 0.4. Yep, save. And it looks weird because we don't have any background, so I'm going to give that a background of color BG. Okay, we could do this. Doesn't look bad. Yeah, let's keep that. So now let's grab the links inside of this. Okay, so I'm going to grab the nav profile again, and then grab the links. They are inside an LI, so I'm going to grab the links, give them a padding of 1 rem, and actually let me remove this and bring it here. Okay, so that we have the background on the individual colors, the individual links, sorry. So we have that. Let's display them to be block, and then let me give them a rate of 100%. Yeah, so that's what we have. Now I want to change the color for this. Okay, so let me copy this, and we can get that using the nth child or just the last child. Okay, yeah, so let's grab that, and the background is going to be the red background, so color red, and the color, the text color, what should we use for this? Let's do color BG. Oh, let's see what we have in the finished projects. Yeah, it's color BG. Oh, I think color BG should do it. Okay, so let's save color BG. What's wrong? Background color red, last child, come on. Oh, okay, we should get the last child of the list item instead. Okay, so the last child of the list item, and then the link inside of that. Okay, so yeah, that should give it this. All right, now I want this to show on hover. Okay, I want these two links to show when we hover over this avatar. Okay, so let me do it here. Okay, so I'm going to leave a comment here, show nav ul when nav profile. Nav profile on hover, you want to get the ul, and then the visibility is going to be visible, and the opacity is going to be 1. Okay, so initially we should have the ul, which is containing these two links, set to a visibility of hidden and an opacity of 0. Okay, let's actually give this a transition. Come on, transition of the variable transition that we have, and I think that should do it. So let's hover over it, and then we have it. Okay, so we are pretty much done with the nav bar for now. Okay, we are actually going to make it responsive later on, but I think we are good to proceed to the next section of the page, which is going to be this. Okay, this featured section that we have here, this featured post section. All right, so let's go back to our HTML, and move on to that. Right, for this, let me go back to the completed project and then show you. So we are going to have a thumbnail, okay, or this image that we have on the left. We are going to have this category button that we have here, which is going to be a link. We're going to have the title as well, which is also going to be a link. We're going to have the body and then the author, okay, the author details, okay. So we are going to have the avatar of the person who posted it, the date posted, and the time as well, and then the name of the person or the author. Okay, so let's go back and then let's have that in a section tag, okay, and let's give that a class of featured. All right, and we are going to have the general container class, okay, and a class specific to this featured section that we have, okay. So that is going to wrap around the items that we have inside. All right, so let's have the post thumbnail. So that's the class come on, that's the class I'm giving it, and we are going to have the image. So let's go inside our images folder and let's grab one of the images that we have for our posts. I don't need the alt, so I just deleted it. And a sibling of this thumbnail is going to be the post info. So post underscore info, and we are going to have the, let me give this a class of category button, and let's just say wildlife, okay. And we are going to have an h2, which is going to be, I'm going to give it a class of post title, and then inside it we are going to have a link, okay, and that is going to go to the post page .html, and it's going to have the post title, okay. So let me do lorem 10 or lorem 9, that should be good. Yeah, so we have that, and below that we are going to have the body, so that is going to be inside the paragraph tag. Let me give this a class of post body. I'm going to do lorem 30. Yeah, that should be good. And below this, I think, yep, below this we are going to have a David class of post author, okay. So the author of the post, and first we are going to have the avatar, so let's give that a class, let's put that inside a div with a class of post author avatar, okay. And then let's have the image, okay. So the source is going to be inside the images folder. Let's have the avatar, I don't know, avatar 2 should be good. I don't need an alt. You could have an alt if you want, but I don't need that. A sibling of this is going to be the name of the author and then the time of the post, okay. So let me give that a div with a class of post author info. I don't know if that's the best name for it, but that's good. And the name is going to be inside an h5, okay. I don't know, that should be good. Nah, let me change the name. Yep. And then inside a small tag we are going to have the date and then the time, okay. So June 10 2020, come on, June 10 2022, and then the time, I don't know, so yeah, that should be good. All right, so we are done with the featured post HTML, the HTML for the featured post. Let me leave a comment here. Okay, so now let's go back to the CSS. Now let's see what we got from the markup. Okay, so this is the avatar. Obviously that's too big, and that's because we set our images up here. We set the images to be 100% of the apparent width. Okay, that is why. But we are going to work on that real soon. But before we even get to work on the feature, okay, let me show you something from the finished project. You can see some of these styles are going to repeat. Okay, so like the category button that we have here, like everything here is going to repeat, except in this feature we are going to have the image on the left side. Okay, so I'm going to have a general style for all of them, and then I'll target the feature and then have a specific style for it. Okay, so let's go back, and then I'm first going to style the category button. Okay, so let me actually change this comment to category button. All right, that's what we are going to style. So I'm going to grab, I think we gave that a class of category button. So let's give that a background. Let's see what we are doing. Yep. Okay, so this is what we are styling. This is what we are styling, right? So, you know what? I think I made a mistake. Okay, the body shouldn't have this color. Okay, it should have the 200. Okay, so now the paragraph is visible. Okay, so the 200 is this color right here. Okay, yeah, so that's what we are using for the body. All right, so the background here is going to be, the background for the category button is going to be primary light. We have it, but let's actually give it some more styles. Okay, so color, the text color is going to be color primary. I'm going to display it to be inline block, and let's give it a padding. Come on. Okay, so we have that. All right, let's give it a border radius. Okay, border radius of, we have some border radius variables. I'm going to use card border radius. Let's use the 2. Okay, so that gives us border radius. So that is 0.5 rem. Okay, now I don't know why I called it card border radius. This card shouldn't be there, but let's just keep that. Okay, the font weight, I'm going to make that 600. The font size, I'm going to reduce that to 0.8 rem, and then I'm going to text align to the center on hover. Okay, so card button on hover, I want to change the color to color white. Okay, which is FFF. We have that up top as well. Oh, it's actually F2, F2, FE. All right. And now, as I said, we are going to have some general styles for our post as well. So let's grab this comment. Come on. And have some general styles for our posts. So general post styles. Let's first style the thumbnail. Okay, so the div hold containing this image, we give that a class of thumbnail. So I'm going to give that a border radius of 5 rem, which is the card border radius 5. Let me show you real quick. Okay, so that's 5 rem, card border radius 5, right? Right, so that's the border radius. I'm going to give that a border of 1 rem, solid, and color 900. Okay, so color gray 900. overflow is going to be hidden, and margin bottom is going to be 1.6 rem. Let's post thumbnail. Did I make a mistake with the oh god. Save, and we should have this. You know what, the border radius should be like this. Okay, so 5 rem here, 5 rem here, and then 0 0 here. Okay, so I'm actually going to do 5 rem and then 0. That should take care of that. Now let's proceed, and on hover of each post, okay, in a finished project, on hover of each post, you see we have the thumbnail grade. Okay, like the saturation of the thumbnail reduces to 0. Okay, and we have some transition, so it smoothly reduces to 0. So let's grab the post, and then on hover we want to get the thumbnail and the image inside of it. We want to set a filter saturate of 0. Okay, so it's going to go from 100% to 0, and transition is going to be, let's just use filter 500 milliseconds is okay. Yeah, this is not happening because we didn't give the post class to this particular post that we have here. But if I should change this to post, you should see that, oh, why is this so sudden? Post and filter transition. Okay, so you should see that happen. But I don't want this to happen on the featured post. Okay, I want it to happen only on the actual post that we have down here. As you can see in the finished project, we don't have that effect on the featured post. Okay, yeah, so let's proceed. And what else do we need to do? Let's get the post author. I'm going to display that to be flex, and the gap is going to be 1 rem, margin top of 1.2 rem as well. Let's save. So this is what we are styling now, and the post author avatar. Okay, so this avatar that we have down here, let's give that a width of 2.5 rem, a height 2.5 rem as well, border radius of card border card border 2, or should I do 3? 3 should be good, and an overflow of heading. Let's save, and we have it. Okay, we have this. Great. All right, so now we can proceed to style, or to change the style for the featured. Okay, all the other posts that we are going to have, all these posts are going to have these styles. Okay, but we just want to put this image on the left for the featured post. So let's go ahead and then do that. So I'm going to copy this comment, paste it down here, change this to, come on, featured, and let's go ahead and install the featured. Okay, so we give that a class of featured. That's the section. We give the section a class of featured. Let's give that a margin top of 8 rem. Okay, so that brings it down. I'm going to grab the featured container, which is specific to the featured post. I'm going to display that to be grid, of course, and the grid templates columns is going to be 1fr, 1fr, and the gap between is going to be 4 rems. Okay, so we have this. All right, don't mind this. You know what, actually we should mind it. Let's correct that right now. So I'm going to get the featured and then the post thumbnail. Okay, inside the featured. Okay, this post thumbnail, I don't want it to stretch full height, okay, of its container. So I'm going to set the height to fit content. Let's save, and we have this. All right, we are actually going to work on the responsiveness once we are done with this page. All right, so that is all for the featured. Okay, so let's go ahead and then move on to the next section, which is going to be the posts section. Okay, so plural posts. All right, so let's go back to our HTML. All right, so let's get back to the finished project, and I'm going to show you something. So all of these are going to be, all of them are going to be inside a section with a class of posts, plural, right? And each of these is going to be a post, which is singular. Okay, so that is what we are going to do in the HTML. So let's get back here, and we're going to have a section with a class of posts. Of course, we are going to have our container, and then our specific container class, which is for this posts. All right, now each post is going to be an article, right, with a class of posts, and inside of it we are first going to have our thumbnail. Okay, so let's put that inside a div, and we should have the class that we have here. Okay, since it is styled already, that is why we had let me show you. That is why we had these general styles. Okay, so we have post, thumbnail, post, author, and all that. We're going to repeat that so that these styles have effects on them. Okay, so come on, let me go back to the HTML. So we are going to have the thumbnail, so post thumbnail, and then inside of it, of course, we are going to have our image. So I don't know, blog 2, I think that should be fine. I don't need the alt, okay, but of course you can keep it if you want. Okay, so below that we are going to have our info, and then for the info we are going to have the category button. Okay, so let's give this a class of category button, and I'm just going to say category, okay, or wildlife, which is one of the categories. Come on, wildlife. Okay, now below this we are going to have the title for the post, okay, which is going to be inside an h3, and I'm going to give it a class of post title. It should be in the link so that it takes us to the post page, and I'm just going to do lorem 10. Okay, I think that should be good. Yeah, below the h3 we are going to have our body, which is going to be inside a p tag. Let's give that a class of post body as well, just like we have in the featured. And for this I'm going to do lorem 24 or 23. I think that's too much. Yeah, that's good. And then we are going to have our post author. Okay, so we're there with a class of post author, and let's first have the avatar. So post author avatar, right? We're going to have the image, so let's go into our images, and I'm going to choose avatar 3. Post author info is going to have the name. Let's put that inside an h5, so by, I don't know, John Mills. Small tag, which is going to have the time, so let's say June 13 2022, and then the time. Okay, all right, so that's all for one post. Okay, so let's see what we have. Okay, so we have this, and our styles just kick in like that. Okay, because we have them already. Okay, we have them here already. All right, now I'm going to duplicate this. Okay, we are going to have multiple posts. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate this particular post, which is inside the article tag. Duplicate it, I don't know, multiple times. That should be good. And I think we can now go ahead and then style it. Okay, we are going to go ahead and then style it, and then I'll come back to change the content. Okay, of course in PHP we are not going to duplicate it. Okay, we are just going to have one of them, and then we are going to loop through to generate, or to loop through and then fetch the data from the database. Okay, so this is going to be the end of the posts section. Now let's move on. I'm going to copy this comment, paste it here, and then change this to posts. So that's the post section that we are going to style. All right, so this is this is going to be very simple. Okay, because we have most of the styles done already for us. Okay, so let me put this side by side so that you see what's going on. And the only thing we have to do is to target the post container. Posts container. Okay, where is the direct div inside the section, the post section? You're going to target that and then display that to be grade, of course. And then the grade templates columns is going to be 1FR, 1FR, 1FR. So we are just going to repeat 3 times 1FR. Let's save, and this is what we have. Okay, now let's have some space, a space of I think 5 rem. That should be good. Yeah, not too bad, I think. And let me give it a margin bottom of 5 rem as well. Okay, so this is what we have. It doesn't look bad at all, but I think that's too much, so I'm just going to delete some of the posts. Let's go up. Yeah, let's see what we have. Okay, so we have 7. I think 9 should be good, or let's just keep the 7. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and then change some of the contents real quick. So I'm just going to change the thumbnail. So we have the first thumbnail, which is thumbnail or block 2. This is going to be block 3. So I'm just changing the images from the images folder that we have. Okay, which is in here. So I'm just changing these images that we have. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm doing. So block 3, I'm going to change the avatar as well. The avatar is going to be, I don't know, 4. Block 5 or block 4. The avatar is going to be 5, not 35, 5. Block 6, the avatar is going to be 7. Let's go back, and now we have it. Okay, all right, so we are done with the posts. Okay, we are basically done with the post. Now let's go ahead from the finished project. The next section is going to be this category section. Okay, so let's go back to our HTML and have the markup for that. All right, so that is going to be inside a section with a class of category buttons, and inside of it we are going to have that general container class and another class of category buttons container. Okay, which is going to be specific to this this right here. Okay, now we are just going to have an anchor tag with a class of category button, which we already have styled. So we could just say wildlife or category, right? whatever it is, and duplicate this. 6 should be good, or maybe 4. Sorry, 8. In the finished project, I have how many categories? Okay, I have only 6, so 6 should be good. Yeah, so that's it. Maybe I should make this a little dynamic. We have wildlife, we have travel category, we have art, we have science and technology, right? And what else do we have? We have food and then music. Okay, those are the last 2. Music. And we're actually going to be able to add or delete categories. Okay, so it doesn't matter how many categories that you have. All right, so that's all for the HTML, for the categories section. Okay, and we have most of these styles already, so let's just go ahead and then have the rest of the styles for this particular section. That's going to be category buttons. All right, and we have most of these styles already, which is this. Okay, so let's just give the styles specific to this particular category section. All right, so let's just see what we have. And we have this, okay, which does not look bad at all. It does not look bad, but I just want to have some more styles. I just want it to look like we have in the finished project. So let's go ahead and then I'm going to give it let's target the category buttons section. Okay, I'm going to give that a padding of 4 rem for the top and bottom, and then 0 for the left and right. Okay, so we have some space there, and then border top is, come on, border top, what's wrong? Okay, I don't have a semicolon. Border top is going to be 2 pixels solid, and then color gray 900. Okay, let's make this a little bigger, and then border bottom is going to be 2 pixels solid, the same thing. Okay, so color 900. Yeah, all right, so I'm going, you know what, now let's target the container. See, so now let's target the container. So category buttons container, that's the class we gave it. We are going to change the width to fit content. Okay, and we are going to display grid, and the grid template columns is going to be repeat 3 times 1fr, and let's give them a gap of 1 rem, and this is what we have, which does not look bad. All right, so we are almost done with our home page. Okay, we only need the footer, then we'll move on to making this whole thing responsive. Okay, so let's go on ahead and then have our footer section. Let's go back to our HTML. This should be category buttons. Now let's have our footer. All right, so our footer is going to be inside a footer semantic tag. Okay, and right here, let's see, from the finished project, we are going to have our socials first, and then we are going to have these 4. I think they are going to be inside an other list, and finally we are going to have this copyright thing right here. Okay, all right, so let's first have our footer socials. That's going to be inside a div with a class of footer socials. Come on, plural. Okay, and each of them is just going to be a link. The first one is going to go to YouTube, and let's set the target to be blank, okay, so that it opens in a new tab. And we are going to get the YouTube logo, so hopefully it's here. Yep, let me just copy that and then paste it in here. Okay, I'm just going to duplicate this 4 times. Is that 4? I think so. Yeah, so we are going to have YouTube, we are going to have Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and then Twitter. Facebook, Instagram, what, LinkedIn, and then I think LinkedIn is linkedin.com or .net or something like that. I'm not really sure because I'm not really apart from YouTube, I'm not really active on any of these platforms. So let's grab the, let me just remove this, okay, so that you don't think I'm active on there. I'm not there. So I'm going to grab the icons for each of them. Okay, so we have Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and then Twitter. Let's grab Facebook. Which one did I use in the finished project? Let's see. Okay, F. Replace this. Is it Twitter? Twitter is next. So Twitter. Oh, Instagram before Twitter. Twitter is last, but let's just replace that. So that's Twitter. Let's grab Instagram. Instagram. I'm going to use this. I hope that's what I used in the finished project. And finally, we are going to grab LinkedIn. Okay, it's just this right here. That's what I used. LinkedIn. Yeah, so that's all. And I think we should go ahead and install these, okay, and then we'll come back to the markup for the rest of the footer elements. So let's go on ahead to the CSS. I'm just going to copy this comment here, paste it down here, and let's style our footer. Let me put this side by side so that we see what we're doing. Come on. All right, so let's grab the footer and let's give that a different background. Let me scroll down. I'm going to give that a background of color green 900. Give it a padding of 5 rem for the top and bottom, and then 0.4. Actually 0.4. Okay, so I'm going to have 5 rem for the top, 0 for the left and right, and then 0 for the bottom as well. A box shadow. I'm going to give it a box shadow of inset. Okay, the box shadow is going to be inset, and then on the x-axis is going to be 0, 1.5 for the y-axis, and then 1.5 for the blur, and it's going to be black, of course, with 20% alpha. All right, so we have this shadow in here looking like this is sitting on top of the footer, which is really cool. Let's see, let's proceed and then start the footer socials. Okay, so we give that a class of footer socials, and I'm going to give them a margin inline of auto. Okay, let's give that a width of fit content, save, and we have it in the middle, right? I'm going to give that a margin bottom of 5 rem. Okay, so we have some space, and I'm going to display flex Justify content is going to be space between. Align items is going to be center, and then let me give them a gap of 1.2 rem. So a gap between them is going to be 1.2 rem. All right, now let me grab the links inside of it. Okay, so each of these icons are inside an anchor tag. So we are going to give those a background of color BG, border radius of 50%, width of 2.3 rem, same for the height, and I'm going to display flex for them as well. Okay, and align items to the center, justify content to the center as well. Let's save, and we have this. Now let's have some hover effects for them. So I'm going to copy and then paste, and on hover I want to have a background of color white, and the color itself, okay, so the icons are going to be color BG. So just a flip around for the hover basically. All right, so that's good. That's for our footer socials. Now let's proceed, or let's go back to our footer, and then let's continue with the remaining elements, footer elements. Okay, I'm going to have a container class, okay, and another class, footer container, and inside I'm going to have 4 articles. Okay, but let's focus on the first one first. And inside of this I'm going to have an h4. For this I'm going to say categories, right? And I'm going to have an added list, which is going to have LIs, of course, and then links, okay, anchor tags. This is just going to be the, you know what, yeah. So let me just do this, duplicate it, copy wildlife. So wildlife, travel, science and technology, food and music. Okay, wildlife, let me just type this out. Travel, what was the next one? Music. Oh god, I forgot. Travel, science and technology, music, science and technology. Oh god, okay, food, that's the last one, right? Yeah, perfect. Okay, so I'm just going to duplicate this article for 3 times. So we are going to have 4 of them. The next one is going to be support, online support. We're going to have call numbers. Let's have emails as well, emails, and then social numbers or social support. That makes more sense. Let's delete this, and then maybe location. Let me just delete this. And the next one is going to be blog. This probably don't make sense, but as I said, this is just dummy content. Okay, the blog application is not going to focus on the footer section. So okay, we have popular categories. Let me just delete the last one. This last one is going to be permalinks. So we have home, blog, about, services, and then contact. Can delete this. And that's all for now. Okay, actually, let's have the copyright. Okay, so footer, copyright, copyright, and inside it I'm going to have a small tag. So I'm going to have the copyright symbol. Let me actually write copyright first, and then copy alligator tutorials. All right, so that's all for our markup for the footer. Okay, let's get back to the CSS and continue with the styles. Footer container, and here I'm going to display that. Let's first see what we got, okay, from the markup. Okay, so this is what we have. I'm going to display that to be grid, and the grid template columns is going to be repeat 4 times 1FR. Okay, yeah, so this is what we have. Now I'm going to get the H4 so footer H4, and the color is going to be white, and the margin bottom is going to be 0.6 rem. Yeah, so that's what we have. And I'm going to grab all the links. Okay, so footer, the links inside of the UL, I'm going to grab those and change the color to be a little transparent. Okay, so although they are already white, let me actually just set the, so they are already white, right? So I'm just going to set the opacity to 0.75, and that's all we need for the anchor tags. Now I'm going to have some hover effects for them. So footer ULA, on hover I want to set the letter spacing to be, let's do 0.2 rem. So on hover we should have some hover effects, and set the color back to white, or the opacity rather. Opacity, I'm going to set that back to 1. Okay, so that is going to be 100%. So from 75% to 100%. All right, let's have some space between them. Okay, so let me give them, let me actually target the LIs, okay, and give them a padding of 0.4 for the top and bottom, and then 0 for the left and right. Okay, yeah, so this is what we have. Now on small devices we are going to have different styles. The alignment is going to be a little different, but for now I think this looks pretty good. Now let's target the copyright and install that as well. So footer, we give that a class of footer copyright. Text align that to center. Padding is going to be 1.5 rem for the top and bottom, and then 0 for the left and right. Border top is going to be 2 pixels solid color BG. Let's save that and see what we have, and that's it. And I'm going to, or should I leave it like this? I think this is good, not bad. I wanted to change the, you know what, let me give it a margin top of 4 rem. Yeah, that's better. And yeah, I think this is good. Okay, yeah, so the socials are opening in new tabs. Everything is working perfectly, and I think we can proceed to the media queries. Okay, let's go on ahead and make this home page responsive. But I think, let's check, let me compare this to the, okay, so I think this info here is just too congested. Okay, so I'm going to grab the, okay, let me check. I think I should, this should be styled. Okay, we gave some margin to the h3. Oh god, this should be margin. Okay, all right. Okay, so that's it. All right, so now let's proceed and then make this home page responsive. Okay, let's go on ahead and then make this responsive. I'm actually going to open, we are going to have two media queries. The first one is going to be for tablets, and then the second one is going to be for mobile phones. All right, so let me actually let me put this, this is going to be iPad. Yep, that's good. And let's go on it and make this responsive. Okay, all right, so I'm going to scroll down. Let me copy a comment, come back down, and then I'm going to, so this is going to be media queries. This is going to be for tablets. Okay, or let me just say medium devices. Yeah, okay, so at media screen, and you're going to do max width, okay, of 1024 pixels. So anything below the screen size, I want to have a specific style. Okay, I want to have these styles kicking. All right, so first I'm going to have some general styles. Okay, so let's grab the container class, that is the general container class, and then the width on this screen size. First, let's check. Okay, let me just grab the body and then set the background to red. Okay, so that we just see, yeah, so that is okay, so let me just go out here and then show you real quick. So anything below this, okay, so this right here is the breakpoints. Okay, so this and below, so anything on tablet is going to have these styles that we are going to give. Okay, let me go back to the tablet view, and I'm going to remove this body thing right here, this red background. So let's grab the general container class, and the width is going to be the container width MD. Okay, MD for medium that we have at the top. I think the width is 88%. Okay, so that is going to be the width on medium devices. Let's grab the section, and I think, let me check. Okay, I'm going to check the margin we had for, okay, so the margin top was 3 rem, and okay, so let me just keep that. That's enough. Now I'm going to grab the h2 and set the font size to 1.6 rem. Okay, I'm going to grab the h3 as well, and the font size is going to be 1.2 rem. And lastly, I'm going to grab the h5, and the font size here is going to be 0.8 rem. All right, so that is for the general styles. Okay, that is for the general styles. Let me actually leave a bit of a comment here. So I'm just going to say general. Okay, that's good. All right, now let's move on and style the nav. Okay, let's move on and then style the nav, or the nav bar. Now on mobile and then on tablet, it is going to be a drop down. Okay, just like we have in the finished project. Okay, so this is how it's going to look. It's going to be a drop down. Okay, and we are going to create this animation ourselves as well. All right, so that is what we are going to have. And as you know, we displayed this button, or this icon, we displayed it none. okay, on large devices, but here on medium devices we are going to need that hamburger icon and then this close icon as well. Okay, so let's go back and then let's do that. Okay, now I'm going to target the button. I'm going to show them on medium and then on small devices, so I'm going to display them inline block. Okay, and then the font size is going to be 1.5 rem. I'm going to give them a background of transparent. Come on. Yeah, and the color is going to be white and the cursor is going to be pointer. Okay, I want them to look clickable, so yeah, that's what we have them here. Okay, and this doesn't look responsive because as you know we have some gap between the list items that we have here. Okay, that is why it is overflowing, but we are going to address that right now. Okay, so one thing is, by default this close icon shouldn't be showing. Okay, the button with the close icon shouldn't be showing, so I'm going to grab that. So button, and we give that an ID of close underscore underscore nav btn, right? Nav btn, and I'm going to display that none. Okay, so that is not going to show by default. Okay, we are only going to have the hamburger. And now I'm going to grab the nav container class and position that relative. And I'm doing that because you're going to position this UL, the UL containing this nav or this list items. You are going to position that absolute, so the parent, which is the nav container, should be positioned relative. All right, so let's go on ahead and then grab the nav items. Okay, the UL with a class of nav items. Okay, so nav items, and as I said, I'm going to position that absolute. Change the flex direction. Remember, it's already displayed flex. Okay, so here I'm just going to change the flex direction to column, and from the top is going to be, let's do 100%, and from the right is going to be 0. Yeah, so that's what we have. Let me actually refresh this. We still have some overflows, and that is because of these posts that we have here. But as we proceed with these sections, I think the overflow is going to be taken care of. Okay, all right, so I'm going to give it a width of 12 rem. I'm going to align items to, I'm going to do it flex start. Justify content, come on, justify content is going to be center, and then I don't need any gap between them, so gap is going to be 0. And let's save and see what we have. Okay, so all right, so from here I'm going to grab the list items. Okay, so now items and then the li, I'm going to make them 100% of their parent width, and then the height is going to be 4.5 rem. Okay, I'm going to display them flex. I'm aligning items to the center, and let's save and see what we have. Okay, nothing much there. I'm going to give them a box shadow of -2 rem on the x-axis, 3 rem for the y-axis, 7 rem for the blur, and the color is going to be an RGBA of 0, 0, 0, and then 0.7. Okay, let's save. And we are not seeing clearly because we don't have a background. Okay, so let me give this a background. Let's just do color gray 900 for now. We're actually going to put the background on the anchor tag, okay, inside of the li, but for now, for us to just see what's happening, let's just keep it here. All right, so let me give a border top of, come on, border top of 1 pixel solid color bg, and I think that's enough. Okay, so let's grab the the anchor tag. Okay, so nav items li and then the anchor tag inside of it, and I'm going to give that a border radius of 0. Okay, a width of 100% of its parent, and the height is going to be same 100%. Background, let me just copy this. Okay, I want to keep the background on the, let me give it a padding. Okay, 0 for the top and bottom, and then 2 rem for the left and right. All right, now I'm going to display flex and align items to the center. Okay, yeah, so that looks perfect. And I think for this style we have enough to actually make this, or to add the JavaScript. Okay, to toggle between this, to toggle this. So I don't think, oh, okay, we have a problem there. You know what, let me style the nav profile. Okay, before we proceed to the JavaScript, I'm going to get the nav profile and give it a background. Okay, let me just paste what I just copied. Let's go on, and I'm going to grab the nav profile UL. Okay, and the top is going to be 100%, and the weight is going to be 100% as well. Let me actually grab the avatar as well, avatar, or the nav profile, and then the avatar inside of it. The margin left is going to be 2 rem. Okay, so that it aligns with the padding that we gave to the ace. Okay, yeah, so that we have that alignment. Okay, yeah, so that's good. All right, so I think we can proceed to add the JavaScript. Okay, to toggle this. All right, so let's go on ahead and then do that. So I'm going to open the JavaScript file, and let's make sure it is actually linked. Okay, so let's come down here to the bottom of the HTML and link our JavaScript. Okay, so script source is going to be our main JS. Okay, and to make sure everything is linked, I'm just going to do an alert, save, and we should have an alert. Okay, here, perfect. So everything is linked. Now by default, this shouldn't be showing. Okay, the UL or this drop down shouldn't be showing. So on the nav items, I'm going to display it none. Okay, and when we click this, that is the hamburger icon, then it should show. Okay, and when we click the hamburger icon, as the nav items show, we should have the close icon. Okay, so that we can close it back. Okay, so remember we gave the icons, we gave, or the buttons, we gave them some IDs. Okay, so that is what we are going to grab on. Yeah, so we have open nav button and then close nav button. Okay, so let's grab those, and I think, yeah, so let's just do that. Okay, so first I'm going to grab the nav items, so const nav items, and I'm going to do document or query selector, and it's a class. Okay, so nav underscore underscore items. All right, to duplicate this twice, I'm going to grab the nav open btn or open nav btn. Yeah, and that is an ID of open underscore underscore nav btn, right? And also I'm going to grab the close nav btn as well, which was also an ID. Okay, we gave that an ID of close nav btn. All right, so we have what we need to make this happen. Okay, so I'm going to add event listener on this, okay, on this button. Right, so open nav btn dot add event listener. This is going to be a click event, and I'm going to run a function called open nav. All right, and I'm going to have that function here. So open nav arrow function, and I just want to grab the nav items, okay, and set the style display back to flex. Remember, initially it was displayed flex, okay, before we gave it that display none. All right, it was displayed flex at the top here. Let me show you. Nav items, yeah, it was initially displayed flex, okay. So that is what we are doing here. We are setting it back to display flex. And when I do that, okay, so let me show you. I'm going to click it and I have it, okay, but I can't close it because the close icon is not even showing. So I want to remove this. That is the open nav btn. I want to get that and then set the style display to none. Okay, I want to hide it, and the close nav btn should now show. Okay, so it's basically going to replace the open nav btn. So that is going to be displayed inline block. All right, so we should have that functionality. Let me click and then we have it. Okay, now we should be able to close it, of course. So let me leave a comment here. This opens nav menu or drop down. Okay, and this is going to close it. Okay, so close nav btn. We are going to put an event listener on that. That is going to be a click event, and it's going to call the close nav function. Okay, so let me just duplicate this function, and this is going to close the drop down. All right, so it's going to be close. Come on now, what do we want to do here? We want to set this back to display of none. The hamburger should show now, so inline block is going to be for the display, and we should hide this icon. Okay, so this is very, very simple. So now we should have the functionality. Okay, but this looks boring. It just appearing all of a sudden, and I want it to look just like we have in the finished project. Okay, I want it to have this animation effect. Okay, so let's go back to the CSS, and here we are going to have some animation. Okay, down here. All right, so we are going to have some animation here. Let me leave a comment. Okay, let me say now drop down animation. All right, so as keyframes, I'm just going to call this animate drop down. Okay, that's the name of the animation, and initially I want this to start flat in our face. Okay, so I want to rotate each of the list items. Okay, each of the LIs, I want them to face us. I want them to lie flat in our face. Okay, so they are going to lie flat on the x axis. All right, so transform rotates on the x axis 90 degrees. Okay, so they are going to lie flat in our face, and it's going to seem like they've disappeared. Let me put the animation on the list items. Okay, so animate drop down, that's the name of the animation, It's going to take let's do 4 seconds for now. It's going to have a delay as well of 0 seconds and then forwards. Okay, the forwards is going to make sure we have like we have the effect of the animation that is set at the end. I don't know if that makes sense. Okay, so you're going to understand that. But at the end of the animation, I want, okay, so at 100%, I want the transform to be back to 0 degrees. Okay, so it's going to go from 90 to 0, right? And actually, let me set an opacity on this, opacity of 0. So it's going to go from 0 to an opacity of 1. Okay, so I'm going to, yeah, so this is what we have so far. Okay, and that's too slow, so I'm going to change this to 400 milliseconds. That's too fast. I want you to see what's actually happening. So 1 second should be good. All right, and I want them to flip from the top. Okay, each of them is going to flip from the top. Okay, so okay, so I'm going to set the transform origin to top, and that should do it. Okay, so they are flipping from the top, but I want to have delay on each of them. Okay, so this one is going to start immediately, but the next one is going to take some time before it starts, and this one is going to take longer to start, and it's going to go on like that. Okay, so I'm going to, let's put animation delay on each of them. Okay, so the nth child, I'm going to grab the second one. So initially we are going to have animation delay of 0, and the second one is going to have animation delay of let's do 200 milliseconds. Okay, let me change this back to 400 milliseconds. Yeah, okay, so we have that. Notice the second one, it takes some time before it animates in, right? And let me just duplicate this and do it for the rest. Okay, so third one is going to take 400 milliseconds. It's going to take 600 milliseconds. That's going to be the fourth one. And then we are going to have the fifth one, which is going to take 800 milliseconds. And you know what? We don't need to have another one. Okay, actually, let me go back to the HTML and comment this out. Okay, the sign in, I'm going to comment it out. It's either we have a sign in or we have this. Okay, in the finished project. Okay, we can have both at the same time. So let me just uncomment one, and now we should have the animation. Okay, yeah, just like we have in the finished project. Okay, so as I said, the forwards that we have here is just going to make sure the end state of the animation stays as it is. Okay, if you don't have that, then it's going to go back to the initial style that we gave it. Okay, so if I should remove this, and as you can see, they vanish. Okay, yeah, so that's why we have the forwards. So that is the animation. All right, so for the featured, it's going to be very simple. We're just going to grab the featured container and change the gap to 3 rem. I'm just going to reduce the gap. Okay, so the space isn't too much, and that's all for the featured. Let me grab the posts container as well, and the grade template columns here is going to be 1FR 1FR, so 50-50. So we just left and then the right. Okay, and that is what we have. Not too bad, I guess. What is happening? Okay, we have some bugs, but I think we are going to work on them. All right, I think it's because of the footer. Okay, so I think that's all. Let me actually reduce the gap. Okay, the gap is too much, so the gap is going to be 3 rem here as well. All right, that's all for the posts. I'm going to grab the category buttons. Okay, the category buttons container, and actually I think that looks good. Oh yeah, that doesn't look bad, although it's overflowing, but I think it's because of the footer that we have here. All right, so let's just forget about that and then go on to grab the footer container. Okay, and here the grid template columns is going to be 1FR. Okay, so if I refresh, we save, and that's what we have. Okay, yeah, so that's it. So the footer was the reason why we had an overflow. Now everything is perfect, like in the finished project, right? All right, so I think we are done for the media queries for medium devices or for tablets. Okay, so next let's have one for small devices as well, or for mobile phones. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this comment, come back down, and then paste it down here. And this is going to be for small devices. Oh, come on. Media queries, small devices. Yeah. All right. So at media screen and max width. Let's just do 600 pixels. Okay, and for 600 pixels and below, let me just show you the breakpoint. So 600 pixels, let me just give that a background of red. Let's see the breakpoints. Okay, so right here is the breakpoints. All right, so let me just remove this. All right, so this is the responsive view. It doesn't look great on mobile, so we are going to work on that. Okay, so on mobile, I want to get the section. Every section is going to have a margin top of 2 rem. Okay, from there, the H1s are going to have font sizes of 2 rem. I think we had that at the top here. Nope. Okay, now let's go on ahead and then target the featured. Okay, the nav is taken care of. Okay, so let's grab the featured, and then the margin top is going to be 6 rem. All right, now I'm going to grab the featured container, and here the grid template columns is going to be 1FR. Great, so this is how I want it to look. I'm going to reduce the gap to 0. Yeah, so that looks perfect. Now let's move on to the posts. Okay, the posts. So I'm straight ahead going to grab the posts container, and the grid templates columns is going to be 1FR. Nice. I'm going to change the gap as well to that's okay, right? I think we had, what was it here? It was 3 rem, right? So I think that's all right. Now let's move on and then grab the post thumbnail, and I think that looks perfect as well. Okay, So what else do we need to do? Shall we move on to the categories? Yeah. So let's grab the category buttons container, and the grade templates columns is going to be one of our. All right, so that's better. That looks better. Now, yeah, the footer should change here as well. Okay, so we should have a different style for the footer. So footer container, the grade template columns is going to be 1FR. We are going to align items to the center, and come on, the gap is going to be 2rem. Let's save, and this is what we have. I'm going to align. I'm going to text align everything to the center. So okay, so let me even remove this align items. All right, so why do we have this problem here? What is happening? And oh god. Okay, so I'll figure that out. Okay, but for now I think we should proceed to create the other pages. Let me view this on another device. What is happening? Why do we have an overflow? All right, I think we should move on to the other pages. Okay. All right, so now the next page that we are going to take care of is going to be the blog page. Okay, which is going to be very similar to the home page. So I'm just going to go on ahead and then copy everything on the home page. Okay, I'm going to copy and then paste it inside here. Let me actually close this JavaScript. We are not going to leave that for now. And I'm going to remove the featured. Okay, on the blog page we are not going to need the featured post, so I'm just going to remove that section. Yeah, so I'm just going to remove that, and we are going to replace that. Let me just show you from the finished project. Okay, refresh this and let's go to the blog page. All right, so we are just going to have the search, okay, and the posts, and everything is just going to be just like we have on the home page. All right, so let's go back. So for the search, I'm just going to give that, I'm going to put that inside a section with a class of search bar. Okay, and we are going to have a form inside it. Okay, so let me give this form a class of container and search underscore bar container. Okay, so the method here is going to be post, but I think let's reserve that for the PHP when we get to the backend. Okay, now inside here we are going to have a div, and I'm not going to give it any class. I'm just going to have the search icon. Let's grab that from icon scout. Okay, I'm going to go back here and then search for search icon. Which one did I? Yeah, so let me just grab this, and I'm going to have that here. Okay, and next to it is going to be an input. Okay, so an input with a type of search, and the name, let's just reserve that for the PHP as well. Now I'm going to have a placeholder of search, okay, and a button. So outside the div, I'm going to have a button of submit. There's going to be a submit button. I'm going to give that a class of btn, and I'm just going to say go. Okay, so let's see what we have. Let's go to the blog page, and we have basically, and this is under the nav. Okay, so let's just go on ahead and install it. Let's bring it down and give it some more styles. Okay, so that is for the search, and basically that's all the HTML we need for the blog page. Okay, so this is going to be the end of search. Let's go back to the CSS and let's go up here. Yeah, and I'm going to leave a comment. So let me just grab one of these comments that we have. This is going to be for search. All right, so remember we gave the search section a class of search bar, right? Come on, search underscore bar. I'm just going to give it a margin top of 7 rem, okay, to push it down. Okay, so now we have it. We have the icon, the inputs, and then the button. All right, let me actually put this side by side so that we see what we're doing. All right, I'm going to grab the search bar container and position that relative. Okay, I'm going to give it a width of 30 rem, the background of the variable color gray 900, and I'm going to display its flex. Okay, the flex direction of course is going to be row, which is by default. So I'm going to have an align items of center and justify content of space between. Let's save, and that's what we have. Not bad. Now I'm going to set overflow to hidden, and let's give it a padding of 0.6 for the top and bottom, and then 1 rem for the left and right. All right, let me give it border radius of card border radius 2, and let me change the color. Okay, so let's do color gray 300. Yeah, so that's it. Okay, now let's grab the div. Okay, so the div which contains the search icon and then the input. Okay, so let's grab that. I'm going to copy this, paste it down here, grab the div, the direct div inside of it, and the width is going to be 100% of the parent's width. I'm going to display that flex and align items to the center. All right, not much of a difference there, but let's proceed. The search bar inputs. Okay, so the inputs that we have here, I'm going to set the background to be transparent. Okay, now the margin left is going to be 0.7 rem. Actually, before I set it to transparent, let's just see how it looks. Yeah, so the margin left shifted from the search bar, sorry, the search icon, and let me give it a padding of 0.5 rem for the top and bottom, and that's all I need. And let me give it a width as well, a width of 100%. So now I can just uncomment this. So we have an input, and I think, all right, I'm going to have a general style for every input that we are going to have on this website. Okay, and when I get there, I'm going to correct this. Okay, so I'm going to make the text that we insert on the inputs, I'm going to make them white. Okay, but for now, let's just keep this. All right, so let me actually grab the placeholder. Okay, or should we just leave it? I think the placeholder doesn't look bad. Oh yeah, let me just grab it. Okay, so the search bar placeholder, the color is going to be just like the icon. Okay, so color gray 300. Yeah. All right, now You know what, let's go on ahead and install the button. Okay, and this button style that we are going to give is going to apply for most of the forms that we are going to have. Okay, so I'm going to just copy this comment. Wait, media search, come on. I'm just going to copy this comments, come down here, paste it, and we are going to have our button styles. Okay, button styles. So anything with a btn class is going to be displayed in line block. They are going to have a width of fit content, a pattern of 0.6 rem for the top and bottom, and then 1.2 rem for the left and right. Background color is going to be the color primary, and let me give it a border radius of card border radius 2, and the cursor is going to be pointer, of course, to look for it to look clickable. And I'm going to set the transition, okay, of the transition variable that we have. Let's save, and that kicks in. Okay, yeah, so that looks good. I think I should give it a white color as well. Yeah, all right, so that looks good. Now I think we are basically done with our blog. Okay, we are done with our blog. So should we have the media queries now? All right, so you know what, let's go on ahead and then have the media queries for this blog. Okay, so I'm going to go to the media queries for medium devices, and I'm going to have blog. Okay, I'm going to have some styles for the blog page. Okay, so here I'm just going to grab the search bar section, and okay, you know what, let me just grab the container directly, and I'm just going to change the width to 60%, and that's what we need to do here. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this, and then on smaller devices I want to change it to the container width MD, which is 88%. Okay, so this is on medium devices, but when we get smaller we get the container width MD. Okay, which is perfect. All right, so that's all for the blog page. Okay, so let's see what page should be next. Yeah, okay, so let's take care of the single post. Okay, so the single post page. All right, so I'm going to go to all right, posts, right, and that's the single post page. And let me just copy everything from the home page. We're going to need the nav and then the footer. Okay, let me close the blog. Okay, so we have we are going to need, do we need the categories? We don't need that. So I'm going to remove the category buttons. All right, and the posts as well. Okay, there's going to be a single post page, so I'm going to remove the posts. All right, so we are just going to have, let's click to go to, yeah, so this is the single post page, and we just have the nav and the footer. Okay, so let me expand this. Let's actually go full screen. All right, so from the finished project, we just need the title of the post, the author, just like we have um, in the in the home. Okay, so we are just going to copy this. Okay, this whole thing from the home page that we built, and then we are going to have the avatar. Sorry, we are going to have the thumbnail, and then the post body. Okay, so those are the things that we are going to have. All right, so I'm going to have a section with a class of single posts. Okay, and I'm going to have the general container class and another class of single posts underscore container. All right, now the title is going to be inside an h2, so I'm just going to load lorem. Let's do 13, and that's too much. Lorem 10 should be good. Okay, that's the title. And for the author, I'm just going to copy what we have from the finished home page. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this. It's going to be the same thing, right? So, and we have that styled already, so the styles will just kick in. All right, below that we are going to have the thumbnail. Okay, so a div with a class of single post underscore thumbnail, and that's going to have the image, of course. So let's go into our images and then grab one of the blocks. Okay, I don't need an alt, so I'm just going to remove that. And below this is going to be the body. Okay, so the post body, that's just going to be inside a paragraph. So just a paragraph. Let's just do lorem 40. Okay, and I'm going to duplicate this a few times. Let me make this, yeah, that should be good. Okay, all right, so that's all for our single posts. Okay, so let me just copy this comment, come down here, and then paste it here. It's going to be the end of single posts. All right, so let's go back to our style sheet above the media queries, and I'm going to have a comment. Okay, so this is going to be single posts. All right, so let's style this. Okay, let's just save this and then see what we have from the HTML. So this is what we have. All right, let's style this real quick. All right, so I'm going to grab the section with a class of single posts and give it a margin of 6 rem for the top, 0 for the left and right, and then 2 rem for the bottom. Let's grab the container, so single post container, and the width is going to be the form width, okay, which I think is 40%. Let's go to the top and then let's confirm that. Yeah, so that's for 40%. Okay, all right, now the background is going to change. Let's give that the color gray 900, and let's give it a padding as well. Okay, so 1 rem for the top and bottom, and then 2 rem for the left and right. Actually, let me give it 1 rem for the top, 2 rem for the left and right, and then 2 rem for the bottom. Okay, so let's save, and this is what we have. Okay, not too bad, I guess. But let's grab the paragraph. Okay, let's grab the paragraph. So single post container and then a paragraph. I'm going to give it a margin top of 1 rem. Let's give it a line height of 1.7. Okay, so yeah, let me grab the post thumbnail, okay, so that I'll push it from the other details that we have. Okay, so post thumbnail, or let me be specific here, so single post and then the thumbnail. I'm going to give it a margin top of 1.5 rem. Single post thumbnail. Did I make a mistake with the spelling? Post thumbnail, single post thumbnail. Okay, so that's okay. So this should be single post thumbnail. No, this should be a class. Save and we have it. Okay. I think this is good. Okay, it is enough. Or maybe I should make this 3 rem for the bottom here. And maybe the post thumbnail should have a bottom as well. A bottom margin of 1 rem. Okay. Margin. Save, and that's what we have. So this doesn't look bad. Okay, so that's all for the single post for desktop. So now let's go ahead and then make this responsive. So on medium devices, let me just copy this. So this tiles is going to be for single posts. So on medium devices, we are just going to grab the single post section, and let's just see. Doesn't look bad, but I just want to change the margin top to 6 rem. Okay. Was it already 6 rem? Let's see. Let's confirm that. Single posts. Okay, it's already 6 rem, so let's just keep that. Okay. All right, so we don't need to do anything here. Okay, on medium devices. Let me just copy that or cut it. And then on mobile, I think we are going to have something change on mobile. So on mobile, what do I want to do? Let me grab the single post container. Okay, I'm going to grab that, and then the background is going to be transparent, and I'm going to set the padding to 0. Yeah, I think that looks good. And that's all for the single posts. Okay, that's all for the single posts. Now let's move on to the next. Let me close this. Let me minimize it. Now let's move on to the next page. Okay. All right. So I think the next page that we should work on should be the category. I don't think I did this. Okay. So I'm just going to. Nope, not here. Okay, so on click of the category button, it should take us to category posts.html. Okay, and that should be for all the category buttons. Category, where is it? Okay, here, category post.html, and I can do it for all the posts. So let's just actually on the for the PHP we are going to change the extension anyway. So let's just proceed to the category posts. Where is it? Category posts, yeah. And basically it's just going to be just like the blog. Okay, just like the blog or just like the index, okay, the posts on the index page. Okay, so I'm just going to grab this, including a photo, of course, and then paste it here. Okay, and let's make sure we have the nav as well. So I'm going to copy the nav from the index page. So from the nav to the doc type, copy that and then paste it here too. It's just going to be just like the blog page. Okay, so let's save and let's visit that page, which is the category post.html. What's wrong? Come on, category. Yeah. So, but one thing we should let me confirm this from the finished project. Okay, I think when we click on the category and then come here, okay, we should have a category title as well. Okay, we should have a category title as well. Okay, so that's just going to be inside the header tag. So below the nav, we are going to have a header with a class, a header, come on, a header with a class of category title. And that's just going to have an h2, and it's going to say the name of the category. Okay, just like we have in the finished project. All right, so that's what we are going to style. Okay, so this the finished project, and here let's go on and install the category title, which is hidden below the nav. Okay, so let's go to the CSS. Most of the styles are done already because we have classes repeating. Okay, we have the styles and the classes on the same lesson. Okay, so let's just go ahead and then let me go up, just copy this comment, paste it down here, and now we are going to work on the category posts. Okay, all right, so here I'm just going to grab the category title, that is the header. Okay, this right here, I'm going to grab that, and I'm going to give it a height of 15 rem. Okay, the margin top is going to be 4.5 rem, which is the height of the nav, if you could remember. And then the background is going to be the color BG or color gray 900 rather. That's going to be the background, and I'm going to display this grid just so I can place items to the center. So the H2 inside of it is going to be placed exactly in the middle, and then the background, yeah, that's done already. I already gave it a background. Let's save, and this is what we have. Okay, and that is all we need for this. Okay, we don't need to do any media queries or nothing. Everything is taken care of. All right, so let's proceed and then move on to these 3 pages, which are going to be the empty pages. Okay, let's move on to that. Okay, so I'm just going to close this category posts and then the post HTML, and first let's target the about.html. So this page is going to be very simple as well. We just need oh, I closed the index. We just need a nav. I'm just going to copy it from here and then paste it. We need a footer as well, so I'm going to copy that. Come back here and then paste it. And we are going to have a section with a class of empty __ page. Okay, So all the 3 pages that we have that are going to be empty are going to have that class. Okay, so we are going to have the about, the services, and the contact have the same class. Okay, and in here we are just going to have an h1, and this is just going to say about page. Okay, since this is the about page. All right, so that's all. That is all for this page. And now let's go ahead and then let's see. I'm going to refresh and then click on this, and this is what we have. Okay, not too bad. Now let's go to the CSS and then style that. Let's style the empty page class that we gave to the section. So this is going to be empty page or empty pages. All right, so we gave that a class of empty page. I'm going to let's just see what's happening. Okay, so yeah. All right, so let me give it a height of 15, a height of 70 viewport height. Text, align that to the center, and I'm going to display this grid. Okay, and place items to the center. Okay, all right, so that's what we have. I don't think I even need this text align. All right, so that's all for the empty page. Okay, so I'm just going to copy the about and then paste it inside the 2 other empty pages. Okay, which is contact. So here just going to change that h1 to contact page, and the next one is going to be services. Okay, so let me paste that and then change this to services page. Now let's save. And we have about, services, and then contact. So we have the about page, we have services, and then we have contact. Okay, so we have all the pages. Okay, all 3 pages. All right, so we are moving very fast, and that's good. So let's just save this and close all the 3 pages. All right, now let's move on to the pages with forms. Okay, starting with the sign up page. Every form is going to, or every form page is going to have a section with a class of form section. Okay, so that is going to wrap around the form, the actual form that we are going to have on that particular page. So here we are going to have a section with a class of form underscore section, and inside here we are going to have that general container class and another class which is specific to the form, so form section container. Okay, and in here for the sign up page we are going to have sign up. That's what it's going to say. Some pages are going to have errors. Okay, just like we saw in the demo, and some are going to have some success messages as well. Okay, when everything goes well. For instance, when we sign up on the sign up page and then it redirects us to the sign in page, we should have a success message that our registration was successful, right? So here we are going to have a div with a class of alert underscore message, and this one is going to have another class of error. Okay, meaning this message is going to be an error message. So we are going to have a paragraph, and let's just say this is an error message. Okay, and below this div we are going to have the actual form. Okay, which is not going to have an action for now. And in here we are going to have an input. The first one is going to be, let's see from the finished project. So for the sign up, let me just log out here, go to the sign up. So we are going to need first name, last name, username, email, create password, confirm password, and the file upload, okay, and then a button as well, and we are going to have this as well. So let's just go ahead and then do that. So we are going to have first name. Let's just give it a placeholder of first name, and I'm going to duplicate this multiple times. We're going to have last name, username, email, okay. Let's just use the type of email. You're going to have what? Password. So the type is going to be password. The placeholder is going to be say create password. Password again for the type, and there's going to be for confirm password. And what else? For the sign up page, let's see. Yeah, we need to upload an avatar on the sign up page. So that is going to be inside a div with a class of form __ control, and we are first going to have a label, okay. So a label for the avatar, okay. So this input is going to be a file, and let's give it an ID of avatar which should match this 4 that we have here, okay. And let's see what we have. So let's go to the sign up page, and this is what we have, which is terrible, but all right. So we have the file. We should have a submit button as well, so a button with the type of submit, and it is going to say sign up. And lastly, we are going to have this, okay. Let me just copy that, and I'm going to paste this, okay. So this is going to take us to the sign. There's going to be an anchor tag, and it's going to take us to the sign in.html. Paste that, okay. So that is all for this sign up page. Now let's go on ahead and then style this, okay. And for the sign up page, we don't need a nav, okay. We don't need a nav and then the footer, okay. Actually, you know what, let's just have it for now. In the PHP, we are going to remove it. All right, in the PHP, we are going to remove the nav and then and every page of course should have some a head and a body. So yeah, let's just do that from here, okay. I'm just going to copy from here, paste it, and I'm going to close the body, okay, and the HTML. Let's save. Yeah, so let's go on and then let's first see what we have from the HTML. Let's refresh, and this is what we have, okay. So I'm going to put this side by side, and let's style this sweetheart. Okay, so I'm going to scroll down, empty pages. All right, so let me grab this comment right here, paste it down here, and this is going to be for general form. So this is going to be the styles for every form that we have on this website. All right, so we give the section a class of form section, right? So here I'm just going to display grid so that I can place items to the center. Let me give it a height of 100 viewport height, okay. Now I'm going to get the form section container, and set the width to the variable form width. Okay, now let's style the alert. Okay, we gave that a class of alert message, and the pattern is going to be, let's give it a background first. I'm going to change that background, but just so we see what's happening, I'm going to give it a padding of 0.8 rem for the top and bottom, and then 1.4 for the left and right. Margin bottom is going to be 1 rem. Border radius of card, border radius 2. Let's save, and this is what we have. Okay, let me remove that background for now. Okay, so for the alerts, we are going to have two types. Okay, the error and then the success. So for the error, we are going to have another class of error, just like we had in the HTML here. Okay, so we have another class of error, right? That means this is going to be an error message. All right, so here we want to have the background to be color red light. Okay, and the color itself, or the text color, is going to be color red. Let's save, and this is what we have. All right, and we have another one for success, of course. So it's just going to be the green color light for the background, and then the color itself is going to be the color green. Okay, so if I should change this to success, there's going to be a success. Okay, let's target the form. Okay, let's target the form, and I'm going to display flex. The flex direction is going to be column, and let's give a gap of 1 rem between them. Okay, so this is what we have. And I'm going to display flex, and the flex direction is going to be column. Okay, here too is going to be column, and then a gap of 0.4 rem. Let's save, and this is what we have. Let's target the actual inputs. Okay, let's target the inputs. So the inputs, and then let's do same. These styles are going to apply for text areas as well, and selects as well. Okay, so they are going to have a padding of 0.8 rem for the top and bottom, and then 1.4 for the left and right. Let's save, and that's what we get. Let's change the background. Okay, so let's give it that gray background, so color gray 900. Yeah, I'm going to give it a border radius of card, border radius 2. That's nice. And for text areas, we shouldn't be able to resize it. Okay, so I'm going to set resize to none, and the color, the text color, as you can see, is black, just like we had on the blog page. Remember, I told you I'm going to change it when we reach here. Okay, so here I'm going to change the color for every input to be color white. Save, and this is what we get. Okay, so now the color for every input is going to be white. All right, you know what, let's grab the small tag. Okay, which is this right here. Let's grab this, and I didn't give this a class. Okay, this button should have a class. Let's come down, let's come back to the HTML, and this button, I'm going to give that a class of btn. Let's save, and the button styles that we had before, okay, should take effect. Remember, on the blog page we had a button. Let me show you that real quick. Okay, so these are the styles for the button. Okay, right, So let me grab this small tag here, and I'm going to set a margin top of 1 rem for it. Okay, so that'll push it down, and I'm going to display block. Okay, now let me grab the link, which is the sign in link that we have. I'm going to change the color primary. Let's save, and that's what we have. So we are basically done with the form section class. Okay, and these classes are going to be we are going to put them on all the form pages that we are going to have. Okay, so these styles that we have are going to take effect for all the forms that we are going to have on the whole pages. Okay, on all the pages. So now let's proceed, and I think we are done with let's make sure this responsive. Okay, all right, so I'm just going to go ahead and then make sure this looks good on tablets and on mobile phones. Okay, so it doesn't look bad on mobile, and I think it looks pretty good on tablets, but on tablets I want to have some padding. Okay, so let's go back to the CSS, and I'm going to scroll down to the media queries for the tablets, and down here I'm just going to copy this comment, paste it down, and this is going to be general form. Okay, let's grab the form section container. Come on, form section container, and I'm going to give it a padding of 3 rem. Let's save, and and nothing happens. Did I forget to set box sizing? I did, huh? All right, so let's set box sizing to border box. How could I forget that? Okay, so now we have some padding on tablets. Okay, so here on mobile screens, okay, so media query for mobiles or for small screens, I'm going to paste this. Let me come on. So here on mobile, I don't want the padding. Okay, yeah, so that's how it looks. If I don't have this, then I'm going to have that padding on mobile. Let's just go back, and this doesn't look great. Okay, so on mobile, I'm just going to make sure I remove the padding that I had on tablets. So on tablets, I'm going to have the padding. On mobile, I'm not going to have it. And that is all for the sign up page. Okay, how did I forget the box size? Oh my god, sorry for that, guys. All right, let's move on to the next page. Let's move on to the sign in page. Okay, which is going to be very similar to the sign up page. I'm just going to copy everything on the sign up page and then paste it in here. Now let's click to go to the sign in page, and there's the sign in page, right? So let's go ahead and then change some things. This is going to say sign in, of course. There's going to be a success message. Okay, and here we only need 2 inputs. Okay, we need username or email to log in, and we only need a password. Okay, only one password. We don't need this avatar here, of course. And this is going to say sign in, and here we are going to say don't have an account. Then let's go ahead and then take you to the sign up page. Okay, let's save, and this is what we have, just like on the finished project. Okay, so there's the sign in for this the finished project, and this is what we just created, and this should be responsive as well. So this is how it's going to look on mobile, and this is how it's going to look on tablet. All right, now let's take care of all the form pages. Okay, so let's take care of add category, add post, add users, and all that. Okay, so let's go to add categories, and I'm just going to copy everything on the sign in page and then paste it inside the add category page right here. Okay, so here you're going to have the same h2, say add come on category, and there's going to be an error message. Okay, if we enter invalid details, we are going to be bounced back to the same page. And here we need the title of the category we are trying to add and a text area. Okay, so we are not going to need this, but we need a text area, the name, the ID. We don't need those for now, but we need the rows. Okay, so for this, let me just do 4 rows, and I'm going to give it a placeholder of description. Okay, so the description of this category that we are trying to add, we don't need this small tag, so I'm just going to remove it. We need the button, which is going to say add category. Let's save. Let's go to add category, and this is what we have. Okay, this should be responsive as well. So this is how it's going to look on tablets, and this is how it's going to look on mobile. Perfect. So that's for the category page. Now for this page we should have, oh, you know what, or should we just leave it? For this page we should have the nav bar. Okay, so come on, why did I close that? Let me close these two. That's the sign up and then the sign in. Let me open the add category again, and I'm going to grab the nav, okay, from the home page. Let me grab everything here, and yeah, let's have the nav as well. We are going to have the footer as well, so I'm going to go ahead and then grab the footer from the home page, copy that, and I'm going to paste that down here. Paste. Okay, so it is going to be our add category page. This is also going to be very similar to the next page, which is going to be the add post. So let me paste that here. Let me close the add category. So now let's go to add posts. Okay, so same thing, but I'm going to change some things around, of course. This is going to say add posts, so that's what we have here. You know what, I think I forgot one thing. Okay, for every form, okay, that is going to contain a file upload, we need to add these attributes of enc type. Okay, and here we are going to select multi-part form data, and we must add this, else it is not going to work. Okay, so I'm just going to do same for, I think, the sign up page. Yeah, we are going to upload a file, okay, for the sign up page. So for the form, I'm going to have an enc type of multi-part form data. Okay, let's save that. All right, let me close it. Okay, so for the add posts, you know what, let me minimize this. So we're going to need a title. We don't need this, actually we need it. Okay, so we have the inputs. There's going to be for the post title. We will need a text area for the body of the post. There's going to, let's make this 10. The rows is going to be 10. and we need to select a category. Okay, so we are going to have a select, and we don't need the name for now. Okay, the name, the ID, and all that, we don't need that, but of course we are going to have some options. The value, we are going to grab that from the database in the PHP. So the categories, we have what? Travel, and all that. Okay, I'm just going to leave the rest, since in the PHP we're actually going to grab everything from the database. So below this we have the text area. What else do we need? From, let's check from the finished projects. Let me sign in here. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. So for add post, we have title, category. We have this checkbox for the featured. So we are going to have a div with a class of form control, and we are going to have an input of checkbox, the name and the ID. We don't need, okay, we need the ID, okay, because we are going to attach a label, and let's just say it's featured. It's featured. This should match the ID that we have here. All right, and this should say featured, and by default it's going to be checked. Okay, by default is going to be checked, and the value is going to be 1. We are going to work on that when we get to the PHP, so let's just leave that for now. We are going to upload a thumbnail as well. This should come after the text area. Okay, and so we are going to have a form control class, and then with a class of form control. Let's have a label. This is going to be for the thumbnail. Add thumbnail. So we are going to have the input. We don't need the name for now, but the ID should match the 4 for the label. Okay, and I think that's all. This is going to say add posts. Save, and this is what we have. Okay, this is what we have. Why is this not? What is wrong here? Form control. You know what? Here I want this to be on the same line. Okay, I want them to be on the same line. So I'm actually going to add another class to the form control class. So form control with another class of inline should be they are going to have flex direction of row, and they are going to align items. I'm going to align items to the center. Okay, and let me actually increase the gap here to 6. Okay, so I'm going to go back here and then add the inline class to this. Okay, so now we have it inline. All right, perfect. So that is all for the post. Okay, the add post, and it looks great on mobile and then tablet devices as well. All right, now let's move on to another page, which is going to be the add user page. Okay, so I'm just going to grab everything from the add post and then paste it on this page. So there's going to be add user. So let's go to the add user page. All right, so here of course we should have the multi-part form data, since we are going to be able to upload an avatar. So let's start let's actually start from the bottom here. Okay, so I'm going to call this avatar, add avatar. Okay, what else do we need? So we need two options for a select. So this user is either an author or an admin. Okay, and as I said, we are going to do all this value and all that in the PHP, but we don't need a text area for this. What else don't we need? We don't need this, of course. You're going to keep this error message. So we need the name of the person or the first name. We need, actually we could just grab everything from the sign up page, okay, because this is going to be very similar to the sign up page. So I'm just going to grab everything here. Nope, from the form. Okay, I'm going to grab everything in the form and then paste it in the add user. Okay, paste the form here. Go. So we need the first name, the last name, the username, the email, create password, confirm password, and what else? Okay, so we need a select, and I don't need a name now. So it is going to be for the user role. Okay, so the options are going to be 0. The value is going to be 0 here. So you are either an author or an admin. Okay, so those are going to be the only two options. Right, and that is all. Actually, let me remove this small. And this is going to say add user. Let's save, and that's all for the add user page. Okay, that's all for the add user page. First name, last name, username, email, create password, confirm password. That's all. All right, let's make sure that's responsive as well. Yeah, perfect. All right, so we are done with the add pages. Okay, so we can close them all up and let's go to the edit pages. Okay, so we should be able to edit category, which should be very similar to add category. So I'm just going to copy everything on the add category page and then paste it inside the edit category page. Okay, and this is going to say edit category. We are not going to need an error message here, because if we get bounced, then we are going to go directly to the manage categories page, right? So for the edit, we need the title, of course, within the text area, for the description, and then update category. Okay, and I think that's all for this. Okay, so let me go to the edit category page, and this is what we have, which should be the same thing we have here. Manage categories, let's go to it. Yeah, so that's the same thing here. Okay, that's the same thing. All right, now let's move on and then proceed with the other edit pages. Let me close these up. What else? Edit posts. So we should be able to edit posts. So I'm just going to copy everything on the add post page and then paste it here. Okay, let me this should be edit post, sorry. So let's go to that page. Okay, we don't need that error. Yeah, of course, we will need the categories, we will need everything here. They should say change thumbnail or update thumbnail, whatever, but the button is going to say update post. Okay, and I think that's all we need for this page. They should this should be checked by default. Oh, come on, I'll put a check on another thing. This should be checked. Okay, I think I made that same mistake here too, so I'm going to remove that and then paste it here. Let's save, and we should have, it should be the same as so that's the same thing here. We have the title, the description, okay, which is a select, the body, the featured, and then this. Okay, so we have everything done. Now let's proceed to another thing. Lastly, we are going to have edit user, right? So let's go back to the add user, copy everything, and then paste it inside this edit user page, right? Now let's visit that page, edit user, user. Okay, that's what we have. Edit. I don't need this error message. And for edit user, we are not going to be able to change the avatar of the user. Okay, we won't be changing the password of the user and the email username as well. We are not going to be able to change that. This should say update user, and let's actually confirm this from the finished project. Okay, so let me visit the dashboard, manage users. I can only edit the name, the first name, the last name, and the user role. Okay, and that is what we should have here: the first name, the last name, user role, and then the button. Okay, so those are the things that we are going to have on the pages. All right, and that's what we have here. Okay, so we are almost done, guys. Magically, I thought this is going to be very long, but we are approaching the end. Okay, so the next 3 pages, or the last 3 pages, let me show you real quick. So I'm going to go back to, yeah, so if I should refresh this, the only pages left are 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so we need to focus on them. So the manage categories page, the manage users page, and then the manage posts page, which is the dashboard. Those are the only 3 pages remaining. So let's go on ahead and then do that. Okay, let me close these 2 pages, and let's start with the manage categories page. Now from the finished project, let's go to the manage categories, and we're going to have a section, okay, with a class of dashboard for each of these managed pages. So this page, and then this page, they are all going to have the same section with a class of dashboard. Okay, and we are going to have a div with a class of container and another class of another class of dashboard container, right? And that is going to be this background that wraps around the whole elements that we have in here, right? And inside the container class, we are going to have this aside, which is going to be the sidebar, and this main section, which has the table, okay, which has this A2 and then the table. So that's how we are going to structure this, and this is going to apply for all the 3 managed pages. Okay, so let's go back to our HTML, and we are going to have the section with a class of dashboard, Inside we are going to have our general container class and our dashboard container class. Of course, we are going to have the aside, okay, which is an HTML5 semantic tag and a main. Okay, let's first work on the aside. The aside is going to have a UL. Inside of it, we are going to have our list items, which is going to be a link, or is going to have a link inside of it, and each link is going to have an icon, okay, this icon, and then an H5. Okay, so let's go back to icon scouts. So we should search what icon is that. Let's see. I don't know. Let's search right. Okay, so I'm just going to grab this and then paste it in here, and that's going to take us to the, okay, so as I said, we are going to have an H5 as well. Oh, let me just structure this well. Okay, H5, and this is going to say add posts. All right, so yeah, just going to duplicate this 5 times. So we have add post, we have manage posts, we have and that is going to take us to the manage posts page, of course. Oh, that's the dashboard. Okay, yeah, and we have what, add user, and then we have manage users, so that is going to take us to manage users page. And then what else do we have? We have add category, and then lastly we have manage categories. Okay, categories, all right, so let's just change the icons. Okay, so looking at the finished project, I don't know if these icons even make sense, but let's see. Okay, I'm just going to use this for the add category. Okay, so add category is going to have that icon. Paste it, and let's search user. Okay, so let me just use this for add user. Add user, I'm going to select this for manage users. Okay, that's going to be for manage users. I'm going to search list. Okay, and I'm going to use this for manage categories. And for posts, let me search posts. Let me actually use this. Okay, and I know that's not the exact same thing in the finished projects, but I think this actually makes more sense. So let's come to manage posts and then change the icon here. Let's save and see what we have. So let's visit that page, which is dashboard. No, add category instead. Add category. Or is it manage categories? Let me grab the footer from this side. I'm going to paste that here, and let me grab the nav. Okay, what? I'm going to copy the nav and paste that at the top here as well. Let's save, and now something should change. Okay, and we still okay. So now we can see our icons. Okay, all right. Okay, so that's for the aside. Now let's work on the main section, which is going to have the table. But first, we are going to have, let's see, from the finished project. Yeah, we are going to have the title, which is inside an H2. So an H2 is going to say manage categories. And below that, we are going to have a table. Okay, we are going to have a table head and a table body. Okay, inside the table head, we are going to have table row. Now the first heading is going to be title, so we need the title of that category. We need the edit button, and then we need the delete button. Okay, and here we are going to have a table row as well. Okay, so there's going to be a link which is going to take us to the edit category page .html. Let's actually give this a class of btn. Okay, and I'm going to give this another class of sm. Okay, for small, we're actually going to style this button. Okay, we don't have that styles yet, but let's just proceed. And we're also going to have a delete button, so delete, and that's going to take us to delete category, which we don't have. Okay, all right, that's just for one category. Let me duplicate this twice. That's enough, and that is all for the managed categories. Okay, now let's proceed. Let's go on ahead and install this. So I'm going to go up top. Actually, let's just do that here. I'm going to copy this, paste, call this dashboard. And first, before we move on, let's just see what we have from the project. Okay, all right, so this is what we got from the HTML. Now, as I said, we are going to have some styles for this. So this delete button is going to be red, and they are both going to be small. Okay, with that sm class that we gave it. So I'm going to go up top where we styled the button. I'm going to go there and then have some styles for the button. Okay, have some more styles for our button. All right, so any btn class with another class of sm should have a padding of 0.3. So we are just reducing the padding, 0.3 for the top and bottom, and then 0.7 for the left and right. Font size is going to be reduced to 0.8 rem. Let's save that, and they are now smaller. Okay, now we are going to have btn danger. Okay, and that is going to have a background of red. I think we gave that class to, no, we didn't. Okay, so let me go back, and the delete button is going to have that class. Okay, so danger. So let's save, and we have that danger class here. Okay, so let's do same for this, and for this delete as well. Okay, let's save, and we have all three delete buttons changed. All right, so you know what, on hover I want to have some effects. Okay, so btn hover, I want the background to be white and the color to be the color bg. Okay, let's save that. Okay, we have a transition here already. So all right, now let's move on to the actual dashboard styles. Okay, let's move on to style the dashboard. Let's put this side by side so that we see what we're doing. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and then grab the dashboard. Okay, that's the class we gave. That's the class we gave to the section. I'm going to give that a margin top of 6 rem. Let's save, and this is what we. Oh god, let's go back. All right, so this is what we have. Now I'm going to get the container. That's dashboard container, and I'm going to display that grid. Okay, and the grid template columns is going to be 14 rem for the aside and auto for the main. Okay, so this is what we get. So we have the sidebar and then the main. Now let's give that let's leave some gap between them. A gap of 1 rem should be good. And this container is going to have the color gray 900 for the background. Okay, let's give that a padding of 2 rem and a margin bottom of 5 rem. Okay, nice. So this is what we have so far. Right now let's target the aside. Okay, so dashboard and the aside. I'm going to target the link, and I'm actually going to make this bigger. Okay, and then I'm going to bring this on the side. Right, so I'm going to grab all the links inside the aside, and I'm going to give them a color. No, let's just forget about the color because the white is okay. So I'm going to give them a background of the color primary, and I'm going to display them flex. Okay, remember the links have the icon and then the h5. Okay, so I'm going to display them flex, and the gap between them is going to be 1 rem. I'm going to align items to the center and give them a padding of 1 rem as well. Actually, I'm going to do 1.6 rem. Okay, so this is what we get. Now I'm going to have a hover effect, but before that, let me grab the aside again, aside and then the links. I want to have border bottom for all the links except for the last one. Okay, so here what I'm going to do is select all the LIs, okay, but not the last child. Okay, and I'm going to select the links inside of them, and the border bottom is going to be 1 pixel solid, and then the color gray 900. Let's save, and we have that. Okay, now let's move on and then give them a hover effect. So dashboard aside A, on hover I want the background color to be gray 900. No, let me make that 700. I'm going to save, and on hover we have this. All right, now I'm actually going to go back to the HTML and give one of the links an active class. Okay, we are going to make them, we are going to, so we are currently on the manage categories page, so that's what I'm going to put the active class on. I'm going to resize this and then bring it on the side here. let's go back to the CSS. So dashboard aside, and then the active class, okay, that should have a background of color gray 900. Okay, so we are currently on the manage categories page, and I think that's all for the aside. Okay, so I'm going to bring this back to the side. Let me actually make this bigger. Okay, yeah, that's good. Okay, and now let's move on to the main section. Okay, so dashboard main, and the margin left is going to be 1.5 rem. We actually have some gap already, but I think that's not bad. Okay, now I'm going to select the H2 and give it a margin of 0 for the top, 0 for the right, 2 rem for the bottom, and then 0 for the left. All right, now, and the reason why I'm doing, I could just do margin bottom of 2 rem, right? But the reason why I'm doing this is because we already gave the H2 some styles at the top. Okay, at the beginning of the CSS we already gave it some margin top and bottom. Okay, so here I'm just removing them, okay, and setting only the bottom to 2 rem. So that is why I'm doing 0020. Okay, so let's uncomment that. I'm actually going to change the line height here to be 1. All right, now I'm going to target the table. Okay, so the dashboard main table, I'm going to give that a width of 100%, and I'm going to text align to the left. Okay, so that's what we have. Now let's select the table heads or table headers. So dashboard main table and the th. Let's give those a background of color grade 700, and we are going to give them a padding as well, a padding of 0.8 rem, and a color of white. Okay, color white. Come on. All right, let's save, and this is what we have. Okay, so let's give similar styles for the TDs. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this, paste it down here, change this to TD, and let's give that a padding of 0.8 rem, border bottom of 1 pixel, solid, color gray 200. Let's save, and that is what we have. I'm actually going to change the font size to 0.8 rem. I think that's too small. Let's just keep 0.9. Let's just keep it at a normal font size. Okay, and I'm going to go back here and change okay, so this is, let me make this wildlife. What else? We had music as well. Okay, so I'm going to go back. Okay, so that is our categories. All right, but on hover I want to have some changes. Okay, on hover I want to change the background for the TDs. So here I want to select the dashboard main table TR. On hover of the TR, I want to change the background for the TDs. Okay, because we can change the background for the TRs directly. So I'm going to get the TDs inside of the TR on hover and change the background to color BG, and the text color is going to be white. I'm just going to change the cursor to default, and also I'm going to add a transition. Let me see. Yeah, this too sudden, so I'm going to add a transition of the transition variable that we have, and this is what we get. Okay, and that is all for this categories, manage categories. Okay, now the next thing we are going to do is make sure there's responsive, so I'm going to scroll down. Okay, we are first going to handle the responsiveness for tablets, and then we'll move on to mobile phones. Okay, all right, so on tablets I'm going to grab the dashboard container directly. Okay, and the grid template columns here is going to be 4.5 rem and then auto. All right, so obviously we have to adjust some things in the aside. Okay, so but then I'm going to set the padding to 0, and the border, actually let me give the background, I'm going to make the background transparent. Let's save that, and this is what we have now. Let me grab the aside, and you know what, yeah, or should I just keep this? I'm going to give that a background of the variable primary background. Okay, and I'm going to uncomment this. I'm going to uncomment that out for now. I'm going to grab the H5s inside of it. Okay, the H5s that we have on the side, I'm going to grab them, and I'm going to display them none. I don't need them here. Okay, perfect. Now I think that's all for this aside. Actually, you know what, I'm going to make this 0.3. Yeah, that should be good. Now I'm going to grab the table. Okay, so dashboard, main table, and the T head. I'm going to get the table head. So on tablets I don't need the titles. Okay, so I'm just going to display them none. Okay, so they are gone. All right, so that is what we have, and let's see what we can do. I'm going to grab the dashboard, main table, and then the TR. Okay, the table row. What I'm going to do is to display that to be flex. Okay, and the flex direction is going to be column. For us to see the different rows that we have, we are going to target, come on, dashboard. I'm going to target the TR and the nth child. Come on, what is wrong? Okay, I'm going to target the even ones. Okay, the even TRs, and the background is going to be the color gray 900. Let's save that, and that's what we get. Okay, so every even TR is going to have this background, just so we have some difference. Now let's set the I'm going to remove the hover effect. Okay, so let me just copy this, and on hover, every TD shouldn't have a hover effect, so the background should be transparent. Okay, so on hover we don't have any weird hover effects. Nice. Now what else do I want to do here? I think that's all for the tablet. Okay, let's actually view this on a real tablet, and this is what we have. Now, unlike the finished, I think this actually looks better than the finished project, right? Because the finished projects, I have the sidebar spanning the whole height of the screen, but I think this actually looks better. So we are going to keep this, okay? Let's keep this, and then let's move on to so let me just remove this. All right, now let's actually make this responsive on um, mobile devices as well, just like we have in the finished project. On mobile devices, we are going to have this um, button here that is going to help us toggle the sidebar. Okay, so let's go on to that. So I'm going to scroll to the bottom here. Now on mobile, as I showed you, we are going to have some buttons. Okay, two buttons that is going to help us toggle the aside. Okay, so here, yeah, I'm going to have a button. Okay, and I'm going to give that a class of sidebar underscore toggle. Okay, I'm just going to duplicate this, and the first one is going to have an ID of show sidebar btn, and the second one is going to have an ID of hide sidebar btn. Okay, and this first one is going to have, they are both going to have icons. Okay, so let's go back to full screen here. I'm going to go to icon scout, and I'm going to search right icon. Okay, this right arrow that we have, and I'm going to paste that in the, yeah, that's going to be in the first one. Okay, and that is going to show the sidebar. Okay, I'm going to paste it again and then just change this to left. Yeah, so that is what we need. And let's come to the media queries. Okay, let's come to the media queries and have the styles for small devices or for phones. Okay, so let me go back to the project, reduce this, and we have the two buttons. Okay, so I'm just going to actually, on large devices, they shouldn't be visible. Okay, so for the dashboard, on large devices, let's hide the sidebar toggle. We are going to display them none. Okay, but on small devices, we want to show them. But before we even show them, let's have some styles for the actual dashboard. Okay, so the dashboard itself is going to have a margin top of 5 rem. All right, now let's target the dashboard container, and the grid template columns here is going to be 1FR. Okay, yeah, that's weird, but we are going to take care of that. Now the gap is going to be 0. Let me get the main. Okay, so dashboard main, and the margin is going to be 0. I'm going to get the dashboard main h2, and the margin top is going to be 1 rem. All right, so that's what we have. Now let's target the aside. Okay, so dashboard aside, and the position is going to be fixed. Okay, now the box shadow, I'm going to give it a box shadow of 2 rem for the x-axis, 0 for the y-axis, 4 rem for the blur, and that's going to be an RGBA of 0.4. All right, so that is what we have right now. You know what, for now it's going to be 0 from the left, and the height is going to be 100 viewport height. Okay, I'm going to give it a transition because we are going to have some sliding effects after we add the JavaScript to actually show or hide it. Okay, In this case, I'm going to give it a background color primary. All right, now I'm going to move on and show the toggles. Okay, and they are going to be shown here. So let me just bring this. Yeah, so dashboard, and we give that a class of sidebar toggle. They are going to be displayed in line block. Let's give them a background of color primary variant and a color of white. I'm going to position them fixed as well and give them a z index of 1. Okay, let's save and see what we have. Nothing is really showing there here, as you can see, but let's give them a width of 2.5 rem. Same for the height, and border radius of 50%, 0, 0, and then 50%. Let's save, and this is what we have. Okay, let me bring this to the right. Okay, and it's going to be 4 rem from the bottom. Okay, and we have it here. All right, now I'm going to give it a font size. I'm going to increase the icon, so a font size of 1.3 should be good. Yep, and I'm going to change the cursor to pointer. All right, let me give it a box shadow as well. A box shadow of -1 rem on the x-axis, 0 on the y-axis. I'm going to give it a blur of 2 rem and an RGBA 0, 0, 0, and 0.4 for the alpha. All right, so that's what we get. All right, now for the aside, I'm going to target the H5s. So dashboard aside H5, and they are going to be displayed in line block. Good, so that's what we have. And remember, we had 2 buttons. Okay, so by default we should only have the show. So we are going to target the hide sidebar btn and display that to none for now. Okay, so we only have the show. All right, and that is all for the styles. Okay, now let's go ahead and then make this actually work using JavaScript. Okay, so we are going to go back to the JavaScript file. Now here we are going to grab the show button, the hide button, and then the aside or the sidebar itself. Okay, so let's do that. Let's first grab the sidebar. I'm just going to call it sidebar. Okay, document.query selector, and that's just the only aside we have on the page. So let's just do that. I'm going to duplicate this twice, and we are going to have the show sidebar btn. Okay, and we give that an ID of show sidebar btn. Let me increase this. Come on. And we have hide sidebar btn also. Okay, so those are the 3 things we need, and what we are going to do is very similar to what we have here. So you are going to add an event listener on the show sidebar. Okay, but by default they should be hidden. Okay, so I'm going to go back here, and the for the aside, the left is going to be -100%. Okay, so it's going to be hidden off screen. It's going to go off screen, and we are going to add an event listener on the show sidebar btn. Okay, so we are going to why do I have that? add an event listener, which is going to be a click event, and on click we are going to show sidebar. Okay, that is going to be a function we are going to have up top. So I'm just going to create that show sidebar function. It's going to be an arrow function. Okay, so here I'm going to grab the sidebar and change the style left back to 0. Okay, all right, so let's try that. I'm going to click and I have it. Okay, all right, so on click of this I want to remove it and then replace it with the hide button instead, just like we did for the nav. Okay, so I'm going to grab the show nav or show sidebar btn, and the style display is going to be none. I'm going to hide it, and the hide sidebar btn is going to have the opposite, so that's going to be inline block. Okay, so that's how we are going to do it. Okay, so we click, the button changes, and then we have the sliding for the sidebar. Now we are going to, let me leave a comment here. Okay, we are going to hide it as well, of course. So I'm going to have an event listener on the hide sidebar btn. That's going to hide sidebar. There's going to be hide sidebar, and here we want to change this back to negative 100%, and this show is going to be inline block, and the hide is going to go back to none. Okay, so that's how we are going to toggle this. All right, so that's all for this one. That's all for the JavaScript. I'm just going to close it, and I think we are done with the manage categories. Okay, so this is how it's going to look on tablets, and this is how it's going to look on large screens. Okay, so now let's move on to manage users. Okay, which is going to be very similar to what we have on the manage category. So I'm just going to copy everything here and paste it on this page, which is the manage users. Let's save and refresh, and this is what we have. So I'm just going to change some things around. Let me make this bigger. So this title is going to say, where is it? Okay, manage users, of course. Okay, so we have that. And from the finished projects, let's see what we had. Manage users, we have name, username, edit, delete, and then admin. Okay, so let's go ahead and then do that. It is very, very simple. So we have name, username, edit, delete, and then admin, right? Okay, so here we have name, username, admin. So admin is going to be yes or no. Okay, so we don't need this link, so I'm just going to remove these two and then repeat this, duplicate it twice or however many times you want to duplicate it. Yep, and this is actually going to take us to edit user. Okay, going to edit user dot html. No for this person, Jane Doe, Jane for the username. Let's save and see what we have. And there's it. Okay, so we have 3 users and everything is just like in the finished project. Name, username, edit, delete, admin. All right, so that is all for so this should be the active, okay, in this case. So I'm going to remove the active class from this and then put it on manage users. Put it on this. Okay, let's save and we have it. Okay, so the next is going to be manage posts. So let's go to that page. I'm just going to copy everything here, and that's the dashboard. Okay, and then paste it on this dashboard page. I'm going to remove the active class from this and then paste it on the dashboard. Let's save, refresh, and that's what we have. Okay, so from the finished projects, let's see, we have the title of the post, category, edit and delete. Okay, so very simple. We have title of the post, category of the post, edit and then delete. No admin or nothing. Of course, a post cannot be an admin. All right, so we have the title. I'm just going to do lorem 8. Okay, so that's the title of the post. It is going to be wild life. We have edit and then delete. Okay, so this is going to take us to edit post.html, and I'm just going to duplicate this 3 times or maybe more than that. Let's save. Let's see what we have, and there's it. Okay, so basically we are done with all the pages. Okay, all the pages that why is this misbehaving? All right, let's correct that. So I'm going to go back to the CSS, go up to, let me make this smaller. Let me go up to the nav, and I want to target the avatar. Okay, nope, that's the nav profile. I want to target this. Let me make that, let's see, I'm going to make that 130. Let me increase it 140. Yeah, that's better. That's okay. All right, so we are done with all the pages, guys. We are done with all the pages. This is the home page. Everything is working perfectly. Okay, everything is working as expected. Of course, there's no dynamic content that is being fetched from the database. We are going to do that in the next video, which is going to be the backend. But we are done with what is this? And it seems I have a bug here, so let's just go. I think it's because it should be because of the form styles that I have here. Okay, so if I should uncomment that out, I don't have that problem. Okay, so how do I solve this? Let's uncomment this out again. Display flex direction column. Yeah, so it's because of this flex direction that I have here. All right, so yeah, that is causing the problem. So to solve this, I think the best way is to where is our search? Yeah, there's our search bar. we display the flex as well. We're going to change the flex direction to be row. Let's save, and we have it. Perfect. Now let's check out the other pages. So we have services, contacts, which are the empty pages. Let's go back to our dashboard. We have add posts, we have manage posts, we have add user, manage users, we have add category, and manage categories. Okay, so those are for the different. Let's actually check the sign in and then the sign up pages as well. So this is going to be the sign in page, sign up, and that's all, guys. I don't know what other page we should check, but I think that is all for, yeah. So this is the category posts page. Okay, there's also, so let's check from the files that we created. We have the about page, we check that, add category, add post, add user, blog, category posts, contact, dashboard, which is the manage post page. We have edit, category, let's check that out. So let's go back to the dashboard. We have edit, post. Okay, here we have edit, user. Okay, and then we have edit category as well. All right, so we have all those pages created. Let's continue. Why is this happening? Oh god, let me close this. Yeah, so we have edit for the 3 pages. We have index, which is the home page. Come on. All right, we have managed categories and all that. Okay, so we are done with all the pages, which is amazing. I did not think this would take this time to finish. I thought it would take longer, but thanks, guys. All right, now to begin with the project, we need some few things installed before we can actually work on the project. Okay, so we need PHP installed, since we are going to work with PHP, or that is what we are going to use for the backend. We need MySQL installed as well. That is what we are going to use to manage our database. And we need a server to run our PHP code on. Okay, to run our PHP script on. All right, so we have a software suite that actually comes with everything that we need. Okay, it actually comes with PHP MyAdmin, which is also a very friendly user interface for managing our database. Okay, so we are going to install a software called XAMPP. Okay, there is LAMP and then WAMP as well, which you can explore, and they are all cross-platform. Okay, so Windows, Mac, or Linux, you can get them for your operating system. Okay, so this is what we are going to use, that is XAMPP, and I'm going to go ahead and then install for Windows. Okay, since I'm using a Windows computer here, so I'm going to download, and this should take about 3 minutes. So I'm going to close this off and then come back for the installation. All right, so we have our XAMPP downloaded. Okay, so we are going to go ahead and then install it. Okay, so you'll probably get this warning, but let's just click OK. Okay, you're not going to have any problem with it. All right, so here we need the Apache server, okay, which is by default going to be installed. We need MySQL. What else do we need? We need PHP, of course, and we need PHP MyAdmin. Okay, that is the graphical user interface we are going to use to manage our database. Okay, the other ones like FileZilla and all that, you can uncheck them. You are not going to use Mercury Mail Server or Tomcat. Okay, and this, so we are not going to use them, but I'm just going to leave them. They are not going to cause any problems. So we are just going to click next, and this is the directory our XAMPP is going to be installed. Okay, so inside our C drive, I'm going to have my XAMPP folder. Okay, so I'm going to click next. You can change the directory if you want. and I want English. Okay, and let's proceed. I'm going to uncheck this. All right, so the installation is done. I'm going to uncheck this and I'm going to click finish. Okay, now I want to run the XAMPP control panel as admin. Okay, so right here I'm going to run as administrator. That's the XAMPP control panel. And the reason why I'm doing that is because I want them to run in the background. That is the Apache server and then the MySQL. Okay, so I want the server, that is the Apache server, to run in the background. Even if I turn off this computer and then turn it back on, it is still going to run in the background, okay, as a service. All right, so I'm going to click this and install Apache server as a service. I'm going to do the same for the MySQL, and now I'm going to start the Apache server, and I'm going to start the MySQL as well. Okay, now I can even close this, and we should be able to access localhost PHP MyAdmin. Okay, which is the interface that we are going to use to manage our database. Okay, all right, so that's for the installation of XAMPP. I added a few classes. I added some 2 more classes to our CSS. Okay, so let me show you that. We are going to use that later in the video, so I'm just going to show that to you. Okay, so I added this class, which is section extra margin. Okay, so for instance, on the search page, okay, so when we go to the blog and then we search something, okay, let's say standard, we search something, we are going to add a margin. Okay, we are going to add a margin on top here, and that margin is just going to push this down. This by default is going to be hidden under the nav bar. Okay, so we are going to add that margin or this class so that they can push that section down. Okay, and we also added, I also added think a class in the form. I added another class in the form. Let's scroll down. Form, yeah. Okay, so I added this LG class, okay, to the form. And for instance, if you go to an empty page or an empty category, this is going to be centered, okay, as compared to when we notice when we do anything in our dashboard, we have a pop-up notification and that is left aligned, right? But for something like this, okay, we are going to center the text. Okay, so I added that class as well. Okay, so this is going to center our text for pop-up or alerts. Okay, lastly, for the blog page, okay, the single post page, I added some padding and then some margin here at the bottom. Okay, so in the front end, the padding wasn't enough and then the margin was very small as well, so I added some space. Okay, right, so that is all for the changes I made in the CSS, and then I think we can now proceed to actually start working on our project. Now, unlike HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, where you can create your project anywhere in your system and then load it with your browser, here for PHP, there is a specific folder that we should work in. Okay, so go to your XAMPP folder, locate your XAMPP folder, and you are going to see this htdocs. Okay, that is where our project is going to live. Okay, so right here, there's the finished project, and we are going to create a new folder called blog, and this the folder we are going to work in. Okay, there's the project we are going to work in. I'm going to create a file called index.php, and I'm going to load this project. Okay, I'm going to right click and then load that with VS Code. All right, now let's go into this file so that you see what's happening. And for PHP, we do this, okay, and then we actually close it, okay. But since this file is only going to have PHP, I don't need to close it, okay. So this is the opening and then closing tag basically. All right, so I'm just going to do echo, okay. I'm just going to output hello world. Let's save that. Let me have my semicolon there, and we are going to open this in our browser, okay. So that is going to be the local host and the blog project that we just created, okay. And since this is the index page, it is going to be automatically loaded, right? Now before we get started working on our project, there are a few extensions that we need to install to make our life easier, okay. So the first extension that we are going to install is the PHP IntelliSense, okay, IntelliFence, this one, okay. So you can go ahead and then install that. And I want hot reload, okay. But if you don't have brackets per colorizer also, you can install that, okay. And that is going to make sure nested brackets match colors, okay. Install bracket per colorizer as well. That is the second extension. The third one is going to be PHP server, okay. And that is going to help with hot reload, okay. We are going to combine that with live server, okay. So install PHP server and then live server. And for live server, we're actually going to install the Chrome version as well, okay, the Chrome live server extension. So let's go ahead and then let's go to the Chrome store, and right here we are going to search live server extension, okay, the live server. Okay, so this is the extension we want. I actually have it installed, okay. That is why I have this remove from Chrome, but you should have add to Chrome or something like that. So go ahead and then install it, and you're going to have it, okay. You're going to have it like that, okay. So as I said, that is going to help us with hot reload. So I'm actually going to show you that right now. All right, so let's put this side by side so that we see how this is actually going to work, okay. So to make this work, we are just going to launch the live server, okay, for the Chrome. We are going to go live. Just click on this go live right here, and that is going to go live, okay. So this, you can just copy this, okay, but I think it's going to be there by default. Let's click on the live server Chrome extension, and you can copy this link and then paste it right here, okay. You can copy and then paste it right here. You see it's the same thing that was there before, right? And then secondly, here in the Chrome, we are going to right click and then save project, okay, using the PHP server. Okay, so let's right click and then do that. Okay, so as you can see here, saving project, okay, and we can close both of these, okay. But one thing we have to do is to copy the project we are actually working on. We can copy that, or we should copy that, and then here the actual server address, that is where we are going to paste the project, okay. So http localhost blog, okay, this is the project we created, and this is the project we are going to work in. So let's apply that, and I think we should do this again, okay. That should be the first step actually. So I'm going to go live using the live server, and then I'm going to save project again. Okay, so let me stop that, and I'm going to save it. Okay, so saving project. All right, so now when we change something here, let's say hello Igato, and then save, as you can see this hot reloads, okay, as you can see here, okay. So that's what we want. We want the hot reload for PHP. All right, so I just created this index to test this out, okay. So let's go back to our project, and I'm going to actually delete this. I'm going to delete that, and I'm going to go back to our front end project, okay, and copy all these with the exception of the images folder. Okay, I don't need the images folder. I'm just going to copy the actual files that we have, and I'm going to go back to htdocs and into the project we created for the PHP, and I'm going to paste all the files here. Now I'm going to create the images folder, and this is where every image that gets uploaded is going to live. Okay, this is where every image is going to live, so this should be empty. Okay, now let's restructure this whole project. Okay, let's restructure the files that we have here. Right, so I'm going to create a folder called admin, and that is going to have all the files that relates to the admin panel. Okay, I'm going to create another folder called config, and that is going to have our constants and then our database file. Okay, now we are going to create another folder called CSS, and that is just going to have the CSS file that we have here, and a JS file, a JS folder, sorry, that is going to have this JavaScript file. All right, now let's create a partials folder as well. So since the head and then the footer is going to repeat on almost all the pages, we are going to have some files here. That is the head and then, or the header and then the footer files, which are going to be included on the pages. Okay, so we are going to remove the actual code and then replace it with the include, and we are going to understand this in a little bit. All right, so I think that is the structure for now. Now let's see here in the admin folder, we are going to have two folders here as well, which is the config. We are going to have a config and a partials. Okay, so this partials folder is going to be a little different from the partials that we have here. Okay, right, so in the config we are going to have two files. Okay, we are going to have constants.php, and that is going to have all the constants that we are going to need, the database, the constants we need to connect with our database, the root URL and all that. Okay, that is going to be inside this constants. Okay, now we are going to have a database.php as well. So now here in the partials we need two files here. Okay, actually we are going to have only one. Okay, so we are going to need the header.php. all right, the footer we are going to just include the footer that we have here in the main project. Okay, the partials that we have here, we are going to have a footer as well. All right, so here in the admin, let's see the files that are going to relate to the admin. Okay, so we are going to have the manage users. So, okay, manage categories. We're going to have the dashboard, which is the manage posts. We're going to have edit. Okay, so edit category, edit post, and then edit users. That is going to be only on the admin page. Okay, so admins and artists are only going to be able to have these. We're going to have add. Okay, so add category, add user, and all that. So let's move these into the admin folder. All right, so we have that. Now the CSS, as I said, is going to be inside the CSS, and then the JavaScript is going to be inside the JavaScript folder as well. All right, now here in the main config, okay, in this config we are going to have the constants here as well, constants.php and database.php as well. All right, those are the two files we need there. We have the images, where our images that we upload or that the users upload are going to live. And the partials here, of course, we are going to need the partials. So header.php and footer.php. And did I create those files here? Okay, so we have the header only. All right, so that's it. Okay, this is the folder structure for our entire project. All right, we are definitely going to create more files. Okay, we are going to create more files that relate mainly to the logic of what we are going to do. But I think for now, this is the structure that we are going to work with. And now, since we are working with PHP, I'm just going to change all the extensions, okay, all the HTML extensions to .php. All right, so let's just do that. This is going to be boring, but we need to do it. All right, now let's get into the admin and then do same for these files. I should have done this before I move them here, but PHP. All right, and let's see how our project is doing so far. Not bad. Okay. All right, now I think we should open this project in VS Code. What did I do there? All right, so let me actually close this and then open the project again in VS Code. And close this. And let's see. I want to make sure we have the hot reload. So I'm just going to go into the index and I'm going to change the title, of course. PHP and MySQL blog application with admin panel. And we don't have the hot reload, of course, so we are going to go live using the live server extension, and we are going to right click and then save projects, okay, using the PHP extension. All right, and as you can see, some things are going to break. Okay, let me save this and okay, so we don't have any break, and that is weird because we showed. Okay, I think everything is cached here. If we should open this in incognito, so localhost blog. Okay, we should have some um we should see some problem. We should see a problem. And that should be because the CSS is now in a separate folder. Okay, so let's locate that. Let's go into the CSS. Let's save, reload, and we have it. Okay, and I think that's all we need to do here in the head. Okay, now these links are now going to, okay, so this first one is going to go to index.php. Of course, this is going to go to, so let me select all the HTML and then just change them to PHP. Okay, so this is going to go to blog.php, about.php, and all that. Okay, now this now is going to go to the admin. Okay, so let's actually leave this for now, and I'm going to tell you why, or we are going to work on it in a little bit. Okay, so let me reload this and everything is fine. Right, so what do we need to do here again? All right, I think we should restructure this. So we're going to move this into the header. Okay, and then we are going to include it in the different pages, all the pages that are going to need the nav and then the head, right? So and the reason why we are doing this is to minimize the amount of code that we have on each page. Okay, since this is going to repeat for most of the pages, we can just move that into a file and then include that file on the different pages that are going to need it. Okay, so actually, first of all, I'm going to have some constants. Okay, here in the constant file in the config folder, I'm going to have a constant, and let me open my PHP tag, and I'm going to write or declare constant here. Okay, I'm going to call this root URL. Okay, and the value for that is going to be http. Okay, this right here, this is going to be the value. Okay, so let me paste that. Let me remove this. Okay, so this is our root URL, okay, of our project. All right, and I'm going to include this in our database. Okay, we are also going to have some database credentials here, which are going to be also constants. So that is going to, the constants file is going to be included here, okay, or is going to be required. Okay, so here I'm going to open my PHP, and I'm going to require the constants. Okay, so let's go into our config and get our constants.php. Let's save that. And this database file is going to be included in the head, okay, of our partial. Okay, so let's go into the partials, and here we are going to require, let's go into the config and then the database. Okay, so we have the database in our header, we have the constants in our database, and then we have the actual root constant in the constant file, right? And even with the header, this is where we are going to copy all the repeating elements, so all the repeating things on the pages. Okay, so let's go back to the index, and we can see that this nav is going to repeat for most of the pages. Okay, so the nav, from the nav to the doc type, okay, these are going to be the same for most of the pages. So we are going to, let me just show you. As you know, this is going to repeat for most of the pages, right? It's going to be the same for the single post, the blog, the category post, and all that. Okay, so what we are going to do is, as I said, I'm just going to move this, so I'm just going to cut that and then bring it inside the header.php, inside our partials. Okay, so I'm just going to paste that, and since we are going to have HTML mixed with PHP, we have to close the PHP tag, okay, with this. All right, so this is what we have in our head, okay, in our header.php. All right, so now we can come back to the index and then include that file, which is the header.php. Okay, so right here we are going to include, so let's go into our partials and then get the header. Okay, let's save that, come back here, reload, and everything should be working. If we remove this, okay, if I should remove this, come back and then refresh, we are going to have a problem. Okay, so this head that we pasted here, okay, that we moved here, is now connected, okay, with this include. All right, so I'm going to refresh again and we have everything working. All right, so the footer is also going to repeat, so I can do same for the footer. I'm just going to cut that, come to the partials folder, okay, the footer, and right here we are going to paste that. Okay, just going to paste that, come back to the index, and we are going to include that as well. Okay, so let's open our PHP tag, make sure we are closing it, since we have HTML mixed with PHP here. And here we are just going to include, let's go into our partials and then get the footer.php. Let's save, and everything should be working here as well. Come on. All right, so we have no problems here on the home page. Okay. All right, now one thing I want to do in the header is to change the links. Okay, so I want to use the root URL to locate each of these files. Okay, so instead of doing blog.php, we can just add the root URL, and then from there we locate the actual file. Okay, that is why we have this constant here, the root URL. Okay, all right, so here I'm just going to do, before the blog.php, I'm going to have an opening and closing PHP tag. Okay, and I can just echo the root URL. Okay, I can just echo that. Okay, and that should work the same as just having this. It should be the same as just having this and then paste it in here. Okay, it should be the same thing, but even we can shorten this. Okay, we can just do this, and this is just going to be the same as the PHP echo. Okay, all right, so I'm just going to copy this and do same for there's going to be same as this. And okay, so for the dashboard, we are going to go to the root. Okay, so we'll have the root and go into the admin before we get to the dashboard, right? Let me actually remove this, since we have the / here. Okay, so I should remove that. All right, and for the logout as well, I think that is going to be in the main directory. Okay, so let's do that and then save our project, our file, which is the header, and everything should be working perfectly. Everything should be working the same. Okay, so if we try to do we have a problem? Okay, so I think we have a problem with the JavaScript. Okay, our JavaScript is not well linked, so let's go back to the footer, and we should go into, of course, we put that inside the JS. Okay, so inside the JS, that is where our JavaScript file is going to live. And since this footer.php is going to be included on all files that need it, we can just do this once. Okay, and every file is going to be linked correctly. Okay, so let's come back. I'm going to refresh, and now we should have the JavaScript working. Okay, and I think that is all for the header and then footer for now. Okay, so I'm going to close those up. Let me actually close this constant as well, and then the database, and let's include the header and then footer for all the pages that will need it. All right, so let's go to about. We are going to need our head here, so let me open and then close PHP, and we can include our partials. So let's go into our partials and then get the header. Okay, not PHP. We are going to do same for the footer, so let's come down here. I'm going to remove this, paste, and then I'm going to get the footer. Okay, so let's save, and I'm not using the, sorry, that was about, I think, yeah. Okay, so we shouldn't have any problem with the about. Okay, but since we haven't done it for the blog, that's why we have this problem. So there's the home page. Let's go to the blog page, and we are going to remove the nav, from the nav to the doc type, and then paste our header. Okay, our partials header. We are going to paste that. We are going to do same for the footer as well. So I'm going to paste the footer. Okay, let's save, come back to the blog, and now it should be working. Okay, and we are in the incognito window. All right, now let's go to okay, let's go to the services. Before then, let's get to the category posts, and we're going to remove from the nav to the doc type. We have the header. Let's do same for the footer as well. So let's go into our partials and then the footer. Let's save. I'm just going to do this real quick. Okay, I don't want to bore you with this, so I'm going to do same here. Okay, I don't think we need this for the sign in and then the sign up pages. Okay, all right, so that is all for the partials. Okay, so if I come back here and I refresh, we have it. Okay, so all these pages should have no problem, and we don't have the image in our folder. That is why we have this issue, but don't worry, we are going to load the images dynamically. Okay, depending on who logs in. All right, so that is all, guys. What else do I need to do? You know what, let me go back to the partials header and since this is the index. Okay, actually, let me just copy this and then paste it here. Okay, this is directly going to load the index. All right, so I think that's all. The index is the default for this project. Okay, so if you come back to the incognito and reload, we go to this project. Of course, we are going to get the index. We click on this, we are going to come to the index page. All right, all right, it just started raining. I hope that is not going to make any noise, but let's just proceed. We are going to do this same thing in the admin. Okay, so here in the admin, of course, we are going to have our constant. So actually here in the main constant file that we have here, I'm just going to copy this and then paste it in this constant. Okay, it's the same thing that is going to live here, right? And I'm going to include or require that. Okay, I'm going to require the constant in, so that is in the same directory. So I'm just going to do constant.php, right? So in our partials, we only have the header. Okay, because the footer for all these pages are going to link to the partials footer that we have here. Okay, and the reason why I have a separate header here, okay, we could actually use the partials header that we have here, right? But the reason why I have this header here is because our access control is going to live here in this header. Okay, this where we are going to check who should be logged in. Okay, so that is that. I'm going to require the database here in the header. Okay, so I'm going to open my PHP tags and then require the, okay, so that is going to be inside my config. Come on, config, and then the database. Okay, going to require that in my header, and of course this is going to have the nav and then all that. So I'm just going to, actually I'm going to grab that from the header here. I'm going to copy from here to this point, copy that and then paste it down here. Okay, but since we are going to make HTML with PHP, we should have a closing tag here. I'm going to save. And one thing, let me show you real quick. As you can see now, we don't have to change anything here. Okay, so this link, which is the logo, is going to link to the root URL. Okay, which is localhost blog, okay, which is going to load the index page directly, right? So right here, this is going to load the localhost blog and then the blog page, okay. So that is why we have this root to URL. It's going to be very, very handy for us moving around. All right, so let's go to all the different pages here in the admin, and then let's try and then link the head that we have here, okay, and the footer as well. So let's start with the, let me actually minimize this, add category, and I'm going to remove this and include our, so let's go into our partials and the head. What? Yeah, okay. So we have that. And for the footer, so let me remove, come on, let me just copy this, come down here to the footer, paste that. The footer is going to yeah, we are going to have the footer, okay. So for the footer, we are going to get it from here, okay. We have partials here, but there is no footer, so we are going to get the footer from here, since we are not going to do any access control or check any access control with the footer, okay. All right, let me close this up. Let me actually close this up as well, okay. Let me close this too. All right, so that's for the add category. Let's go to add post, and we are going to have a similar thing here, and we're going to include the footer as well, okay. So let's go one level up and then grab the footer. That's for the add post. So let me actually make sure that it's actually working. So I'm going to okay, admin dashboard HTML. Okay, so this should be PHP. Why so that should be here. Okay, so this should be PHP, okay. And since we have it here, I think we are going to have it here as well because we copied this. All right, so this should be PHP. Save, and I can now close this up. All right, so let's go to PHP. And okay, so the dashboard is not taken care of, but if you go to add category .php, what is wrong? We shouldn't have a problem here. Admin add category .php. They should be linked, right? What's the problem? You have our database, you have everything here. Okay, so the CSS is not being linked, okay. That is why we have this problem here, okay. That's why our page is not styled. All right, so of course we have to use the root URL, okay, the constant root URL that we have. So I'm just going to paste that here, and now they should be working, okay. So since I have that error here, I should have that here as well, okay. So let me do that for the pages, close them and then save. Let's come back and then refresh, and then we have it, okay. So our add category page is working, okay. We've included the header and then the footer. All right, what other page? Okay, so we have add post, add category. What else? Add user, of course. So come on, let me just remove that, and I'm just going to copy this again. Okay, paste it, come down here, do same for the footer. Okay, so for the footer, of course, you are going to go one level up and then get the footer. Okay, so that's for the add user. Let's go to the dashboard. And at first our dashboard was not working. Okay, so let's go back. As you can see here, the dashboard isn't working. That's the CSS, and then all that is not connected. So we are just going to remove this and then replace it with the header include. Okay, and then do same for the footer. So let's go back one level up and then grab the footer. Let's come back and then refresh this page, and we have everything working perfectly. Let's go to edit category, do same here. Okay, so we have that. Let's get the footer as well, one level up, save. I don't even need to check it, it should be working. Okay, do same here for the footer as well. Guys, I know this is boring, but we need to do this. Okay, all right, so let's go to edit user, do same for the footer as well. To manage categories, of course. Yeah, do same for the footer, save, and then manage users. Okay, manage users, manage users, paste, and then footer. All right, so now all the pages that relates to the dashboard should be working. Okay, and I know it's very disappointing that we have this here, that is the hot reload, but we are not using it for now, and that is because our page is cached. I'm going to resolve this problem in a little bit, but for now all our pages for the dashboard should be working. Let me refresh this, and it seems we have a problem with the footer. Right, so, and the reason is, let's go back here to the footer. The reason should be the same as the CSS. Okay, so we should locate this file using the root, okay, through the root URL. Okay, so let's get the root URL, and then from there we are going to locate this file. Okay, so let's save, come back here and refresh this page, and now our JavaScript should be working. All right, now one change I want to make here is this dashboard. Okay, so in here in the admin we don't have any index. Okay, we should have an index file that gets saved when somebody enters this folder. Okay, when somebody lands on this folder that we have here. Okay, so this dashboard or this manage posts page is going to be the index of the admin folder. Okay, so I'm going to rename this to index, so that is going to be the index of this folder. Okay, so since we've made that change, we should go back to our head or our header, so partials header, and then make sure, okay, right here this comes to the index.php. All right, so right here let's go to the dashboard and see Okay, so I'm having a bug. This should be indexed and I'm not getting that. So what is the problem? Okay, that should be here, right? Okay, so this should be index.php. Yeah. All right, so let's come back and go back here. Let's try to, I'm going to reload it and go back there again. Okay, so we have it. All right, and I'm also having a problem here. This file is not, cannot be found. So we are basically not getting or including our database. Okay, our database.php, we are not linking that wall in the header.php. All right, so that is inside here. We are linking our database, or we are requiring our database.php, which is inside the config. So why is that not working? Okay, so header partials. Yeah, it should be working now. Come back and let's reload. Okay, so we have it. All right, so let me actually close that. We don't need that. And our pages should be working. Okay, all our pages should be linked. All right, and this is not taking me to the right page, so I'm going to go back and let's make sure we have all the links. Let me just close all these. Okay, so let's go to our manage pages. So we have manage. Let's first work on the index. So here we are not being taken to the right pages. Okay, since we have .html here. Okay, so this should be the index, that is the manage posts, and beside that we are going to change all these to .php. Let's save, and we are going to do the same thing for manage categories. Okay, so I'm going to scroll up, and okay, I'm just going to leave these for now. Okay, we're actually going to get them dynamically, but for now I think I should change these. So there's going to be .php as well, and of course there's going to be the index of the admin folder, and there's going to be .php. Okay, actually, you know what, I'm going to change all the .html for these as well. Okay, so these are going to be .php. So on click of this, you are going to go to the edit.php .php. Let me do same for the add categories. I didn't even change this. Okay, so .php, and wait, did I make that mistake here too? Okay, I didn't. Okay, so let's go to the index, and yeah, I did not change it here. Okay, so .php. All right, so now when we come back, we should be going to the .php. Okay, all right, so all our pages are working. All our pages are working smoothly. All right, so I think it is time to start working on our database. So we are going to go ahead. XAMPP actually comes with a very friendly user interface called PHP MyAdmin. Okay, and that is what we are going to use to manage our database. Okay, so we are going to go to localhost PHP MyAdmin. Okay, And right here, we are going to go ahead and then create a new database for our projects. Okay, and this is going to have all the tables that we're going to need. Okay, so this database is going to be called blog, and that is all I have to do here. I'm just going to click create. Okay, so we have our database. Okay, we're going to have all the different tables that we are going to need. But for now, let me show you something real quick. Okay, so if you go to our XAMPP PHP MyAdmin config inc.php. Okay, so let's open that with VS Code and then see what's in it. Okay, so here we have our user, okay, for the database, which is root with no password. Okay, so currently that is what we are using. Okay, that is what we are using to access our database. But we are going to go ahead and then create a new user. Okay, so we are going to click this and then come to user accounts, and I'm going to create a new user called so right here I'm going to add user account and then call this user agator. Okay, and then the password is going to be admin 1234. Let me repeat that here, admin 1234. Okay, let's see, create database here, and I'm going to grant all privileges. Okay, all right, so that is all. I'm going to go ahead and then go. Okay, so that we have that user created. Okay, so we have the database for that user. All right, so that is what we are going, this user is what we are going to use to access all these databases. Okay, so since we've changed, since we've created a new user, we are going to come back here and then change that. This is the user we are going to use, and the password was admin 1234. Okay, so I'm going to save that, and that is all. So if we come back here and then refresh, everything should work perfectly. Okay, if we mess anything up, for instance, if I remove this 4, come back here and then refresh, we're going to get an error. Okay, so access denied basically. All right, so let's fix that and then come back, refresh, and everything should be working now. Okay, so we have our blog database, and that is where we are going to create our tables and all of that. Okay, so this is where we are going to work in the PHP MyAdmin. All right, so let's go back. I'm going to close this up and let's go into the constants file. Okay, so the config and then the constants. Okay, and this is where we are going to have our database credentials. Okay, so first we are going to have the host of the database, which is going to be localhost. We are going to have the user, and we just created a new user called agator. We are going to have the password for that particular user, and if you remember, the password is admin 1234. Okay, that's the password we created for that user, and the database we created. Okay, and that is the blog. Okay, the blog database. So db name is going to be blog. All right, so that is all we need for this constants file. Okay, and since we have another constants file inside this config, I'm just going to copy this and then paste it here. Okay, so I can close both of them up. Right, so now let's go into our database file and connect our database. Okay, so I'm going to put this on the side. Let's come back here, have this here as well. Okay, yeah. All right, so let's connect to the database. Okay, so let's have a variable here that is going to have the connection, and let's create a new MySQL connection. Okay, so this is going to take the database host, okay, which is a constant that we have. Okay, since we are bringing in, we are requiring the constants file, we have access to the constant that we defined. Okay, so we need the user as well, so db user. We need the password for the user, and then the database name. Okay, all right, and I'm going to check if there is any problem with the connection. Okay, so I'm going to use the MySQL error no and pass in the connection variable, okay, which is this. And if there is any problem, then I want to die and then put out that error. Okay, so MySQL error and then the connection. Okay, so let's save that, and we do not have any problem because everything is going well. But if I come back here into our constants and then, for instance, mess up this username. Okay, so we are currently in our admin, right? So let's go to our admin, and nothing seems to be happening. This should put out an error. Okay, this page shouldn't even be showing, and I think maybe we messed up with our link for the, okay, so yeah, okay, so in the head we should be linking this database, okay, not this one, not the one in this config, but the one here in the admin config. All right, so as you can see, access denied. Okay, because this is not the user, we don't have this user. All right, so let me come back and then make sure this is actually right, and as you can see, everything is working. All right, so I think we are going to have this same thing in the um in this database file that we have here. Okay, in this config, I think we are going to have the same thing here, so I'm just going to paste that. Okay, so for here too, if we come back home, okay, so this database, which is in the main config file, this first config file is linked to all of these pages, right? So including the home page. Okay, so if I should mess up any constant here, okay, let's say the password, access denied. Okay, as you can see here. All right, so let's make sure everything is all right, and we have it. Okay, so we are now connecting to our database, and this is not the best way to put out errors or things like that, but for now let's just proceed. Okay, all right, so let me close this up. All right, and I think we should proceed to signing users up. Okay, we should proceed to signing users up, and the sign-in link is not showing because I comment that out, right? So let's go to our header, and what? Okay, so I comment that out, as you can see here. Okay, so I'm going to uncomment that and comment this out instead for now. Okay, all right, I'm going to do same for, actually let's just leave that. So let's come back. Okay, now we have our sign in. Okay, which can take us to, oh god, so let's go to our sign in page and make sure this is taking us to signup.php. Let's save, come back, click, refresh, and then click, and now we land on the sign up page. Okay, so this is what we are going to start working on, that is signing people up. All right, so of course we need a table. Okay, we need to create a table for all users, okay, for the users that we are going to sign up. Okay, all right, so I'm going to create a table inside, come on, let me minimize this. Okay, so in our blog database that we created, I'm going to create a table called users. Okay, the columns here, I don't know, let's come back to this page, and 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Okay, so I'm going to do 8. Okay, because 1 is going to serve as the ID. Okay, so I'm going to need 8 columns. You can increase this, okay, later on. So let's just create a table. All right, so this first column is going to be the ID. Okay, and that is going to be an integer with 11 maximum characters. Okay, so this is going to be a number of 11 characters basically. And what else? This is going to be auto increment, and it is going to be the primary key. Okay, so this is going to be unique. Okay, now I'm going to set this to unsigned so that it is always positive. It is actually going to be always positive regardless, but let's just keep it unsigned. Okay, all right, now we are going to have the first name of the user. Okay, so we are going to have first name, and there is going to be a varchar. Okay, and the maximum characters for this is going to be 50. I don't know whose first name is going to be more than 50 characters. Okay, so this is the maximum characters for the first name. All right, and that is all for this column. Okay, for the first name column, we are going to need a last name as well. Okay, as you can see here, we need a first name, last name, username, email, and all that. The last name is going to be a varchar of 50 as well, and then the username, of course, which is going to be varchar of 50 characters. We are going to need the email of the user. There is going to be a varchar of 255. Some people have long emails. Actually, let me just make that 100. Okay, I don't know whose email is going to be more than 100 characters. All right, let's just keep it 100. Okay, now we are going to need a password. Okay, we are going to store the password, which is going to be a varchar as well. Now there is going to be 255, and the reason is we are going to hash this password. So even if the password is um even if the password is password, it's going to be hashed. Okay, so it's going to be longer than 50. Okay, so let's just do 255, and from there we are going to have the avatar of the user. It is going to be a varchar, and some avatars are going to have a long name, so let's just do 255 for this. And lastly, we are going to have is admin. Okay, which is going to be a tiny int, and it is just going to be 0 or 1. Okay, so it's just going to be 0 or 1. Okay, so yeah, 1 character for this. All right, and that is all for this table. Okay, that is all for this table. So we are going to go ahead and then save, and we have our table. All right, so now let's go ahead and then get the users input, sanitize it, and then add them to the table we just created. Okay, so yeah, okay, now the action for this form, that is the sign up form, is going to go to let me Okay, we are going to echo our root URL. Okay, and I don't think we have that linked. Okay, we don't have our header here since the sign up and the sign in don't have the header. Okay, and I think we made that same mistake here with the PHP. Yeah. .php. This is where the sign up logic is going to be. So we are going to create a file called sign up logic, and that is where we are going to write the logic for this form. Okay, we are going to sanitize the user input and all that before we add them to the table, the users table. Okay, so we actually don't have this this root URL. Okay, we don't have that, and the reason is because we are not including the header. Okay, the partial, that is the header, we are not including that in the sign up. Okay, we are not including that in the sign up. Is it because we don't have that sign up logic? Okay, so let me create that file, sign up logic.php, save that, and what is wrong here? What? Let's see. Okay, we don't have that root URL. That is why we are having that problem. Okay, that is why our form is not showing. So let's require, as I was saying, we don't have the header, okay, on this page, and the header automatically contains the constants. Okay, it contains the database which has the constants. Okay, so right here you can see we are requiring the database, which in turn has the constants, right? But we are not going to need the header on this page, so we are going to require the constant directly. Okay, so let's go into our config and get the constants.php. Let's save that, and now we shouldn't have that problem. Let's see. Okay, we shouldn't have that problem. All right, so let me put this side by side. Let me actually make this bigger and make this smaller. Okay, this responsive. So all right, so here in the form, we are going to make sure we have name for each of the fields. Okay, and remember we should have this end type of multi-part form data. Okay, since we are going to have a file upload in this form. Okay, so we should have that end type attribute and then set it to multi-part form data. Okay, for this file upload to actually work. All right, so we are going to give these names. Each of these fields are going to have names so that we can grab on it here in the sign up logic. So I'm going to give these names. Okay, so the first one is going to be first name. Let me maximize this. This is going to be last name. So that's the name of this field of this input. The name for this is going to be username, of course. This is going to be email. We are going to have password. Okay, so we are going to have two passwords, right? So this is going to be create password. I'm not going to hyphenate that, and the name is of for this is going to be confirm password. Okay, this input is going to have a name of avatar, and even the button is also going to have a name. Okay, this submit button is going to have a name of submit, and that is all we need here. Okay, so once we click on this submit, we are going to be taken to the sign up logic, which is the action. Okay, so let's go into the action, and right here we are going to echo form from sign up page. Okay, so we get this. All right, so we click on the sign up page, and then it takes us to the sign up logic page. As you can see here, we are currently on the sign up logic. Okay. I think we should do one thing here as well. Yep, that is the method. Okay, the method for this form should be post. Okay, so the method should be post. So I'm going to go back. So we shouldn't have this long URL. We shouldn't have that URL. So I'm going to come back here, refresh, and now we come here to the sign up logic. We don't have the parameters, okay, in the URL. All right, so let's go to the sign up logic. Let me remove this, and right here we are going to require our database file. Okay, so config database, since we are going to use that connection to actually insert or to query our database, right? Let's see, let's get sign up form data if sign up button was clicked. Okay, so to access this page, to come to this page, we are going to make sure the button that we have, okay, the button that we have on the sign up page was actually clicked before we can actually access this page. Okay, so let's see, if so we are going to use this set function to see if the sign up button was clicked. Okay, and since this is a post method that we are using for the form, okay, we are using a post method for the form, so we can use the post super global to access the submit button. Okay, and we gave that a name of submit. Okay, so if that was set, or if that is set, then we are going to go ahead and then get the other inputs. Okay, and if it was not set, okay, if we are accessing this page without clicking the submit button, then what we want to do is to take them back to the sign up page. Okay, so let me just write here, if button wasn't clicked, then bounce back to sign up page. Okay, so we are going to just take them back to the sign up page. So header location, and we are going to have that root URL, and then take them to the sign up page. Okay, and then die. All right, so since we clicked the button, that is why we are here. If I showed visit the sign up logic without clicking the button, as you can see, I get bounced back. Okay, so to access that page, I should click the button to come here. All right, so since we have that check, let's go ahead and then get the other inputs. Okay, let's get the inputs, sanitize them, and then see what we can do with that input. Okay, so first we are going to get the first name, okay, which is going to be inside the post super global. But first we want to sanitize it, as I said. Okay, first we want to sanitize it, so we are going to use the filter var. As I said, we are using a post method, of course, so this is going to get the first name, which is the name that we gave to that field or that input. As you can see here, we gave it a name of first name. So these names are all we are going to grab on here in the logic. Okay, so we are going to get the name, and we are going to use the filter sanitize full special chars, okay, to sanitize this. Okay, so that we don't have anyone trying to inject any SQL in our input. Okay, so let me actually duplicate this. I'm going to duplicate this a few times and do same for the last name. So we give it a name of last name, we are going to do same for the username as well. We give it a name of username. Let's do same for the email. Okay, for the email, we are going to do filter validate email. Okay, which is going to make sure this is actually an email. So we give it a name of email, right? And what else? So we have the email. Okay, so let's get the create password and then the confirm password. Create password. We give it a name of create password. Confirm password. And we give it a name of confirm password, right? Yeah, okay. Now let's get the avatar as well. And the avatar is going to be in a files super global. Okay, this avatar, this file that we are going to upload, we give it a name of avatar. That is going to be in the files super global. So let's put that inside a variable and let's get the files super global and grab the avatar. Okay, all right, so we are getting all these inputs. Okay, we are getting everything. So if actually, you know what, and put this side by side. If I showed, so let's go back here. I'm going to echo the first name, the last name, username, the email, create password, and the confirm password. Okay, I'm going to echo that. So let's enter the first name. I'm going to do John. The last name is going to be Doe. The username John. Is going to be john@doe.com. That's the email. Let's just do John or something. And we are not checking for everything right now, so let's just proceed. And as you can see, we are getting everything. Okay, so this is the first name, the last name. Okay, right here we have the username, we have the email. Okay, we have the password and then the confirm password, which was very random. All right, so we are getting everything. Okay, here on the sign up logic. Okay, but for the avatar, let's just see what we have in the avatar, which is going to be an array. Okay, so we can do echo on an array, so we are just going to do var dump and let's get the avatar variable. Okay, and as you can see, we didn't select any image, so but this is the array that we get from the avatar. Okay, so we have the name of the image or the file, we have the full path, we have the type, we have the temporary name, which we are going to later use to upload the image into our images folder. We have the size, okay, which we are also going to use to check for the size of the file that we are trying to upload. Okay, so everything is working perfectly. We are getting every input and we are sanitizing it using these functions that we have here, using the filter var. All right, so now let's proceed and do some more validation. Okay, so check, let me just do validate input values. So we are going to go ahead and after sanitizing the inputs, we are going to validate the inputs as well. Okay, and make sure people do not enter empty values. And let's first start with the first name, of course. So if and since an empty value is false, okay, so we can do if not first name, right? If the first name is false, then we are going to create a section variable. Okay, and this is going to I'm just going to call this sign up, since we are working on the sign up. And let's say please enter your first name. Okay, and we are passing this in a session because we want to access it. This should be sign up because we want to access it here, okay, on a different page. Okay, this is going to be an error message that we are going to display here if anything was wrong with the inputs. Okay, so this session is going to just make sure we access this in a different, or on a different page rather. Okay, so we're going to check for the last name as well, of course. So I'm just going to grab this and then paste it down here. Okay, so there's going to be last name. Let me just copy this and duplicate it a few times. What? Okay, should start from here. Okay, so we have first name, last name. What else do we need? We want to check the username, email, and here we're just going to say please enter a valid email. Okay, because here we are checking for the valid email. Okay, we are validating the email. For the password, I'm going to check the length of the string, the length, okay, of the password. Okay, so str length, and let's pass in the create password. So if the length is less than 8 characters, let's do same for, let's check for the confirm password as well, and let's check if that is less than 8 characters. Okay, so if it is less than 8 characters, we are going to say password should be 8 plus characters. Okay, so that is the check for the passwords. And lastly, we are going to check for the avatar, and for the avatar we are going to check for the name. Okay, if we did not select an avatar, then we shouldn't have a name for it. Okay, so we are going to check for the name of the avatar, and if it is not there, okay, if the name of the avatar is not there, then we are going to say please select an image or add avatar. All right, so if we enter the valid input, then all of these are going to be false. Okay, all of these are going to be skipped. Okay, so we are going to put an else here. That means if we skipped everything here, then that means we can proceed and then check if the passwords actually match. Okay, so here we are checking for the number of characters. We are making sure the number of characters are more than 8 characters. And if everything went well, if all the inputs are good, then we are going to continue and then check if passwords don't match. We are going to get the create password and see if it does not match the confirm password. Okay, if it does not match, then we are going to have another error message, okay, in our session. So sign up, we are going to say passwords do not match. Let me just remove the exclamation. Okay, but if it matches, okay, if the passwords match, then we are going to go ahead and then hash one of them. Okay, we are going to hash one of the passwords. Okay, so let me put that inside a variable. I'm going to call this hashed password, and that is going to be equals to password hash, which is a function that we are going to use to hash our password, and we are going to get the create password. Okay, the password we entered for the create password input, and then use the password default for this hash. Okay, and this is going to hash our password. So if I showed let's actually echo this out. Okay, so I'm going to echo the create password. Let me actually add a break tag. Okay, and I'm going to echo the hashed password as well. Okay, so that you see the difference. So let's go back. Okay, and let me refresh this page, and I'm going to enter the password here. So I'm just going to enter password 123. Yeah, let's submit, or let's sign up, and we don't get anything. What? Oh, okay, so we should enter all the details, right? We are checking for everything. All right, so let me enter some random stuff for the name and input, email and all that. Okay, and now the password 123 123. Sign up. Okay, so we have the password, and then we have the hashed password as well. Okay, all right, so we are checking for all this stuff before we proceed. Okay, and we have the hashed password as well. So this is what we are going to save or store in our database. Okay, we are going to hash it like this, and then store that in our database. We don't want to save the actual password. All right, so after hashing the password, then we are going to check if username or email already exists in the database. Okay, we are going to check if the username or the email already exists in the database. Okay, so we are going to put the query in a variable, check query, and select. We are going to select everything from the users table, where the username is equal to the username variable. Username, come on, or the email. Okay, the email column. So if the username column that we have in our table, which is this, is equal to the username variable that we are passing in, or the email, okay, email column that we have here is equal to the email variable that we are getting from the inputs. Okay, if we got any row from the database, then that means the username or the password is already taken. Okay, but first let's actually query and then pass in the connection and the query. Okay, check query. Yep, and we are going to check if we got any rows from the database. Okay, so we are going to say if MySQLi num rows is, okay, so let's pass in the variable for the results. Okay, we are going to check if the number of rows is greater than 0. Okay, that means if we got any record from the database or from the table, if you got anything like that, then that means this user is taken. Okay, so the sign up session is going to say username or email already exists or taken. Let's do it already exists. Okay, so if the username is not already taken, okay, so this is going to be the else, then we are going to proceed and then work on avatar. Okay, and for the avatar, once again, I want to show you something. So yeah, I'm going to var dump the avatar again, okay, so that I show you something real quick. So we are going to go back here, and okay, so the avatar we selected was block 7. Okay, that was the name of the okay, so we have the name. Okay, we have the full path, we have the type. Okay, we have the temporary name, which I said we are going to use to upload the image that we are, or the file that we are trying to select, or we selected. We have the size as well. Okay, so this image right here is around 110 kilobytes. Okay, that is the size. Okay, and this is in bytes. Okay, all right, so we are going to use these, okay, to work on the avatar. Okay, that is what I want to show you that real quick. All right, so let me remove this bar dump, and first we want to rename the image. Okay, this image right here, the name of this image can repeat. Okay, so somebody can upload an image with this same name. Okay, so we want to rename this and make it unique, okay, for each upload. All right, so what I'm going to do is to, okay, so we are going to rename avatar. Okay, so I'm going to get the time. Okay, uh, which is unique. Okay, so actually, you know what, down here I'm going to echo that out so that you know that this is actually unique. Let me come here, and this time is always going to be unique. Is the number of seconds from January 1st 1970. Okay, from January 1st 1970. So this is going to be unique every single time. Okay, this will never repeat. Okay, so I think that is a unique element that we can use to rename our avatar or our image. And you can even use math.random. Okay, you can use math.random and then maybe have a value between 0 and then 999 or something like that. But I think the time is a unique thing that we can actually rely on. Okay, so that is what we are going to use. We are going to get a time. Okay, and now the avatar name is going to be from the avatar array, or from the files array that we have here. Okay, so we have the avatar renamed, and now we are going to get the avatar temporary name, which we are going to use to upload the avatar. Okay, so that is the TMP name that we have in the array right here. Okay, so this is what we are grabbing, and we are going to get the destination, okay, where we want to upload this image to. So avatar destination path. Okay, and that is going to be inside the images folder, and we are going to append the avatar name. Okay, all right, so we have all these, but before we upload the image, we are going to have some checks. Okay, so we are first going to make sure file is an image. Okay, so for that, I'm going to have an array of allowed files. Okay, allowed extensions basically. So we are going to have PNG, we are going to have JPG and JPEG. Okay, so these are the extensions allowed, okay, that qualify as an image. So we are going to get the extension of the image that we are uploading. Okay, so we are going to use the explode function to explode the avatar name. Okay, we are going to explode the avatar name, and then we are going to get the end of this explode. Okay, I'm going to do extension again, and now it's going to be the end of the explode. Okay, so we explode it here, and then it is going to this is going to return an array, okay, and then we are going to get the end of that array, which is going to be the extension, okay. So we are going to explode it, which is going to return an array. In this case, it's going to return an array of two elements. So we are going to get the block 7 and then the JPG, okay, and we are going to get the end of the array, which is going to be this, okay, and that is what we are doing here. Okay, so we get the end of it and then we check if that is inside this, okay, this array of allowed files or allowed extensions. Okay, so we are going to check if that is in the array. So we are going to use this in array function to check if the extension that we got is inside the allowed files, okay, or the allowed extensions. So if we pass that, okay, if that is inside the allowed extension, then we are going to make sure the file size or the image is not too large, okay, and in this case the avatar is going to be 1 megabyte, okay. So we are going to make sure there is no more than 1 megabyte, okay, and with that we are going to use the size, okay, this size that we have here in the array. We are going to use that to check. So we are going to say if avatar size is less than 1,000,000 bytes, okay, which is 1 megabyte, then we can proceed and upload avatar, okay. So after all these checks, then we know everything is good and we can proceed to upload the avatar, okay. So first, if this did not pass, then we are going to go ahead and then put a message in our session, and here we are just going to say file size too big, should be less than 1 megabyte, okay. And here too, in the array check, we are going to say else, okay. So if the file that we are trying to upload is not an image, okay, if the extension is not in this array, then we are going to say session sign up, and the message for this is going to be file should be PNG, JPG, or JPEG. So now that we have all the checks, we can proceed to upload this image or the avatar into the images folder, okay, into this images folder that we have here, okay, which we don't have anything in yet. That's because we have not signed anyone up, okay. So we are going to go ahead and then upload this. So we are going to use move upload file, okay, which is a function, and that is going to take in the temporary name, okay. So the avatar TMP name that we have up top, this right here, okay, you're going to get that, and the destination, okay, which we have too, okay, we have that here as well, which is inside the images folder, and then the name of the image that we are trying to upload, and that should upload the image, okay. But that is not all. That is not all we have to do here. We have to, if everything goes well, then we have to go ahead and then insert this person in the database as well, into our users table, okay. So here, but first we want to check if this right here, if there is anything in it, okay, this sign up session, if there is anything in it, okay. So starting from here, if we got any errors, then this sign up session is going to be set, right? So if it is set, then that means there is an error, or we had an error along the way, right? So we are going to check, let's actually say redirect back to sign up page if there was any problem. So we are going to say if sign up. Let's just do if session sign up. You can do if is set, okay, but let's just do session sign up. Then we are going to first pass the form data back to sign up page, just so we can insert that back into the form, so that we don't actually, you know what, let me just leave the comments here, but we are going to come back to this in a minute. Okay, so if there is any problem, then we want to head them back to the we want to send them back to the sign up page. Okay, sign up.php and die. Okay, but if there is no problem, that means if everything went well and we don't have anything in this sign up session, then that means we can proceed to insert new user into users table, okay, or into our database basically. Okay, so we are going to have the query here. I'm going to call this insert user query, and we are going to insert into the users table, and we need the first name column, last name column, username column, email column, password column, and avatar column, and then the is admin column. Okay, and we are getting all these columns from the users table that we have here. Okay, we are getting all these what session, yeah, no problem with that. Okay, yeah, we shouldn't worry about that right now. Okay, so we are getting all these columns from that table, right? And the values are going to be the variables that we have here. Okay, so the values are going to be since the first name is going to be a string, we are going to put that inside a quotation, a single quotes. We get the first name in this order, right? In future PHP projects, we are going to use PDO. We won't be inserting our variables directly like this. Okay, all right, so the first name, the last name, which is a string as well. We need the username, a string as well. We need the email, which is also a string. We need what? Password as well, the hashed password. So hashed password, yep, that's what we are going to insert into our database. And then the name of the avatar. Okay, so avatar name, and its admin. Okay, nope, I think its admin is going to be 0 by default. Okay, when you sign up. All right, so if everything went well with this insert, then so let's just do MySQL. I don't know. So if everything went well, let's pass in the connection, the database connection. If everything went well, then we are going to redirect to login page with success message. Okay, so we are going to create a new session here, and that is going to be sign up success. That is the name of this session. And this is going to say registration successful. Please log in. Let me just remove this exclamation. All right, and we are going to take them to the sign in page. Okay, so roots and then the sign in .php, and we are going to die. Okay, So that's what we are doing here. What else? All right. So I think we can test this. Okay, so let's go back. So let's go back here and let's try and assign someone up. Okay, so I'm going to pull up the images folder that we have. Okay, so we have some uploads already. That's because of the testing, but I can just go ahead and then delete them for now. Okay, so keep your eyes on here in the images folder, right? Let me make this bigger and let's try and assign someone up. Okay, so this person is going to be I don't know, John Doe. And if I try to sign up like this, you can see we get bounced back. Okay, our image doesn't get uploaded, nothing gets inserted here as well. Okay, so we are checking for everything. Okay, we are checking for valid inputs before we go ahead and then proceed. Actually, you know what, let's get the session, okay, the sign up session variable, and then display it here, okay, in the home page. Okay, so if let's see, so here in the sign up.php, I'm going to say, let me actually cut this. So here I'm going to have my PHP opening and closing, and I'm going to check if that is set. Okay, so if it's set, the session sign up variable, what, come on, so the session sign up variable that we had, if that is set, then that means there's an error. Okay, and we are going to paste what we cut. Okay, I'm going to do this, close this here. So right here I'm just going to do this, format this a little bit, and yeah, and if we had an error, then we are going to show this error message. Okay, and this should be, and we should echo that error message, which is the session sign up error. Okay, and after we show that message, we can unset it. Okay, we can delete the session variable basically. So we are going to unset the session sign up. Okay, what, okay, this should be in here. Let me just copy this, cut, let me actually cut that. All right, so if there is any error message here, then we are going to display that here. Okay, so let's go ahead and then try to sign up. What, okay, so for this to actually work, we have to start our session. So session start. Okay, on any page or on all pages that we are going to use the session, we have to actually start the session. So session start. Okay, on both pages. Okay, so now if we try to, okay, so enter first name, if we enter the first name and try to, we get enter last name, but the problem is the first name, the page refreshes. Okay, so the first name is no more, we don't have the first name anymore. So as I said earlier, what I'm going to do is to pass the details that we got, okay, from the input, from the sign up page. We are going to pass them back to the sign up page. Okay, So we got the inputs from the sign up page here on the logic page, and then since we had an invalid input somewhere, we are being redirected to the sign up page, right? So we want to pass all the invalid inputs back to the sign up page. Okay, so we are going to put that inside a session variable as well. So here we are going to have the session, which is going to be session or sign up data. Okay, and that's just going to be the post super global. Okay, and that is going to send all the details that we have, all the invalid details that we have, back to the sign up page. Okay, or any page that we are going to access it, but in this case it's going to be the sign up page. Okay, so right here we can actually get all those inputs and then pass them back into the form. Okay, so that we don't lose them. Okay, so I'm actually going to leave a comment here. Get back form data if there was a registration error. Okay, all right, so we are going to get the first name. Okay, so that is going to be inside the session sign up data. Okay, and of course we are going to get the first name from there. Okay, since that is the post super global right here. Okay, so we are going to get the first name. Let's do same for the rest. So last name is going to be the last name, and username, of course, it's going to be username. And what else? Email is going to be email. Password, yeah, create password. It's going to be create password. Confirm password. It's going to be confirm password, and that's it. Okay, so we are going to pass all these back into the form. All right, so that is going to be the value. So value is going to be, it is going to be the first name variable that we are getting back. Value is going to be the last name. What? Okay, this should be echoed. Okay, so let's enter PHP mode and let's get the first name. Okay, let's do same here. We're going to echo the last name. So let me just copy this value 10 right here and then paste it here, 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 and here. Okay, so we have first name, last name, we have email, or sorry, username, we have email, we have create password, and then confirm password. Okay, so we have all that. Okay, so now let's try. And we have a big fat error. Okay, and that is because, all right, so if you're not getting back any data, then this should be now. Okay, you're using this coalescing operator or whatever it's called, just so we don't have that error. Okay, all right, and lastly the confirm password. So let's save, and now what what is happening? You know what, once we get everything, let's actually delete that. Okay, delete the session. Okay, okay, so we are going to unset the session sign up data. Let's actually refresh this page. And what is happening? I made a mistake here, huh? I'm starting the session, getting the constant and everything. What? So what's the problem here? Okay, I think it's okay. It's because of the CSS. Okay, so we should make sure we are getting the right link for that. Okay, so that is going to be inside our root, inside our CSS, and then the styles.css. Let me actually change this. Okay, I'm going to copy this and then paste it here. Okay, I'm going to do same for the sign in. Okay, let me actually change this as well. That's going to be root and then css slash style.css. All right, perfect. Okay, so this should be working now. Great. Okay, so if you try to, let's say, enter first name, we get please enter last name. Okay, but the first name doesn't delete. Okay, all right, so we are checking for everything, and let's make sure the images are not being uploaded with invalid inputs. We refresh our table and nothing has been inserted as well. Okay, so let's actually go ahead and check the other errors. Okay, make sure this an email. Okay, so password should be 8 plus characters. Okay, so let me enter a password, and I'm going to make sure they do not match. Okay, so I should add the avatar. I'm going to select an avatar here, and I get passwords do not match. Okay, so this and this do not match. Okay, so we are checking for everything, and notice the image is still not uploaded. Okay, nothing is being inserted here in our database as well. I'm going to refresh that. Yeah, so nothing is being inserted. Okay, all right, so now if we enter valid details, for instance, let's sign up John Doe. So the first name is John, last name Doe. The username is going to be John. Just do John this time at gmail.com. The password, I'm just going to do John Doe 1234. Let's just do 123. Okay, I don't want to forget the password. So John Doe 123, John Doe 123. Let's select an avatar for this person. So John Doe, and let's sign up. Okay, wow, and we've been signed up. Okay, what? Okay, the image got uploaded, perfect, but the user is not being inserted in the database. What is wrong? Let's check logic. Everything went well. We were not even directed to insert into users, first name, last name, username, email, password, avatar is admin. So values is first name, last name, username, email, hashed password, avatar name, and then I don't see any problem here. Why is okay? Okay, so we actually have the query, but we did not insert it. Okay, we did not use the MySQL query function to insert it into our database. Okay, so right here, so insert, this should be insert. Okay, R, yep, user results should be equal to my SQLi query. It's passing the connection, and then the insert user query. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, so I'm actually going to delete the image that got uploaded. Let's try this again. So I'm going to put this on the side and make sure we have eyes on the images folder as well. All right, so we have first name. Let's do Jane Doe for now. Jane, last name Doe. Jane is the username. Jane at gmail.com, that's the email. Jane Doe 123 is the password. Doe 123. Going to select an image for this person or an avatar and then sign up. I want to find array sign up. 99, really? 90, 79, 69 rather. 69. If session sign up. Okay, if it's set, okay. If it's set, then quote MySQL exception, you have an error in your Excel. Really? Okay, so I have an error insert into users. First name, last name, username, email, password, avatar is admin, values, this, that. Did I have any spelling mistake? Email, hashed password, avatar name, and then what is wrong? I don't see any problem here. I'm not really sure what is the problem. So let me just rewrite this. Okay, I'm going to use a set instead. Okay, so I'm going to set the first name to this first name. Let me just cut this. The last name is going to be this last name, of course, so I'm just going to cut this as well. What? Okay, the username is going to be this username. I'm going to cut this, and there's going to be the username. The email, of course, is going to be the email variable that we got from the inputs. The password is going to be the hashed password. I'm going to cut that as well, then paste it. The avatar is going to be the avatar name. Okay, let me cut that as well. And the is admin is going to be 0. Okay, so that's just going to be 0. Let me just remove all this. And yeah, I think that is all. Okay, and then we are making sure we actually insert it. Okay, this time. All right, so let me actually refresh this, and I deleted the images here. We have nothing in here. Okay, so let's try this again. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and let me actually pull this up so that we see what's happening in our images folder as well. So let's try and then submit invalid. Okay, since we don't have all these, let me refresh. Nothing happened here, of course. So Jane Doe Jane at gmail.com. The password is going to be Jane Doe 123 Jane Doe 123. Let's select another tab for this person. I'm going to use this, and let's sign up. Yeah, so the image is uploaded. Let's refresh, and we have Jane Doe. Okay, so we have Jane Doe. So first name Jane, last name Doe, username Jane, email jane@gmail.com. The password is hashed, as you can see. The avatar is renamed, and it showed much the uploaded one. Okay, right here, as you can see here, and then the is admin is 0. Okay, so we have our first user. Okay, and this should redirect to the sign-in page, which is fine, which is okay. I think we are not starting the session in the sign-in page. Okay, so let me start the session here. I'm going to start the session. So session start, and I'm going to require the config constants as well. Okay, so let's save that, and everything is fine. Okay, so yeah, so we are being redirected to the sign-in page, so everything is going smoothly. One thing I want to do before we continue is to have this session in the database. Okay, so I'm going to start the session in the config database. Okay, so here I'm going to start the session here. Okay, so that we don't keep actually, should I keep it in the constants? Yeah, let me actually start a session in the constants. Okay, so let me cut this, go into the constants, and paste that here. Okay, so we just require the constants, and that's it. Okay, we don't need to start the session every time. Okay, we are requiring the constants here as well, so we can delete the session, and everything should be working. All right, so we have the image, of course, and everything is working smoothly. Okay, so I think now we should move on to signing a user in. Okay, we should move on to signing a user in. Okay, so let's go to the sign in. All right, but if we got redirected here from the sign up page, then we should show the success message. Okay, from the sign up page, right? So here we are going to, let me cut this, and I'm going to have my PHP, close that, and I'm going to check if that session is set. Okay, so remember we had a sign up success, okay, in the sign up page. Okay, sign up logic. If everything went well, we had that sign up success, okay, which says registration successful, please log in, right? So if that is set, then we have to show that message here. Okay, that success message. Let me end this if here, and if that is set, of course we have to show that message. Okay, so there's going to be a success message, of course, and the message itself, let's echo that. So that is inside the session sign up success, and after we display it, we can go ahead and set it. Okay, So let's unset that. Sign up success. All right, so we get registration successful, please log in. Okay, which is from the sign up. All right, but if we refresh, then okay, what is wrong? If it's set, did I check that? Okay, if it's set, okay, then we should do that. Yeah, okay, so now we don't have that message. All right, so let's see. Now let's work on signing users in. Okay, let's work on signing users in. Okay, so here, of course, we are bringing in the constants. The action here for the form is going to be, you're going to echo that root. So let's get that root URL. And this two, we are going to have the logic in a separate file. Okay, we don't want to have the logic here in the same sign-in page. Okay, so we are going to have a sign-in logic.php file. That is where our logic is going to be. All right, the method, of course, is going to be post, and that's all we need here. Okay, so the inputs are going to have names, of course, so that we can grab on them in the logic. So this is going to be, just going to call this username underscore email. Okay, since we are going to need the username or the email to sign in, let me give the password a name of password as well. Okay, and yeah, okay, let me give the submit a name of submit as well, and that is all. Okay, that is all. Now let's proceed to the sign in logic, which we don't have, so we are going to create our sign in logic.php. All right, so let's require our database. Okay, so config and then database, and let's first check to make sure the button was clicked. Okay, this sign in button was clicked. Okay, so we are going to say if it's set, and that is inside the post super global, and we give that a name of submit, right? So if that is set, then let's proceed. Else, then we want to bounce them back to the sign in page. Okay, so location is going to be, let's use the root and sign in.php. Right, so if they clicked the button, then we want to get the form data. Okay, get the form data, and first let's get the username or email, and of course we have to sanitize that. So filter var, and we gave the inputs of the username or email a name of username underscore email, and we are going to use the filter sanitize special chars. Okay, let's use the full special chars instead, semicolon, of course, and let's get the password as well. So password is going to be the same thing. So let me just minimize this and then duplicate this. So this is going to be password, password, that's the name I gave it, and that's it. Okay, let's check for some validations as well. So if we did not get the username or email, okay, if it is empty, then you are going to have a session variable here, sign in, and that is going to say username or email required. Okay, or enter username or email. I'm going to do else if for the password. So if not password, then I'm going to say password required. All right, if all passed, then we are going to proceed and then fetch user from database. Okay, all right, so let me actually put this SQL in a variable. So fetch user query is going to be select all from users, that's the table, where the username column is equal to the variable username is equal to this username email variable, or the email column, come on, is equal to the username email. Okay, so we need the email or the password, sorry, the email or the username to log in. All right, now fetch user result is going to be equal to MySQL query. Let's pass in our connection and the fetch user query. Okay, all right, now we are going to see if we got exactly one record back. Okay, so if MySQL num rows, okay, so the number of rows returned if it is exactly one. Okay, so first let's pass in our results, fetch user results. Let's pass in that, and if it is exactly one, okay, if you got exactly one record back, then we found a user, okay, a valid user. So if we got one record back, then we found exactly one the perfect user or a valid user. Else, then we are going to have an error message in our session. Okay, so sign in, and we are going to say user not found. Okay, but if we got exactly one person back, then we are going to proceed. We are going to convert the record. We are going to convert that into an associative array. Okay, so let me just call this user record, or you can just call it user if you want, and that is going to be equal to MySQL fetch as such, MySQL fetch as such, come on, as such, yeah, and let's pass in fetch user results. Okay, now the database password, let's get that, and that is going to be equal to the user record password. Okay, so that is going to get us the hashed password from the database. Okay, we are going to get that, and we are going to compare that password. Okay, compare form password with database password. Okay, so we are going to compare the password that we got from the database to the password the user entered. Okay, all right, so we are going to use the password verify, okay, function, and we first need our password. Okay, so that is the password the user entered, and then the password we got from the database. Okay, so the database password. So if that matches, then we got our user, right? And so we can proceed to set some session for our user. Okay, so set a session for access control. Okay, and this is what we are going to use to check if someone is logged in. Okay, and we are also going to use that to check let me actually go to localhost blog, and show you. Okay, so if the user is logged in, then we are going to use this session that we are going to set right here. We are going to use that to show the user avatar. Okay, and the user is going to have access to the dashboard and the logout link as well. So we are going to have a session called user ID. Okay, and the reason why I'm using the user ID is because we are going to use that to actually do a lot of things. Okay, so I think that is a good lesson to use, session to use for the access control. Okay, so let's get the ID from the user record, and we are getting the ID column. Okay, the ID column from that record. From there, we are actually going to check to see if the user is an admin or not. Okay, using the is admin column that we have. Okay, that's right here. So in this case, the is admin is 0. That means the user is not an admin. Okay, so we are going to check for that. So we are going to say set session if user is an admin. So if user record is admin, so the is admin column, if it is equal to 1, then that means the user is an admin. Okay, so for that we are going to set a session, a different session. We set that to true. All right, so but if password matched, then we can actually proceed to log the user in. Okay, so the header location, what the header location is going to be root. Come on, did I? Yeah, so what's wrong here? URL, and let's get into the admin. Okay, so now we are taking the user to into the admin. All right, so this should be for the user not found. Okay, so if the user wasn't found, then we have this user not found, and let's have an else for when we don't get, or when the passwords do not match. Okay, so let's say please check your input. Okay, when the password entered does not match what we got from the database. Okay, and yeah, so from there we can proceed. So we sign the user in. We sign the user in. Okay, and what else do we need to do? All right, so let's come down here, and if any problem, if you got any problem along the way, so if this session is set, okay, then that means we got a problem. Okay, maybe an invalid input or something like that. So if there is any problem, then we are going to redirect back to sign in page with login details or sign in details. Okay, so we are going to say if is set, we are going to use the session sign in. So if that is set, then we are going to say session sign in data that is going to have the post super global root sign in .php and die. Yeah, all right, so let's go to the sign in page and see what we can do there. Let me refresh and try to enter invalid details. Okay, but the problem is we are not getting the data back. Okay, the invalid data, we are not getting it back. So just like we did in the sign up page, we are going to let's go to the sign in, and we are going to get the data back. Okay, so let's put that inside. Just going to call this username email, and that is going to be equal to the session sign in data, and we are going to get that username email. Okay, so here too we are going to make sure we don't get that error that we got in the sign up page. There's going to be the session as well, sign in data, username. Nope, that's password, of course. Actually, you know what, let me remove this now for now, so that we see what happens if you don't have it. And after that, since they are now in the variable, we can go ahead and delete in that session. Okay, so we are going to unset that session, that sign in data, and we are going to pass them inside the input. Okay, so the value is going to be, let's echo that, username email, what email, yeah, that's for the email or username. Let's do same for the password as well. Password, let's save, and now we have the invalid input. Okay, we have both. All right, so actually we should be passing the error message as well. Okay, as you can see, we don't have any error message here. We are going to do the same thing that we did here, right? So let me just copy this. Let me do it from here. I'm just going to duplicate that, but there's going to be an else. Okay, else, then there's going to be an error message, and we are going to check if no, there's going to be an else if rather. Okay, so else if is set, and we are going to search, we are going to check for, come on, we are going to check if the session sign in data, nope, sign in, right, that's going to have the error. Okay, we are going to check if that is set, then we are going to proceed to show that error. If it's set, sign in. Okay, if that is set, then we are going to go ahead and then show that. We're going to show that error, and after that we unset it. Okay, so let's come back here. Yeah, okay, since we are not getting these values, we are not getting them back from the logic, that is why we are getting that error. Okay, these values right here, since we are not coming from the logic page, that is why we are getting these errors. Okay, so let's use the coalescing operator here. So it's either we have that value or they are set to now. Okay, so that we don't have these errors. So we come back and what, undefined array. Okay, so if it's set, else if it's set, sign in. Why do I have that error? This should be sign in, right? Good. Okay, so user not found. Okay, so let's check for Jane, which we know is in the database, right? Okay, so the username Jane is in the database. Let's check for that and get password required. we enter a wrong password, please check your input. Okay, so we are checking for everything and making sure we are good before we sign in. Okay, so now let's enter the actual password. The password for Jane is Jane Doe 123, and then we are signed in. Okay, we are now on the admin panel. Okay, nice. Now the problem is we have access to all these. Okay, this current user Jane is not an admin, so she should not have access to these. Okay, so let's go to the admin page. Let's go to the manage pages here, and we are going to check if, okay, so we are bringing this in, and let's make sure the config, the constant here is has the session start as well. Okay, let's make sure we are starting the session here as well. Okay, all right, so here manage pages, we are going to check if the current logged in user is an admin before we show the add user, manage users, add category, and then add manage categories. Okay, so right here I'm going to open my PHP, and I'm going to check if it's set. Okay, I'm going to check if the session user is admin is set. Okay, if that is set, then I'm going to go ahead and then show these. All right, if it is set, then I'm going to go ahead and then show it, else then it's not going to show. Okay, so if we come here, we go to the, okay, we don't have it. All right, let's proceed and then work on the other pages. I'm going to come here, copy this. So we are currently on the manage categories. Let's go to the manage users. Okay, so right here I'm going to paste that. I'm going to make sure I end the if statement, and lastly let's do same on the index. I'm going to paste that. I'm going to make sure I end that if statement. Okay, so now since Jane Doe is not an admin, she should not have access to those pages. All right, partials, yeah. All right, so here what I'm going to do is I'm going to check if the user is logged in. Okay, remember on the sign in page we had sign in logic. Where is it? So let me close these pages. That's the manage pages, and here on the sign in page we had is admin. Okay, so we are going to check if this is 1, then we are going to show this. Okay, if not, then we are going to show the sign in link instead. Okay, so right here in the header, let me uncomment this, and we are going to have an if statement here. So let's have our PHP. So if is set, and that is inside the session, that is admin, I think. Is it underscore or a hyphen? It should be here. Okay, this is hyphenated. Okay, so it's admin. So if it's admin, then I want to show this instead. Okay, then I want to show this instead. So I'm going to bring this up here, else then I want to show this. Okay, I'm going to end my if statement. Let me have the PHP. All right, so yeah, nope. What is logged in? This should be okay. So we are going to use the user ID rather to check if the user is logged in. Okay, we are going to use the user ID. Okay, so not as admin but user ID. That is what we are going to check. So if that is set, then the user is logged in. Okay, and we are setting that only when the user signs in, right? So if that is set, then we are going to show this. Else, then we are going to have the sign in link instead. Okay, and we are going to have this same logic in the I'm going to copy this and I'm going to have that same thing in the main header. Okay, so the header outside of the admin, this header right here, we're going to have that same logic. Okay, so I'm going to remove this and then replace it with that. So now let's work on the access control. Okay, as you know, I can the logout is not working for now. We actually don't have the page. And before we work on the access control, I want to show the avatar of the user. Okay, so right here we want to show the avatar of the user, the current user. Okay, so since we have the user ID, we can fetch that user from the database. Okay, so let's go up here and let's fetch current user from database. Okay, and we are going to check if the user ID is set. Okay, so if it's set, and that's in the session user ID. So if that is set, then we are going to go ahead and then the ID is actually going to be inside a variable. And let me actually sanitize that. Okay, so equal filter var, and I'm going to paste that and sanitize it. Yeah, okay, and I'm going to fetch this user from the database. Okay, so I'm going to just say query should be equal to select or from, or let me just select the avatar. Okay, I'm going to select the avatar from users where the ID, okay, is equal to the ID that we have here. Okay, and the result is going to be MySQL query, passing the connection and the query. Okay, and the avatar, I'm going to put that inside a variable. So I'm going to do MySQL fetch associate result. All right, so now I can pass that in here. Okay, where our image should be, yeah, here. So I'm going to go into PHP mode and get the root URL and add, we are going to go into our images folder and then the avatar. Okay, I'm going to append the avatar variable. Now let's save and see what we have. Going to refresh. What's the problem? Oh, okay, let me get the avatar. Okay, all right, we should have this same logic here. Okay, so let me just come here and then paste it in the partials header, the image. Just going to paste that. Let's save, and we don't have it. What is wrong here? Okay, let me check. Undefined variable avatar, really? Yeah, okay, so let me come back here and then grab all this and paste it and save and see what we have. Undefined variable connection. Yeah, connection. I spelled that wrong, okay, and I did same here too. All right, so now let's save, and we have the image of the user. Okay, right, so now we have the image of the user. Perfect. Now let's work on access control. Okay, let's actually work on logging people out. Okay, so for that we are going to go to logout.php, which should be here. Okay, so I'm going to create logout.php. Okay, and here we are just going to destroy all sessions. Okay, so I'm actually going to require the config constants. Okay, I'm going to require that, and I'm just going to destroy all sessions and redirect user to login page. Okay, so I'm going to do session destroy, right, and I'm going to take them back to the um the login page. Yeah, and then die. No, that should take them to the, yeah, okay. I'm going to take them to the home page instead. Okay, this is the home page. All right, so let's try that out. I'm going to refresh this and log out, and I get logged out. Okay, so as you can see, the image is gone since the session is destroyed. And but one thing is I can actually go back. Okay, I can actually go back, although I'm not sure the image is not showing. You can see we are directly in the admin section of the application, which we don't want, right? So what we are going to do is here in the, let's go to the header of the admin. Okay, here in the header of the admin, we are going to check that. Okay, we are going to check to see if the user ID is set before we actually let people in any of the admin pages. Okay, so I'm going to check that, right? You know what, we don't even need this here. Okay, just going to remove this. Let's check if the user ID is not in a session. Then you've been logged out, right? So we are going to bounce you back to the login page. Okay, and die. Let's save and see what happens. Now we get redirected back. Okay, so we can't access any of the admin pages now. Okay, we get redirected back. Let's go to admin / category or manage categories.php. We get redirected back. Okay, but we can log in, of course. jane@gmail.com, Jane Doe 123. Save. Okay, I think we're having a problem here. So actually here I'm going to require the instead of requiring this, I'm going to require this header right here. Okay, this header right here, I'm going to require that instead. Partials, then the header. Okay, I think so now we shouldn't even have all these. Okay, since we are bringing in that header, we shouldn't have all these. So I'm just going to remove all of this and the closing PHP tag as well. So let's save, and everything should work exactly as expected. Okay, so we are just bringing in this header, okay, into the header that is inside of the admin. Okay, so here we are just checking for the login, and if the user ID is not set, then that means the user is not logged in, and for that reason we are bouncing them back or redirecting them back to the sign in page. And that is all for our access control. Okay, so we are done with our sign in, we are done with our sign up as well, and now let's proceed to the next thing, and that is going to be, let's see, okay, and that is going to be adding users. Okay, so we're actually going to, okay, so let me show you something real quick. If I should change the is admin of this person to 1, okay, come back here and then reload, we should have, or should I actually, let me log back in before that actually works. I think that's the case here. So Jane Doe 1 2 3, right? Okay, so we should have these other features. Okay, but Jane Doe is going to be 0. Actually, let's keep it 1. Okay, so that we work on the what did I log out? So Jane, and then Jane Doe 1 2 3. Okay, so the next thing we are going to work on is adding users and then managing users. Okay, so let's proceed to that. Let me close all these up. All right, so let's work on adding users. All right, so let's set the action for this. So we are just going to echo starting from the roots, and this is going to take us to add user logic. Okay, .php. Okay, this is where our logic is going to be. This is where this form is going to be submitted. All right, this method should be a post, and we are going to give names to each of these inputs. Okay, so this is going to be first name, just like we did for the sign up. Okay, this is going to be very similar to what we did on the sign up. So let's give the last name a name of last name. This is going to be username, email, create password, confirm password, and the select is going to be, this is going to be let me give it a name. We are going to call this user role. Okay, and what, this is going to be avatar, and lastly we are going to give a name to the button. Okay, let's give this a name of submit. All right, and we are good to go. Okay, so let's actually create the add user logic. This way this form is going to be submitted. Okay, so when we come to the add user page, and then we add user, we come to what, okay, so I think okay, so they should go to the admin. folder and then get the add user logic. Okay, so that's what we should be using instead. So let's come back, refresh, and then we are here. Okay, okay, I did not start my live server. I should do that, and my PHP server as well. Yeah, okay, so right, so now I should have a hot reload. Okay, right, so let's go to the add user logic and start working on our form. All right, so first let's require our database file. So that is inside our config and then database. All right, and down here we are going to get user form if submit button was clicked. Okay, so if is set, and that is inside our post super global. So let's get that submit button. That's the name we gave it. So if that was clicked, then we are going to get all the values that are inside the post super global. But if the button wasn't clicked, then we are going to redirect this person back. Okay, we're going to redirect them back to the add user page. Okay, so roots URL, and then let me add a space here. I don't need that, but just to so that is inside our admin folder, and then add user.php. Okay, so yeah, we are just bouncing them back, right? But if the button was clicked, then we are going to get the form data. Okay, the inputs. Okay, so just like we did for the I don't know if I should rewrite this, so let's just type it out. Okay, we could just copy everything from the sign up and then clean up. Let's actually do that. Okay, so I'm just going to copy everything here. I think it's going to be pretty much the same thing. And if you were using object-oriented programming, this would have been very easier. Okay, we'll just have a class that is going to do all this for us. Okay, we wouldn't be duplicating files and all that. Okay, right, so here we are requiring the database, of course, and we are getting back the form data. If what is that what I did there? That's the logic. I should have copied from the sign up logic instead, not the sign up page. So let me close this up, come back here, and then paste the sign up logic instead. That's what we want. If submit button was clicked, okay, that's what we want. Okay, let me close this sign up logic. All right, so here we are going to get the first name, and we gave it that same name as you can see here. The last name, you're going to get username and all that. Okay, so we are getting everything here, email, password, and all that. Okay, but one thing we are not getting is the user role. Okay, so we are going to get the user role as well. We gave that a name of user role, and the value is going to be either 0 or 1. Okay, so if the user is 0, if the value is 0, then we are going to have an author registration. Okay, if it is 1, then we know we are registering an admin. Okay, so let's come back here and do that. Okay, so we are going to add a user role. Let me actually call this is admin. Okay, that's inside our post super global. That's the name we gave it, and we are going to sanitize that. Okay, filter sanitize number int. All right, and I think that is all for this. So here we should make sure we are checking for the user role or the is admin as well. All right, so Actually, you know what, this should be changed as well. Okay, I'm going to change those to add user. That's the session variable, and we should be checking for the, let me copy this, copy, let me just duplicate that down, and yeah. Okay, so after the email, we are going to check for his admin and make sure that is that has a value. Okay, so please enter your, or please select user role. That's what we are going to say. All right, and the is admin is this. Okay, that we are getting from here. So we are making sure a user role is selected, and then we are going to proceed. And down here we are going to check if the password, the create password, matches the confirm password, right? Okay, so we are going to check for the passwords, and we are going to hash it. We are going to check if it does not match. Okay, but if it matches, then we are going to go ahead and then hash the password using the password hash function, and we are going to use the default, right? And after that, we are going to check if username or email already exists in the database. Okay, so that's what we are going to do here. We are going to select all from users, where the username or the email is what we entered. Okay, so we are checking if that exists. All right, so if the record that we get back is greater than 0, then that means the user exists. So we are going to put an error message in the session. Okay, the add user session, right? But if everything went well, okay, if we got exactly number rows, if it is greater than 0, right? So if you got no user, okay, if the user that we are trying to add does not already exist in the database, then we can proceed, okay, and work on the avatar, right? So that's what we are going to do here. We get a time just so we can rename the avatar. We are getting the temporary name of the avatar so that we can use that for the upload. We are getting the destination as well, which is going to be inside the, in this case, this is going to change. Okay, notice this, there is no images folder here in the admin folder, right? So this is going to change, and it's going to go one folder up, okay, into the main folder that we have, into our blog folder, and then we are going to attach the name of the avatar. Okay, and here we are going to make sure the file is an image, of course, using the extensions that we have here. We are going to make sure the extension of the file is inside this array. It's either a PNG, a JPG, or JPEG, right? And then we are going to make sure the file is not too large right here. And yeah, I think 1 MB is the same thing that we are going to use here. And then if everything went well, then we are going to go ahead and then upload the avatar. Okay, and this should be, let me actually do it for add user. Okay, that is the session. All right, so everything here is going to be the same. Okay, all right, so down here we are checking if the add user session is set. Okay, if it is set, then that means there's an error. Okay, notice it wouldn't be set if there isn't any error. Okay, we are only setting it if there is an error. So if it is set, then there is an error, and so we are going to redirect back to the sign up, nope, back to the add user page, of course, and then we are going to send the post data, okay, that we got. All right, the invalid post data. Okay, we are going to get that and then send it back to the add user page. But if everything went well, then we are going to go ahead and then insert this user into our database. Okay, so we are going to insert the first name, the last name, the username, email, What else? First name, last name, username, email, password, and user role, of course. So here the isAdmin is going to be the isAdmin variable, right? Since we are getting that from the form. Okay, and everything should be the same right here. Right, so right here we are going to check if the user was inserted successfully. If that went well, then we are going to add a session message here. Let's call this add user success. Okay, and that is going to take us to the admin folder and then the index, nope, manage users rather .php. Okay, that is going to take us there if we added the user successfully, right? And this should bounce back. That's if the submit button wasn't clicked. Okay, then we should be bounced back to the admin slash add user.php. All right, and I think that is all. Okay, I think that's all, and it's very similar to the sign up page. All right, so let's go ahead and then try this out. But then if I got any errors, then I want to let's just try this. So we are going to go ahead and I'm going to make sure the images don't get uploaded if anything went wrong, right? So I'm going to pull up the images folder as well, just so we see what happens there. All right, so let's test this out. I'm going to refresh and let's register next. Last name Achiever, username Achiever, email Achiever, or what? Let's just do ernest@achiever.com. Password is going to be achiever123, achiever123. And if I just mismatch the password, let's see what happens. Add user nope, that should be admin slash add user. Okay, that should take us back to, yeah. Okay, if there was any error, then we should be taken to the admin slash add user rather. Okay, so yeah, so let me achiever123 and I'm going to make sure this does not match. Okay, try to add a user and we are being bounced back. And now no, we are not getting the right error message. Okay, we just have this default or this hard-coded error message. So we are going to get back here on the add user page and we are going to get that message. Okay, we are going to get that session message. So right here I'm going to cut this and we are going to have our PHP here and we are going to see if that session add user is set. Okay, if it is set, then we have an error message and we should display that. Okay, so I'm going to end that if statement here and pass in that error message. Okay, and now there's not dynamic, so I'm going to get the actual error message. So let's enter PHP mode again and we are just going to echo here. Okay, so we can just do this and we are going to echo that error message. So session add user, and right after we echo it, we can go ahead and then unset that session. Okay, add user. Okay, yeah, all right, let's save and I'm going to refresh this. Let's try please enter last name. Okay, if I try to okay, now notice we are not getting the value back. Okay, we are not getting it back. Okay, so for that, remember we are passing the post super global. Okay, we should get that just like we did for the sign up. So I'm going to get back form data if there was an error. All right, so I'm going to get the first name. That's going to be inside the session add user data. And if we don't get it, then we are setting it to null. Okay, that's why I'm just doing this. Okay, so if there is no value here, then this variable is going to be null. Okay, yeah, so first name, last name. So that's going to be okay, so let's just get it right away. So first name, last name. Okay, username. So it is going to be username. We're going to get the email. Let's get the what else from the form email. Create password, confirm password, user role. Okay, so create password. Should I use an underscore for this? Let's just do it create password. Okay, so there's going to be create password. There's going to be confirm password. And what else? User role, right? User role. User role. And yeah, I think that's all. Okay, the avatar we are going to reselect it. So yeah, all right, so I can remove this. Okay, and right after I'm going to unset it. Okay, so delete session data. Okay, so I'm going to unset this session. That's the add user data session. Since we are assigning them to a variable, I can unset it. Okay, right after. All right, so here you're going to pass in the values. Okay, so we are going to echo that. So there's going to be, and minimize this. There's going to be first name. That's the first name variable. Just going to copy this and then have it on all the inputs. Okay, so first name, last name, username, what else? Email. There's going to be create password. We have confirm password. I don't know if the user role should be reselected. Let's see what happens. Okay, so let's all right, so for the value we would have to check. Okay, we would have to do calculation and all that. I don't want to be doing that, so I'm just going to remove this. Okay, so if we are bounced back, then we have to reselect this. Okay, and select the avatar as well. I think that's enough. Okay, so let's proceed and then try this out. Let's try and then submit invalid input. Okay, so we need the first name, and now if we submit again, we should have the perfect. Now I'm going to pull up the images folder again, and now let's add a user. Okay, so let's add, we have what, Jane Doe, right? And now we are going to add John Doe. Okay, so I'm going to add John is the username, john@doe.com. You can do john@gmail.com, whatever. Just make sure it's an email because we are validating this. Okay, and we are even using the front end check as well. We are using the email input. So The password is going to be John Doe 123. And if the password doesn't match, okay, please select user role. Let's make sure we select the user role. Okay, password should be 8 plus characters, right? Okay, so if we mismatch the password, please select user role again, of course. Select avatar. We're going to get an avatar for this person. And what should we use? John Doe. Let me use this person for John. Okay, I'm going to make John, I'm going to keep John as an author. Okay, and what else? The password should be John Doe 123. And okay, so let's check for the invalid avatar as well. Okay, so remember in our logic we are checking, I didn't even try this in the sign up, okay, but we are checking for the size. But even before that, we are checking to make sure it is an image. Okay, so let's use a video. As you know, I selected a video for this, and let's try uploading a video. And we get, okay, I have to select the user role again, and we are getting a problem because this right here, the user role, okay, the author has a value of 0, right? And 0 is a false value in PHP. So right here we are getting false. Okay, so that means the opposite of false here is going to be true. So we are just saying if this is true, then we should have this message. Okay, so this is going to be always true since this is going to be 0. All right, for the author. Okay, so if I should change this to admin, for instance, if you try adding John Doe back, so John Doe John at gmail.com. The password is going to be John Doe 123. John Doe 123. And we select an admin instead. We shouldn't have that error. Okay, we shouldn't have that user role error. Okay, now we get the avatar error instead, right? So since this is 1, since we chose 1, that is why we are not getting that error. And 1 is not a false value. Okay, but 0 is always going to be a false value, so we should actually remove this check. It is just going to cause problem. Okay, we just have 2 values here, and it is always going to be either this or that. Okay, so let's just proceed. Okay, we could check, we could do some more things to check, but I don't want to waste time on that. Okay, you can go ahead and do that check. All right, so we are getting the values back and everything is working perfectly. So what I was trying to check was the upload of an invalid file. Okay, so let's type in the details again. So John, the last name, username, password John Doe 123, John Doe 123. We are going to select this, and this shouldn't work. Okay, so let's try, and we get file should be a PNG, JPG, or JPEG. Okay, so let's try and then use this, which is more than 2 megabytes, and we get file size too big. Okay, so these checks that we have here, are working. Okay, so we are checking to make sure the image is actually, the file is actually an image, and then we are making sure the file size is not too big. Okay, all right, so we can now proceed, and I'm refreshing the page. Okay, and that is why the inputs are gone. Okay, so now let's actually um enter the details again, and notice if we have an error, then the image is never going to be uploaded, right? And we are going to have nothing in the database as well. Okay, the database is not going to, the query is not going to be inserted, or this user is not going to be inserted if there is an error. All right, so this time we are going to enter valid input. So John Doe, username is going to be John, email john@doe.com, John Doe 123 is the password. Let's make sure that matches. This time I'm going to make John Doe, let's just make him an author. Okay, and I'm going to select an image for John Doe. Let me just use this. All right, let's add user, and then we get redirected to the manage users page. Okay, as we did it, and notice the image has been uploaded. Okay, we have John Doe's avatar. Okay, and we got redirected to the manage users page, of course. All right, so we should actually show the success message. This success message, which shouldn't be registration. Okay, which shouldn't be this. So we are going to change that to new user, and I'm actually going to get the user's first name. Okay, so the first name and then the last name added successfully. Okay, so that's the message we are going to get. Let's save, and we are not going to get it because we are not outputting it on the manage users page. So let's actually start working on the manage users page. Okay, so let's close this up. We are done with them. I think I gave it a name of success, or yeah, add user success right here. So that is what I'm going to display on the manage users page. So let's first make sure this user is actually added to the database. Okay, so I'm going to refresh, and we have John Doe. Okay, the password is hashed, of course, and then we have the avatar. Okay, right, so let's go to the manage users, and let's first display that message. Okay, what we should have, okay, so we should have a message here. So I'm just going to go back to, I'm going to go to the sign in page. Okay, and then copy one of the success. Yeah, we had a success message here. I'm just going to copy that and come back here, and that is going to be I'm going to display that right here. Okay, inside the container, but outside the aside and the main. Okay, so I'm going to save, and this should be inside a PHP. Okay, my PHP, I'm going to check if that variable, that is the add user success session variable, is set. Okay, so if it's set, that is inside our session. So add user success, if that is set, then we are going to go ahead and display the message. Okay, let's end our if statement. Oh, this should be PHP, we are not echoing. Okay, all right, so if that is set, then we are going to alert a success message, and this is going to be add user success, add user success here as well. Okay, so let's save. What? Okay, I think this should be outside the container. Okay, so I'm going to cut that and bring that outside the container, but in the section. Okay, in this section. All right, let's save. Let me actually leave some space here. Okay, and it is not displaying because we unset it. Okay, right after displaying it, we unset it and the page refreshed, right? So if I should go back and add a new user right now, let's add a new user, Achiever. So a next Achiever. The username is going to be Achiever, email Achiever at ns or ns@achiever.com. We can do ns@gmail.com. It doesn't really matter. It should just be an email. The password is going to be Achiever123. Achiever123. And I'm actually going to change the email to Achiever@gmail. And this time, this person is going to be an admin. Okay, let's select an avatar for this. And let's add the user. Okay, and now we get the message. Okay, so we get the message, but I don't like how it displays here. Okay, I don't like how it should end here. Okay, it should be centered right here. So, and to center this, I'm just going to I'm going to give this div a container class. Remember, in the front end we had this general container class. Okay, we gave it a width and we set the margin inline to auto as well, so that is going to center it. Okay, and we don't have that message because we unset it right here, right? That's why we don't have it, but that should solve the problem. Okay, it should make sure it is right in the middle. Okay, just like we have this in the middle right here. Now let's come back here and then refresh, and we should have our new user, and he is an admin. Okay, and we should have the image as well, the avatar. So that is working perfectly. All right, so now I think we should go ahead and then display the users that we have in the table. Okay, this is just some fixed or some hard-coded ones that we have here. Okay, so I'm actually going to remove those. I'm going to remove 2 of them, and we are going to just use one. Okay, we are only going to need 1 of them, so we are all right. So let's start working on displaying the users that we have in the database. All right, so let's go up here and we are going to have a query. Okay, let me actually leave a comment here. We're going to fetch users from database but not current user. Okay, we shouldn't fetch us. Okay, we shouldn't be able to edit us. We shouldn't be able to delete us. Okay, I don't know if that makes sense. We can't, it shouldn't be able to fetch. Okay, so what we are going to do is fetch all the users that we have except the current user. Okay, the current logged in user, who is going to be an admin, of course. So that is how we are going to fetch the users. Okay, and that is just going to make sure we are not fetching us, or we are not fetching the current user, just so we won't be able to delete the current user. Okay, that is going to just cause some bugs, and that is why I'm not doing that. Okay, so we are going to fetch all the users that we have except for the current user. All right, so, and the current user ID is in the session. Okay, remember in the sign in we had that stored in a session. Where was it? Sign in logic. Yep. Okay, so we have the user ID, okay, which is stored in a session right here. Okay, we have that in a session. Okay, so that is what we are going to get, and let's get that right now. I'm going to put that in a variable. I'm just going to call this current admin ID is going to be equal to user ID. Okay, and let's have the query here. So I'm just going to say query, and we are going to select all from the users table. where not ID equals current user. Okay, current admin ID underscore current admin ID. Okay, yeah. So I'm going to get those. I'm going to get all the users. So users is going to be MySQL query. Let's pass in the connection and the query itself. All right, so we have that, and we are going to come down to the table body, and then the table row we are going to loop through, okay, and then display the users. Okay, so we're going to use a while loop. So we are going to say while, and I'm going to call this user. Okay, I'm going to convert the users that we got into an associative array. So the users, I'm going to pass that in, and I'm going to end my while loop right after the table row. Okay, and while. All right, so of course let's save, and we are going to get exactly 2 users. Okay, since we have 3. Okay, we are not getting the current one, so we should have the other 2, right? So that's why we have these 2. Now let's make this dynamic. So right here we are going to display, so let's enter PHP mode, and let's echo the user first name. Okay, and we are going to get the user last name as well. Let's echo the ID, so the username. Okay, so the username should be dynamic now. Okay, just like we have in a database. All right, now let's get the links. Okay, so this should be dynamic. Okay, the links that we have that is going to take them to the edit page should be dynamic as well. We are going to add the ID. Okay, so let's use the root, and let's go into our admin folder. We are going to take them to the edit user, but we are going to add an ID, the user ID, okay, that we are getting from the database. Okay, so user ID, okay, so that we can edit this particular user with this ID, right? And this is going to be almost the same as the delete. So paste that in here. This is going to go to the delete user, and this is going to be the same thing, right? And here let's save and let's see what we have first. So as you can see down here, keep your eyes down here, you can see this is the user 2. Okay, and that is John Doe. So if you come here, John Doe really has an ID of 2. Okay, this should be 3, which is an achiever, right? And that's the same thing here. All right, same thing for the delete. Okay, now we should check and then see if the is admin is 1 or 0, and then display yes or no here. Okay, so if the person is an admin, then we are going to say yes. If not, then it is going to say no. Okay, so here we are going to check. Let me enter PHP mode here. Let me just use this. User is admin. Okay, the is admin column. So if it is 1, then this is going to be true. Okay, if it is 1, then this is going to return true, and so we are just going to show yes. If not, then we are going to show no. Okay, and that should give us the result. Okay, so John Doe is not an admin, so we have no. As you can see here, he's not an admin. And then the next achiever is an admin, that is why we have yes. Okay, If I should change this to 1, then I'm going to get 1 for John Doe. Let me refresh and I have 1. Okay, but I'm going to set that back to 0 and it should be no. Okay, all right, so that is for displaying our users. Okay, so we are done with the adding of users. We are retrieving or reading users from the database. Now let's go ahead and then update, and then after that we are going to be deleting users. All right, so let's start working on the edit. Okay, so we should be able to edit the user, right? So let's work on that. And the form action, of course, is going to, let's echo the roots, and that is going to take us to the logic. Okay, so inside the admin folder we are going to have add user logic .php, and we don't have that yet, but we are going to create it in a minute. This method is also going to be post. Okay, and let's give this a name. Okay, this input is going to have a name. Yeah, first name. So we're only going to be able to change the first name, the last name, and the user role. Okay, so let's give this a name of user role. And the submit button is also going to have a name of submit. Since I'm not going to upload anything here, I'm just going to remove this enc type. Okay, we only need that when we are trying to upload a file. Okay, if we have a file input, that's when we need that. Okay, so I think we can proceed to the logic page. Okay, the edit user logic. Let me actually create the file. So edit user logic.php. And even before that, for you to access this edit page, okay, you should have a URL in, you should have an ID in your URL. Okay, so down here, keep your eyes down here, you should have an ID in your URL. Okay, so let's check if that is set. Okay, so if it's set, and that is going to be inside the get super global. Okay, so we are going to get the ID. Let's put the ID inside a variable. Okay, and I'm going to filter that. So filter var, I'm going to use the get super global and get the ID, and filter sanitize number ends. Okay, yeah, so that is the ID we are going to use too. All right, so let me show you something real quick. Let's go back to the manage users and then click on one of these users. Okay, and that brings us here to the edit page. Okay, if I don't have the ID, let's see what happens. So if I don't have the ID, nothing happens. Okay, so I should bounce you back to the manage users page. Okay, so location should be root, and let me have a space here, and we are going to take them, come on, this should be admin. We're going to take them back to manage users.php and die. Okay, so if we don't have the ID in the URL, we bounce them back. Okay, so you should click a button here, the ID, the edit button, for you to access this page basically. All right, so I have the ID, right, and I'm going to use that ID to fetch the data that we have here in the users table, and then have them here. Okay, so that we can edit and then later on insert them back into the database. Okay, or update our database. All right, so I'm going to fetch the current users input. Okay, that is why we got the ID from the get super global. So I'm going to have a query here, and that is going to select all from the users table, where the ID, okay, is equal to the ID that we have here in the variable. All right, the result is going to be MySQL query, passing the connection and the query. Okay, all right, so I'm going to actually put this inside or convert this into an associative array. So MySQL fetch assoc and the result. Okay, come on. So we are going to display the values that we are getting from the database. Okay, so let's echo the user first name. Okay, we are going to do the same for the last name as well. So user last name, and the user row, I think I should keep that. Let me just keep the name. The user row, I'm not going to get that from the database. Okay, so let's just save and see what happens. So we are getting John for the first name, Doe for the last name. Okay, if we go back to the manage user setting and then click this, we are going to get an achiever, okay, for the first name and then the last name, right? So we are getting the details based on the ID, okay, that we have in the database. So with this form, we are going to edit what we have here, and then on click of this button, we are going to submit what we have in the input to this URL, that is the add user logic, and then update the input that we edited back into our database. Okay, so let's get into the edit user logic and then work on this. So I'm going to have my PHP, and first I'm going to check if the submit button is set. Okay, if it is clicked, basically, so we give that a name of submit. So if that is set, then I'm going to get form data. Okay, or let's say get updated form data. All right, so but you know what, I want to have a hidden input in here, okay, that has the ID that we are getting from the get or from the URL. All right, so even before the first name, I'm going to have a hidden input. Okay, and this is going to have the ID. All right, so I'm going to call this ID, no placeholder needed since it is going to be hidden. All right, so we are going to get that here. The ID is going to be filter var, that's going to be inside the post super global, and we give that a name of ID. Okay, so filter sanitize number int. Right, all right, so let's get the first name. Let's filter that to post and filter sanitize special full special charts. Okay, I'm going to duplicate that. It's going to be for the last name. We gave that a name of last name, and let's actually, I'm going to duplicate this and push it down. Okay, and this is going to be for the user role or its admin. Let me call it its admin, and we give that a name of user role, right? All right, so once we get all these, I'm going to check for valid inputs. Okay, and I'm going to do if we didn't have the name. Okay, if the name is empty or if it is false, then we are going to have a session variable called edit user. Okay, and that is going to have the error message. And let's do same for the actually, you know what, let me just do same for the last name. Okay, so if any of them has any invalid inputs or any of them is empty, basically, then we are going to have this error message: invalid, you have form inputs. Let me actually be specific here: invalid form input on edit page. Yeah, that should be enough. All right, but if they went well, this should be first name. Yeah, all right, but if we enter the first name and then the last name, and then we are going to go ahead and then update user. Okay, so let's have a query here, and that is going to say update. We are going to update the users table and then set the first name to be the first name variable, the last name is going to be the last name, the is admin that we have. Okay, so this first name is coming from the column here. That's the first name column that we have in our table. This last name is coming from the column last name, and then this is admin is coming from here as well. Okay, this is admin. Okay, so we are updating them. So this is admin is going to be the is admin variable. Okay, and these are going to be strings. The first name and then the last names are going to be strings, and that is why I have them in quotation marks. Okay, single quotes. We are updating them where the ID of the user is equal to the ID that we have here. Okay, the user ID that we are trying to, or the user that we are trying to edit, and we are going to limit 1. Okay, we are making sure we only update only one user. Okay, all right, this is actually enough. The ID is enough, but just a safety precaution that we are having here. That's why we have this limit 1, and it is just going to make sure we only update one record. Okay, so here I'm going to have a result, and that is going to be equal to MySQL query. I'm going to pass in the connection. So I should bring in my database. Okay, so I'm going to require I'm going to go into my config and then the database, right, so that I can have access to the connection, the database connection. So the connection, and then I'm going to pass in the query as well. Why do I have an error here? All right, so now let's check if there is any error with the update. Okay, with the query. All right, so if MySQL error no, let's pass in the connection. If there is any problem, then we are going to have a session message, and that is going to be inside the session edit user session variable, and that is just going to say failed to update user. Okay, right, but if everything went well, then we are going to go ahead and have a success message in our session. So this is going to say, this is going to be edit user success. That's the session variable, and it is going to say user, and this time I'm going to have the first name, then the last name, updated successfully. All right, and we are going to head back to the manage users page. Okay, so root URL, and inside the admin folder, manage users.php. and die. Okay, right, so I think that is all we have to do here. Right, so let's try this out. Okay, so let me go back, manage users, and I'm going to change John Doe's name. So the first name I'm going to just add a J. Okay, and I'm going to set him to be an admin. Let's update. What? Let's see what mistake we made here. Managers. Why did I get redirected back here? Let's see what happened in our database. Nothing happened. Okay, we have an error here. Okay, so what? My managers PHP. Oh, okay, so this should take us to the edit user logic. Okay, it should take us to the edit user logic, not the add user logic. Sorry about that. Now let's go back to the dashboard and try to edit John Doe. Okay, so let's make him an admin and update, and let's see what happened. So now we have John Doe's first name as John J, and then as you can see, he's now an admin. Okay, we can edit him back to the what we had before. He's going to be an author now, and let's update, come back, refresh, and we have John Doe, and the admin is 0. Okay, so now let's actually display the error or success message here on the manage users page. Okay, so let's go back to the manage users page, and we are going to have this same message, right? A similar message. I'm actually going to leave a comment here. All right, and I'm going to duplicate yeah, let me duplicate this whole thing here. Okay, but there's going to be an else if, and we are going to check for the edit user success. Okay, if we have anything in there, then we are going to show if edit user was successful, of course, and we are going to display, or we are going to echo the edit user success message, right? And right after, we are going to unset it. Okay, so if I show save that and come back here, we should have user John Doe updated successfully. All right, but if we had any problem, okay, if there was any error in the, or if the edit user, okay, this session is set, then there was an error, right? And for that, we are going to display that error right here. So I'm going to duplicate this else if, and this is going to show if edit user was not successful. Okay, so that is edit user, and the error is going to be, or the alert is going to be error, and right here we make our changes. Okay, all right, so I think we are done with edit user. Okay, let's try that out again. So I'm going to edit NS Achiever. Let me just type something random. I'm going to make him an author, update, and user updated successfully. All right, so let's come back here, refresh, and now he's not an admin. Okay, as you can see here, the first name also changed. All right, let's set that back to what we had before, and making an admin. Let's update, and we have NS Achiever updated successfully. All right, so that's working perfectly. So yeah, let's proceed to actually deleting a user. Okay, let's proceed to deleting a user. So I'm actually going to close the edit out. Okay, and I don't know if we have our delete file. We don't have that. And on click of the delete, it takes us to, keep your eyes here, it takes us to delete user.php, right, with the ID of the user. All right, so we are going to create our delete file. So delete user.php, and this is where we are going to delete the user. All right, so what we are actually going to do is get the user. Okay, so let me actually refresh this. So since we are getting the ID, we are going to base on that to fetch that user from the database, just so we can grab the avatar, okay, the name of the avatar. All right, so if you are going to delete the user, then we should remember to delete the avatar that we have here in the images folder, right? So that is why we are going to fetch the user first, just so we can grab the name of the avatar and then delete the avatar. Okay, later in the future, we are actually going to delete all the post thumbnails that belongs to that user. Okay, we are going to delete all the posts and then the thumbnails as well, but we are going to do that when we get to the post table, when we actually create the post table and then add some posts. Okay, but for now, let's proceed and then delete the user. Okay, so let me have my PHP here. I'm going to require my database. Okay, so inside our config, I'm going to get the database file. All right, so if the ID is in the URL, okay, so if it is set, and we are going to use the get super global to get the ID. So if that is in the URL, then we are going to get the user or fetch user from database or from the users table, right? But first, I want to put this ID inside a variable. So I'm going to say ID. Let me first filter this. So filter var. And of course, that is inside our get super global, since it is inside our URL. And we are going to use the filter sanitize number int to sanitize this. Okay, and fetch, yeah. Let me just remove this or bring it down here. Okay, all right, so here we are going to fetch the user. Let me put that inside a query variable, and we are going to select all from users. Okay, so we are selecting everything from the users table, where the ID is the variable that we have here. Okay, all right, so result is going to be MySQL query, passing the connection and then the query that we have up top. And let's make this an associative array. Okay, so MySQL fetch assoc and pass in the results. All right, all right, now we want to make sure only one user was fetched. Okay, we want to make sure we got back only one user from the database. Okay, so if, let me say, make sure we got back only one user. So if MySQL num rows, okay, so if the number of records or the number of rows that we go back is, so let's actually pass in the results. So if that is exactly equal to 1, then we are good to go. Okay, we can proceed. And first we want to delete the user avatar. Okay, we want to delete the user avatar first. So let's actually get the name of the avatar that we are getting from the database. So let me actually echo this out. Okay, I'm going to echo out, or var dump. I'm going to var dump the user, just so we see what we have. Right, so I'm going to save and come back here. Let's click on this user and we get this array. Okay, Okay, so we get the first name, we get, so the first name is John, we get the last name, which is Doe, we get John as the username, the email is here, we get the password, which is hashed, right? We get the avatar. Okay, so this is the name that we are going to get, the avatar name that we are going to get. So I'm going to put that inside a variable. I'm going to call that avatar name, and that's going to be inside the user array, and get the avatar. Okay, right now I'm going to get the path, okay, to the avatar in our folder or in our project. Okay, so avatar path is going to be let's go back, let's go up. Okay, so we are currently in the admin, so we are going to go up into the images folder, so images, and then we are going to append the avatar name. Okay, so that we can locate the image that we are trying to delete. All right, so once we have that, we can now proceed to delete image if it is available. Okay, if the image exists in our folder. Okay, so if path, or if avatar path, then we can proceed to delete it, and we are going to use this onLink function and then pass in the avatar path, and that should delete the image. All right, perfect. Now once the image is deleted, that's not all. We should proceed to actually delete the posts that belongs to this user, but as I said, that's going to be later. So let me leave a comment here. Let me just say for later. Okay, and we are going to fetch all thumbnails of user and delete them. User posts, let me say of user or users posts, and then delete them, right? But that's going to be when we are working on the post table. All right, so once we delete the avatar of the user, let's proceed to actually delete the user from the database. Okay, so let me actually leave some space here so that I know I'm going to be working on this later on. So we are going to go ahead, delete user from database, okay, or from the users table. All right, so I'm going to call this query delete user query, and we are going to delete from users, that's from the users table, where the ID is equal to our variable ID. So delete user result is going to be equal to MySQL query, pass in the connection, and delete user query. Now if everything went well, actually let's first check if there's any problem. So MySQL error no. So if there's any problem, then we are going to have an error message in our session. So session, I'm going to call this delete user, and that is going to say code or couldn't delete user. Okay, else, that means if everything went well, then we are going to have a success message. So delete user success, and that's just going to say user, and let's actually have the name of this user. Okay, you know what, we can do that here as well. Okay, so we can say user, so user first name, user last name, deleted or couldn't delete user. Let me just remove this generic user. Okay, so couldn't delete this person, right? And here, if everything went well, then we're going to say this person has been deleted successfully, right? I hope that makes sense. Okay, so yeah, let's save that. And that is all, guys. And when everything is done, we are going to head them back to the manage. So inside our admin, we're going to take them to manage users, not PHP, and die. Okay, right. So if everything went well, there's the success message we are going to get. So let's say user John Doe deleted successfully, right? But if there's any problem, then we are going to get couldn't delete John Doe, something like that. Okay, so first name, last name, first name, last name. Perfect. All right, so now let's try this. Okay, so we are going to go ahead. Okay, so we actually deleted John Doe since we clicked on that. Okay, so we shouldn't have John Doe, and we don't have him. Okay, he's gone. And I think the image is not deleted for some reason. I think this is the image for John Doe, right? Let's check. Yeah, this is the image for John Doe, so I'm going to delete it. Or is it? Let me make sure that's right. Avatar 13 and then 6. That should be the only ones we have in our images. Okay, so I'm going to delete these 3. And let's delete another user. Okay, so currently we are logged in as Jane Doe, so we can't have Jane Doe here. So we are going to delete the Stachiva. Let's delete him, and we shouldn't have the avatar, and we have it. That is a problem, right? So let's see what we did wrong here. Okay, so delete user. We're getting the ID. Select from, yeah. Oh, okay. The problem is we are not having this /. Okay, so we go into the images folder and then we get the image. Okay, we should have this /. Okay, so I'm going to delete this myself, and then we are going to, I think that's the avatar for an achiever, right? Let's refresh. Yeah, that's for an achiever. They shouldn't be here. So I'm actually going to delete this myself for now. Let's actually add a user and try to delete that user. Okay, so let's add a user. I'm going to add back John Doe. John at gmail.com. John Doe 123. John Doe 123 is going to be an author. Let's select an image for this person. Let me just use this. User added. Okay, John Doe added. And let's try and then delete John Doe. Okay, so now if I delete, I should have the image deleted. Okay, so let's actually refresh. So as you can see, we have John Doe with ID of 4. That's the ID that we have at the bottom here. Okay, so we're going to delete, and the image is deleted. Okay, so we only have Jane Doe left. All right, but now we should be displaying the message. Okay, the message that we are getting back from this delete file. All right, so just like we did for the edit, we are going to just duplicate. Let me actually minimize this, and yeah, so I'm going to just duplicate this twice, and this is going to be for if delete is not successful. Okay, so this is going to be delete user, it's going to be an error message, of course, and we are going to have delete. Okay, and if delete is successful, then we are going to have a success message, and this is going to be delete user success. And we are getting these from this page. Okay, so we have these session variables. So there's the delete user success and delete user. Okay, that's when anything went wrong, right? So we are getting those, and let's make sure we get the delete user success. That's what we are going to echo, and delete user success here as well. All right, and this is going to be if delete is or was successful. Okay, so let's save, and we should define what. Okay, so actually let's add a new user and try to delete that person again. Let's see what happens. So I'm going to add a dem quest. A dem is going to be the username. The password is going to be a dem quest 123, and dem quest 123. He's going to be an author. I'm going to select an image for him. Let's add him, and a dem quest has been added. Of course, we should have the image uploaded as well. So we have a dem quest right here. And now let's try and then delete a dem. Okay, so let me delete a dem. So I'm going to delete, and undefined array delete user. Really? Oh, it shouldn't be delete user delete. Okay, so it should be here in the manage. It should be delete user, not delete user delete. Delete user success. Okay, delete user success. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, so Adam Quest deleted successfully. All right, let me actually remove those codes. I'm going to remove those. Okay, right, perfect. So now we can add, update, and delete our users, and we are also fetching them. Okay, so the full CRUD functionality for our users is done. Okay, we have the full CRUD functionality for our users. All right, and we don't have any user right now that we can work with, so I'm just going to add another user. Let me add back John Doe. John, of course, John at doe.com. John Doe 123, and I'm repeating that John Doe 123 just because I don't want to forget the password, and it is being hashed. Okay, so if I forget, I can't remember. All right, he's going to be an author. I'm going to select this avatar for him, and let's add him. Okay, so new user John Doe added successfully. All right, so that's it. Okay, now let's proceed to adding, let's proceed to the categories. Okay, so the full functionality for the categories, let's proceed to that. Right, so first let's go ahead and then create our categories table. Okay, so we are going to create a new table, and we are going to call that categories. Okay, first we are going to have an ID, which is going to be an integer, and let's set this maximum length to 11. Okay, I don't know if you're ever going to need that many IDs, but let's just keep it at that. And this is going to be auto increment, and it's also going to be the primary key. Okay, let's make this unsigned. All right, now we are going to have a title, which is going to be a variable character, and the maximum characters is going to be 50. Let's have a description. of the category as well, and there's going to be text. Okay, and we don't need a maximum length for text. All right, so that's all for our categories table, and we are going to go ahead and then save. All right, so we have our table. Now let's go ahead and then we are first going to be able to add categories. Okay, so let's go on and do that. So let's go to add categories. Let me actually close this, delete, and this manage users. Okay, all right, let me actually make minimize that, and this form is going to submit to, let's echo our root, and inside our admin we are going to have add category dot php logic. So add category logic dot php, right? And the method is going to be post, of course. Now let's give the inputs names so that we can get them in the logic page. So let's give this a name of title, and this is going to be description. Okay, let's give the submit button a name as well. All right, and that's what we need here. Okay, now let's create the add category logic .php and start working in here. All right, so let's first require our database. So inside our config, we are going to get a database, right? And we are going to make sure the submit button is set. Okay, so that is going to be inside our post super global. So post and submit. All right, now we are going to get the form data, and this is going to be very simple. So we get the form data, we validate it. We first, okay, we are going to sanitize it as we get it, or as we set it to a variable. We validate it after that, and then if there's no problem, then we are going to go ahead and then insert this into our database. Okay, the categories doesn't have any images or anything, so it's going to be very simple. All right, so let's get a title first, and that is going to, let's first sanitize this so that we don't have any weirdo putting in or trying to insert any SQL or any queries in our inputs. Okay, so filter sanitize special or full special chars, and I'm going to do same for the description. Okay, we give that a name of description, and after that we are going to validate the inputs. Okay, so if not title, then we are going to say let's have a session, and I'm going to call this add category, and that's going to have an error message that says enter title, else if not a description, then session add category enter description. We are going to check if the session is set, and that is the add category session. Come on, category. If that is set, then that means we have an error. Okay, so we are going to redirect. Let me actually leave a comment here. So we are going to redirect back to category page with form data if there was a problem or there was invalid input, right? So we are going to say if there's a problem, or if this is set, then there's a problem, right? So we are going to put the form inside this session. So add category data, and that's going to have the post super global, okay, which is going to contain the form, okay, and we are going to redirect them back to the add category page. Okay, so roots admin add category.php and die. But if there was no problem, okay, so if this isn't set, then that means there was no problem. And so we are going to go ahead and then insert this category in our database. Okay, so we are going to go ahead and insert data into, or insert category into database. Right, so I'm going to have a query insert into categories. That's the name of our table, title, and then the description. That's the columns that we are going to insert, and the values are going to be the title variable and the description variable. Okay, and that's all we need. The result is going to be MySQL query, passing the connection, the query, and if there is any problem, so MySQL error no. If there is any problem, then we are going to have the session add category, and then this is going to say couldn't add category. Okay, I think they should take them to the add category page. All right, but if everything went well, okay, if we inserted this category successfully, then we are going to have a success session message. Okay, so add category success, and this is going to say category title added successfully. The header location is going to take us to the root, and this is going to be managed. Okay, so if everything went well, then we are going to go to the manage categories page and die. Okay, right, so everything is great. Okay, nice. Okay, so let's actually try this out. Okay, so let's go ahead and try to add okay, so let me actually let's just try and then add. Let's browse. Okay, so we have nothing here. Let's add a category. Okay, so let me actually open the finished project. Okay, all right, so I just want to get some of the names for the categories. Okay, so we have category food. Let's create that food. So this is the projects we are working on, right? So the description, I'm just going to say this is the description for food category, and I'm going to add and manage categories not found. Okay, so all right, so it seems we have a problem here. This should take us to admin add category logic.php, right? So what's the problem? Why is it not taking us there? Okay, manage categories. So I think the category was added, so let's refresh. Okay, so we have the food category, right? But we are not redirecting back to the manage categories page. Okay, after we add here in the logic, after we add or after everything goes well, we are being redirected here to the, okay, so this should be admin slash manage categories. Okay, so that should be where we get redirected to. So admin slash manage categories, and we are here on the manage categories page where we are going to fetch the categories that we have in our table. Okay, so everything is working perfectly now. All right, so now let's go ahead and then fetch the categories, okay, from our database. Okay, let me actually add some more categories. So we have the animals or wildlife category as well. So I'm just going to say this is the description for wildlife category. Add that, and then we have it. Okay, we should have it. Okay, we have the wildlife. Now, one thing, if we had any problem adding this, okay, as you can see, we don't display the error message, and we are not even putting or getting back the data. Okay, so here in the add category, let's make sure we are displaying that error. Okay, so we are going to check if that is set. Okay, let's check if, and that's inside a session. So let's check if the add category session variable is set. If it is set, then we have a problem. Okay, we have an error. Let's end the if statement here. So if it is set, then we have a problem, and we are going to display that right here. Okay, so let's display that. So we are going to echo that out. So that is our session add category, and right after that we are going to unset it. Okay, so unset session add category. Let's save and see what happens. Okay, so if we have any problem, we get enter description. Okay, but you see the title goes away because the page refreshed, right? So we should get back the form, and right here you can see we are passing back the form. Okay, the post super global is being passed, which contains the form, right? It's being passed back to the add category. Okay, that's where we are going to get it. Actually, the post super global can be accessed on any page, right? But this specific page, which is this, is where we are going to get it. So let's get the post super global, which contains all the invalid form data that we entered, right? So I'm going to get the title. Let me just leave a comment here. Get back form data if invalid. Okay, so let me get a title, which is going to be inside the session. And that is category. Nope, add category data. Okay, data, and that is the title, right? And if it is not available, then it should be now. Let's do same for the description as well. Description is going to be session add category data description, and if we don't have it, then it should be now. Okay, right after we assign them to a variable, let's actually unset them, unset the session. Okay, so that is add category data. Okay, nice. And then we're going to pass them in as the value. Okay, let's echo that out. So that is title. We're going to have the description as well. Come on. Okay, let's echo the description. And now if we pass in, let me refresh. Okay, so now we have it. Okay, we have the invalid input that we passed in. Okay, get enter description, but then we have the title, the invalid title. All right, so we have food and what, wildlife. Okay, we have art as well. Come on, art. This is the art category description. Let's add, and we have it. Okay, we have it in our database, ads, but we are just not showing it yet. Okay, so let's go on and then show all the categories that we have. All right, so that is going to be the manage categories. Let me minimize this. Before we fetch the categories, I want to go to the manage users page and then do something cool real quick. Okay, so now if you don't have any users, let's see what happens. So let's go to manage users. Now we have John Doe, right? And I'm going to delete John Doe. Okay, so let me actually make sure the image is getting deleted as well. Let me maximize this. So I'm going to delete John Doe. Okay, so we have John Doe deleted, right? But one thing I want to do is, if we don't have any user, then we should show a message here that no users found. Okay, or something like that. Okay, so that is what I'm going to do. And here I'm going to check if the records or the rows that we are getting back is more than 0. Okay, so even before the h2 or after the h2, right? I'm going to check. Let me close the PHP and let's see. Okay, so that's inside users, that's the variable. I'm going to check if the number of rows that we are getting from the users, okay, from the users table or from the query that we have up top, we are going to check if the number of rows that we are getting is greater than 0. If so, then we are going to show the table, right? But if it is less than 0, then I'm going to have an else PHP. If it is less than 0, then I'm going to show an error message. Okay, so this is just going to be a div. I'm going to give that a class of alert underscore message. Is going to be an error message, and it is just going to say, let's echo no users found. All right, so let's save this. And do we have an error? All right, so we should actually end the if statement, right? PHP end if. All right, now let's check it out. Okay, so let's refresh this and we get no users found. Okay, but if we should add a user, okay, so let's add a dem quest. um 1 2 3 and dem quest 1 2 3, and he's going to be an author. There's going to be the, and now since we have some users or a user, we don't have that error message. Okay, nice. So now I can close this up. All right, so let's go ahead and then fetch the categories from the database. Okay, so fetch categories. All right, so let's put that inside a variable, the query, right? So select all from the categories table, and I'm actually going to order this by the title. Okay, by default order by is in ascending order. Okay, so let's order by title, and I'm going to put this inside a result. All right, so MySQL, come on, query, you're going to have the connection and then pass in the query. Okay, nice. Now actually let me name this categories. Okay, now down here we are going to do the same check we did. Let me actually remove two of them. We only need one since we are going to loop, right? So before the table, I'm going to have that same check. I'm going to check if the results that we are getting back, or the number of rows we are getting back from the table, is actually more than 0. Okay, or we are checking if we are getting any records back from the table. So if MySQL num rows of the categories is greater than 0, then that means we have some records, right, that we want to show. Else, after the table, I'm going to have an else. Else, I want to show something. Okay, I want to show a div with a class of alert _ message and another class of error. Okay, and this is going to echo no categories found. And let's make sure we are ending our if statements. Okay, so PHP and if. Nice. Okay, so let's see. All right, so right here we are going to loop and then show the categories that we have. Okay, so I'm going to have a while loop. Okay, so while, I'm actually going to put this inside a variable. So MySQL fetch assoc. Okay, categories. Then okay, let me end the while loop. All right, so we should be getting 3 of these. Okay, since we have 3 records in our table. Okay, let's go to our categories table, and we have 3 records here, right? So here in the manage categories, we should have 3 table rows, right? But we should make this dynamic. We should get what we have here in the table, in the categories table. So let's go back to our code, and we are going to get a title. Okay, so let's enter PHP mode, and we are going to echo the category title. And right here, since we are going to be able to edit our categories, we are going to have, let's echo the root, and in the admin we are going to take them to the edit category page and have the ID as well. So the ID is going to be, let's echo that as well, category ID, right? And this is going to be very similar to the delete. Okay, so I'm just going to copy that and then paste that here, and that will take us to the delete category. All right, let's save and see what we have. Okay, let me refresh, and we are getting all this data from the database. Okay, so for the check this link that we have here, you can see this is the third one. Okay, these are being ordered. As you know, we are fetching them in ascending order. Okay, this order by is by default ascending. Okay, so we can order by ascending or descending. Okay, so this by default is ascending, right? If I change it to descending, then this is going to be in descending order, okay, of the title. Do, do, okay, order by title descending should be here rather. Okay, let's refresh, and it is now in descending order. Okay, but I want the default, which is ascending. All right, and this is not refreshing for some reason. What is wrong? It should be refreshing. Okay, I don't have my live. Okay, let me actually have the PHP server as well. Okay, nice. All right, so I think we are done with the fetching of the categories. Now let's proceed to actually update the categories. Okay, and then after that we are going to go ahead and then delete them. All right, so let's proceed to updating our categories. So we can close our add categories up. You know what, are we getting the message when we successfully add a category? I don't think we are getting that, right? So I'm going to go back to the add or manage users and copy some of the messages that we have here. Okay, so I'm going to copy this and make sure when we add a category or if anything goes wrong, we are actually showing a message. Okay, so that is going to be here. Let me paste that. Let me make sure I'm ending that if statement. Okay, and this should be add category. Okay, if anything goes well, if everything goes well, we are here in the category logic. If everything goes well, we are having a success message in our session. Okay, add category success, which is this message. And if there is a problem, then we are going to get add category, which is an error message that we are going to get. Okay, so if everything goes well, then we are going to show the success message. There is going to be add category. Okay, but if there is any problem, so let me actually duplicate this. Okay, so if it was not successful, then that's going to be the add category session variable, and we are going to show that. Okay, so this is going to be an error message. Okay, all right, so let's actually add a category and see what happens. Okay, so what are some of the categories that we have in the finished projects? Science and technology. For science, technology, description. Yeah. Syntax error, unexpected end file, and if what? Let's see. Else if. Yeah. Okay. And we have the success message. Okay, so category science and technology added successfully. And you can see we have the science and technology. Okay, come back here, refresh, and we have that. All right, so let's go ahead and then update our categories. Okay, so let's go to update or edit categories. All right, so on click of this button, we get to the category edit category page, right? and we want to fill the form, okay, with the category that we are trying to edit or update. So let's just do that. I'm going to come up here, and then if there is an ID, okay, in our get super global, then we are going to go ahead and do this, else then we are going to bounce you back to the manage categories page. Okay, so header location is going to be admin / manage categories. All right, so if we have the ID in the URL, then we can go ahead and then get that ID. I'm actually going to put that inside a variable that's inside the get super global, and we are going to sanitize that. Okay, so filter sanitize number int, and now let's fetch that category from the database. Okay, so we are going to have our query select all from categories where ID is equal to the ID variable we have here. Okay, and we are going to have a MySQL query, or we are going to execute our query basically, and the connection. Now let's check if we are getting exactly one row, okay, or one record. All right, so if MySQL num rows, let's pass in the results, and if that is exactly one, then let's proceed and then fill the form. Okay, let me actually just put this inside. I'll make this an array, associative array. Okay, fetch assoc category results, sorry. Right, and we are going to display the form here. Okay, so the value for the for the title, we are going to echo the category title. Right, we are going to do the same for the description as well. Nope, the description is a text area, right? So it should be here, so we don't need the value. You don't need this as well. Okay, let's save and see what we have. And we have this. Okay, that should be the description from the table. All right, so we have it. Okay, so let's actually let's give these inputs some names. So this is going to be the title, and this is going to be the description, of course, and this button is going to be the submit. All right, let's make sure our form action is going to, so let's echo root, and let's get into our admin, and we are going to be taken to the edit category logic page. Okay, that is where this form is going to be submitted, and the method for the form is going to be post. All right, and that is all we need here. Okay, now let's create our edit category logic. Okay, so we are going to create edit category logic.php, and this is where the magic is going to happen. All right, now here, even before the title, I'm actually going to have a heading input here as well. This is actually not the most we are not trying to create the most secure app, right? So actually this is a very terrible idea security wise, right? But let's just so the ID here is going to be the ID, okay, that we are getting back from the record or from the table. All right, so we are going to get this ID so that we can update this, okay, so that we can update it. All right, so let's open our PHP. Let's actually require the database. Okay, so inside our config, we're going to get our database, and let's make sure the button, that's the submit button, is set. Okay, so that is inside the post super global. The ID, right? And filter sanitize number int. Okay, I'm going to do same for the title. Filter var post title is going to be filter sanitize full variable characters. Let me do same for the description. Yep. All right, now let's validate the input that we are getting. Okay, so check or validate input. Let's make sure there is a title, and if not, then we are going to have a session. Okay, and let's call this edit category, and that is going to be the error. And let's just say invalid form input on edit category page. Okay, let's just make this generic. So I'm going to right away check for the description as well. Okay, so if any of them has an empty input, then we are going to get this. Else, then we are good to proceed and then actually insert or update our database. Okay, update this record in our categories table. Let's have our query, and we are going to update the categories table, and we are going to set the title column. So the title is going to be the title variable that we have here, and the description is going to be the description variable that we have here, where the ID is going to be the ID variable, and we are going to limit 1. Okay, just so we don't make any mistakes there. Okay, so let's put the results here. Let's execute this query. So MySQL query, passing the connection and then the query itself. And if there is any problem, okay, so if MySQL error no, let's pass in the connection. If there is any problem, then we are going to have a session edit categories, right? Edit category, and that's just going to say else, then we are good. Okay, and we are going to have a success message or a success session. So edit category success, category title was updated successfully, or let's just say updated successfully. All right, and after everything is done, we are going to head back to the manage categories page. So admin manage categories.php and die. Great. Okay, so this is very simple. All right, so let's try this. Okay, so let's try, and then let me go back and that is manage categories, right? So let's edit or update the ads category. So I'm going to change the title and then update, and we have the title changed. Okay, now we don't see the message or anything like that, so let me actually set this back, and let's show the message on the manage categories page. Okay, so right here we're going to have another else if. Okay, and this is going to show if edit category was successful. Okay, so there's going to be a success message, and there's going to be edit category. You know what, we could actually just keep this, right? And then edit was not successful. Okay, let's just change this to edit. Okay, so this is going to be the error message that we will get if there is any problem here, right? But if everything went well, then we are going to have the success message instead. Okay, so this is going to be for success. So this is going to be edit category success. Alert container, there's going to be a success message. There's going to be edit category success, and right after we are going to unset it. So let's save and see what we have. Okay, so we have category ads edited successfully. You could do ads category edit updated successfully, but that's just fine. Okay, so we are done with updating our categories. Okay, now let's go on and then delete the categories. Okay, let's go on and then delete our categories. So I'm going to let's see, so this is going to take us to delete category.php, right? So let's create that file, delete category.php. Let's have our PHP and let's require the database. So inside our config, we get our database. Okay, now let's make sure our our ID is set in our URL. Okay, so if it's set, that is inside our get super global and then the ID. Okay, we want to get the ID of the article that we are trying to delete. Okay, so right here, as you can see down here, we have the ID for each of the articles that we are trying to delete. Okay, so once it is set, then we are going to get that ID. Okay, so let's filter that. So filter var, that's inside the get super global, and filter sanitize number int. Okay, now once we get that, we can just go ahead and then delete it. Okay, so let's do something real quick. Okay, as you saw in the intro, once I delete a category, I want to reset that category's ID to be the category of the, or to be the ID of the uncategorized category. I don't know if that makes sense. All posts are going to belong to a particular category, right? But what happens if we delete a category? Okay, then that means we are going to have an error. Okay, so if I delete a particular category, let's say I delete this category, I want to have an uncategorized category. Okay, that post, this category is going to default to. I showed you that in the beginning, so let's just do that. Okay, so I'm going to create a category called uncategorized. Okay, and said the description is going to say this is the description for uncategorized category. Okay, let's add that. So once we delete any category, this is going to be the default category that we are going to set our posts to. Okay, we are not working on the post yet, but I think we are going to understand that when we get there. Okay, so right here I want to update category ID of posts that belong to this category to ID of uncategorized category. Okay, that's what I'm going to do before I proceed to delete this particular category. So this actually I'm going to do later. Okay, I'm going to do this later, but for now I just want to explain to you before we proceed. Okay, so just like we are going to have something, we are going to do something else when we get to deleting the user. Okay, I'm just going to copy for later. Okay, so this is going to be for later as well. So delete category for later. Okay, all right, so we'll do that when we actually have the posts table. Okay, we are going to go ahead and then delete the category. So we are going to have a query. So delete from the categories table where the ID is equal to the ID that we have here. Let's limit 1 just so we don't cause any problems. Okay, let's execute this query. Let's pass in the connection and then the query itself, and once that is done we can have a session message. Okay, so delete category success, and this is just going to say category deleted successfully, right? And then we are going to head back to admin and then manage categories .php and die. Okay, all right, so we delete our category and then we go back to the manage categories page. Okay, now here on the manage categories page, let's make sure we are showing the delete message if it was successful. Okay, or if it is successful. So delete category success. Yep, delete category success, and there's a success message. So let's try this out. Okay, let's delete the food category. Okay, so let's refresh this. So we have the uncategorized category here as well, right? Now let's delete the food category. I delete and I did not get that message. Why is that? If it's set to delete category success, was that it? Delete, come on, category. All right, okay, so the food category is actually gone. Okay, if we refresh we shouldn't have it. All right, but let's delete the ads category. Okay, so we have category deleted successfully, so we have the message and the ads category is gone. Okay, so we have the full crowd functionality for our categories as well. Okay, we've been able to create categories, so let's actually create the food category again. Right, add, and we have category food or food category added successfully. Let me actually make it food category. Okay, so for the add category logic, added successfully. Let's just do added the name of the category and then say added successfully. That should be fine, right? Yeah, so let's add the add category as well. This is the description for the add category. So add added successfully. Let's add the category. That sounds better. Okay, yeah. Okay, so the full CRUD functionality for our categories is done. Okay, and next let's go ahead and work on the posts. Okay, so we should be able to create posts, update posts, delete posts, and then read or retrieve posts from the database. All right, so let's go ahead and then create a table for our posts. So in here in our blog database, we are going to create a new table. All right, so here we are going to name the table, which is going to be posts. And looking at add posts, we are going to need, obviously we are going to have an ID, and we are going to need the title of the post, the category of the post. Okay, this is actually going to be the category ID, and it is going to be a foreign key, which is going to reference the primary key in the categories table. Okay, so this is going to be a foreign key. We are going to need the body of the post. We are going to have the is featured as well. We are going to have the a column for the thumbnail. Okay, the name of the image that we are trying to use as the thumbnail, and we are going to need the author or the user ID. Okay, the person who is posting the blog, or the who is adding the post, right? Let's come here, and then we're actually going to need about 8 columns. Okay, so let's add 4 to the 4 that we already have. All right, so as I said, we are going to need the ID, which is going to be an integer, and let's make this unsigned, and it is going to auto increment. Okay, this is going to be the primary key right here. All right, so as I said, we are going to need the title of the post. There is going to be a variable character of 255 maximum characters. We are going to need the body. Okay, and there's going to be a text, and we don't need a maximum character length for the text. Okay, so let's go ahead, and then we are going to need the thumbnail. Okay, the name of the thumbnail. So let's just say thumbnail here. There's going to be a variable character with maximum of 255 characters. We are going to need the date of the post as well. Okay, so let's call this date underscore time, the date and the time of the post. Okay, we are going to set this to timestamp. Okay, and the default is going to be current timestamp. Okay, so we don't need to manually add the date. Okay, it is automatically going to choose the date that we are uploading and the time that we are uploading the post. Okay, or that we are posting the blog. All right, so I think that's all for the date time. Let's go ahead, and then as I said, we are going to have the category, and there is going to be a foreign key which is going to reference the ID of the categories table. Okay, so this is going to be an integer. It is going to have 11 maximum character length of the number of the integer. Let's actually set this to unsigned. Okay, unsigned, and it can be now. Okay, and we are going to understand that we are actually going to write an SQL to alter this table after we create it. Okay, so that we can set this and the author ID as the foreign keys. Okay, so when we are setting this, that's the category ID. When we are setting this to be the foreign key, we are going to set it to be on delete set now. Okay, and actually I'm going to explain that when we get there. Okay, so This is also going to be 11, and let's set this to be unsigned as well. Okay, and lastly, we are going to have the is featured. Okay, some posts are going to be featured, so the is featured here is going to be tiny int and 1 character length for the number. Okay, so this is just going to be 0 for if the post is not going to be featured, and 1 if it is going to be featured. Okay, and I think that's all we need here for this posts table. Okay, so let's go right ahead and then save this table. All right, so we have our posts table. Okay, so let's go on. I'm going to select the block database and click on SQL. Okay, as I said, I'm going to alter the table we just created, which is the posts table. Okay, so I have the SQL written here already. I'm just going to copy it and explain what I'm doing. So I'm going to paste. Let me zoom in. All right, so we are altering the post table that we just created. Okay, so alter table post, and we are adding a constraint. Okay, and we are setting the category ID column to be a foreign key. All right, so the category ID column is going to be a foreign key, which is going to reference the ID column. Okay, which is the primary key, right? It is going to, this is going to reference the ID column of the categories table. Okay, and we are going to say on delete set now. And what this means is when we delete a particular category in the categories table, okay, that is being referenced here, then we are going to set this category ID to be null. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Okay, so if we go to the categories table and then we delete a particular category that is being referenced in the post table, then the category ID in the post table is going to be set to null. Okay, and that is why we have on delete set now here. Now we are also altering the post table again and setting the author ID to be a foreign key. Okay, we are making that a foreign key, and that is going to reference the ID column, okay, of the users table. So every author that we have in our post table is going to reference the ID of the users table. Okay, and here we are saying on delete cascade, and that means when we delete a particular user in the users table, then the post record that has the author ID referencing that user should be deleted. I hope that makes sense. All right, so in our finished project, when we go in and then delete a user, okay, we should be able, or we should delete all the posts that belongs to that user. So that is what we are doing here, and that's all we need to do. Okay, that's the alteration that we are doing to our posts table. Right, so I'm going to go ahead and then click go. All right, and I'm going to zoom back out. Okay, now let's go to our post table, and I'm going to show you something real quick. Let's click on insert, and I'm going to show you something real quick. Okay, so right here, see the category ID. This should be the foreign key, right? Now if I click this, you can see we have all the categories right here. Okay, we are currently in our posts table, right? But since this is a foreign key referencing the categories table, we have all the records in the category in the categories table, right? And we have the author ID as well, which is a foreign key referencing the users table. And right here we should have the users that we have in the users table. Okay, so that is how the foreign key works. All right, so let's go back here, and we have no posts in the post table. All right, so let's go and start working on adding a post. I'm going to close this, and let's go into our posts. Okay, all right, so let's start working on our add posts, and I'm actually going to leave only one option for the categories. Okay, we're actually going to loop through to show the categories that we have in the categories table in our database. Okay, so we only need one. All right, so our method for the form submission is going to be post. Let's have an action. Okay, so this is where our form is going to be submitted, right? And let's get the root URL, and our post is going to be submitted to inside our admin folder. We are going to have add post logic. Okay, this is where our post is going to be submitted. Now remember to have this enc type multipart form data. Okay, since we have a file input, okay, we are going to upload a file, so we should have that. Now I'm going to give names to the inputs that we have. So there's going to be the title. So name is going to be the title of our post. We are going to have the category of the post. We are going to have the body of the post that is featured. Okay, so there's going to be this is going to be checked by default, right? So let me set the value to be 1. Okay, so by default it is going to be checked. That means it is going to be featured, and so I'm going to set the value to 1. Okay, and let's say there's going to be the thumbnail. Let's give it the name of thumbnail. And lastly, our submit button, right? So I'm going to give it a name of submit. Okay, now one thing I want to do here is let's check something real quick. Let's get back here, and this is featured, or this featured checkbox shouldn't show for ordinary authors. Okay, it should only be available for admins. Okay, only an admin can feature a post, okay, or can set a post to be featured. So right here, remember we had that session. Let's go back into our sign in logic. We had a session that checks if a user is an admin. Okay, so right here we have that session. We are going to use that to check if the user is an admin. Then we should show this is featured that we have, okay, or the checkbox the is featured checkbox, else we shouldn't have it. Okay, so I'm going to enter PHP mode here, and I'm going to check if that session is set. Okay, so if it's set, user is admin. Okay, so if there's a set, then this current user is an admin. Okay, so we should have this, else we shouldn't have it. Okay, so I'm just going to wrap that inside the if statement. Let me end the if and close it. All right, so that is that. Now let's go back, and we only have one category, right? So we are going to fetch all the categories that we have in our database. Okay, so that the user can select the category that he or she wants to use for the post. All right, so up here I'm going to get all the categories. I'm going to fetch them from the database. Fetch categories from database. Okay, all right, so let me put this inside a query variable, and I'm going to select off from categories table. All right, let's execute our query. And first we should have our connection, of course, and then the query. Now we are going to loop through and then display the categories that we got. So let's have our PHP, and we are going to have this in a while loop. Okay, so each iteration is going to, let me give that a variable of category, and let's convert our result into an associative array. Okay, so MySQL fetch assoc and pass in the categories. That's the results we got from the database. Okay, and I'm going to end the while loop, and while. All right, so we should have exactly the number of categories we have here. 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, so 5, right? We should have 5 categories, and we have it. Okay, now they are not dynamic, so let's actually do that right now. We are going to display the name. Okay, we are going to echo the name of the category. So category, and then the title, right? and here the value is going to be the ID, okay, of that particular category. Okay, so let's echo that out. So category and then the ID. Okay, let's save and see what we have. All right, so we have all the categories being fetched from the database. Okay, all right, so let's actually go ahead and then start working on the submission. Okay, let's start working on the add post logic. Okay, so I'm going to create the add post logic. I don't think we have it, so let's create that file, add post logic. I'm going to have my PHP and require the database. Okay, so inside our config, I'm going to get the database. All right, now of course we should make sure the submit button is clicked before we get to this page. Okay, so that is inside our post super global. So if it is set, then we can go ahead and then get all the form values and then sanitize them. Okay, so first we are going to get the, actually let's have the author ID. Okay, the author ID, and for each login, remember the author ID is going to be inside a session. Okay, inside a session user ID. Okay, so when we log in, we put that user in a session. Okay, that user ID, we put that in a session. So right here, as you can yeah, right here, right, we have that in a session. Okay, so that is what we are getting here to get the current logged in user. Okay, I'm going to get the title of the post, so let me filter that or sanitize that. So that is inside the post super global. We give it a name of title, and we are going to use filter sanitize special full special charts. Okay, full special characters, and we are going to do same for the body. I'm going to duplicate this, give that a name of body as well. We'll have the category ID and the is featured, right? So the category ID, I think we gave it a name of category, right here. Okay, so but that will be called category underscore ID, and it's actually going to be a number. So filter sanitize number int. Okay, let me remove this and duplicate this instead. Is featured. Okay, if a post is featured or not, we gave that the name of is featured, right here. Okay, by default is the value is going to be 1. Okay, that's by default since it's going to be checked. Okay, now let's get the thumbnail as well. Okay, so I'm going to call that thumbnail, and that's going to be inside our files super global, and we give the name of thumbnail. All right, now I want to do one thing. If this is not checked, okay, so if we uncheck it manually, then we should set it to be 0. Okay, if it is not checked, then it should be 0. All right, so here I'm going to say set is featured to 0 if unchecked. So it's featured, and here I'm going to check if it is equal to 1. Okay, if it is equal to 1, then I don't want to do anything else. I have to set it to 0. Okay, or I want to set it to 0. All right, now let's go on and then validate our form. Okay, so let's validate form data, and first the title. If it is empty, then we want to have a session variable add post. Okay, and this is going to say enter post title. Else if the category ID is empty, then we are going to have that same session select post category. Else if, let's check for the thumbnail as well. Okay, so let's do the body first. It should be in order. Add post, enter post body. Let's check for the thumbnail. So that's the thumbnail, and we are going to check for the name. Okay, remember our file super global is going to return an array, okay, with the temporary name, the size, the name and all that. Okay, so here we are going to check for the name, and if it is available, then that means an image or a thumbnail was selected. Else we are going to have this session, okay, the same session message, add post, and we are going to say choose post thumbnail. Okay, so if the form is valid, then we should go ahead and then work on thumbnail. Okay, so first we want to rename the image or the thumbnail. Okay, we want to rename it just so we don't have duplicates in our images folder. Okay, all right, so let's get the time, and we are going to use that to make each image name unique. Okay, and the thumbnail name is going to be the time that we got. Okay, so we did this in the when we were adding the user, okay, with the avatar. So I'm not going to repeat, or I'm not going to go into details how anything works. Let's just go ahead and then work straight on it. Okay, so we get a time, and then we are going to append the name. Okay, so that is going to be the thumbnail, and we are going to have the name in the array that the files super global returns. Okay, in this case the file super global is being assigned to the thumbnail variable. Okay, so we can do thumbnail and then the name of the image. Okay, all right, actually, you know what, let me just show you. Okay, let me just go ahead and then show you. So here I'm going to var dump the thumbnail. Okay, I'm going to var dump that. So let's go ahead and let me refresh this and select a thumbnail. Let's add post. What? Var dump thumbnail. Did I have any error? What is going on? If it said submit, okay. Sorry about that, guys. Submit, that should be submit. So let's go back, refresh, and then select the image again. Undefined array add post 17. Really? 17 add posts. Come on, what is going on? All right, let's save that. Okay, so this is what the file super global returns. Okay, so we have, that's the image we selected, right? We have the name of the image, which is this right here. Okay, let's actually go back so that you see the name that I chose. Okay, the image that I chose. Okay, so let's use this, which is blog 25, and it is a JPG, right? So let's select that and then add post. So we have the name, which is blog 25, and it is a JPG, right? We have what else do we care about? We have the temporary name, okay, which we are going to use to upload the file. We have the size of the image, okay, which is in this case around 160 kilobytes. Okay, this in bytes. Okay, and what else? Yeah, so that's what we are going to need. Okay, so right now we are grabbing the name. We are grabbing the name right here, and then we are adding the unique time that we are going to get. Okay, each time we are getting a unique time, and we are adding that to the name. Okay, we are appending the name onto the time. Okay, just to have a unique name for our image. Okay, so that's what we are doing. And we've done this. I explained this in detail where we were adding the avatar, okay, where we were adding the user. We rename our image, and let's get the temporary name. Okay, so thumbnail tmp name is going to be thumbnail tmp name. Okay, now the destination where we want to upload this image to. So thumbnail destination path is going to be one folder up, okay, or one directory up, and we are going to go into our images, and we are going to append the name of the thumbnail or the name of the image. Okay, nice. Now let's go ahead and then do some checks. Okay, let's first make sure the file is really an image. Okay, and we are going to have allowed extensions. Okay, so let me say allowed files, and they are going to be inside this array. So the allowed files or the allowed extensions are going to be PNG, JPG, and JPEG. Okay, come on, these are the only allowed files or the allowed extensions. All right, so here we are going to actually get the extension of the image we are trying to upload. Okay, and then check if it is in this array. All right, so let's go ahead, and then the extension is going to be, let's first explode the image name. Okay, so we're exploding by the dots. Okay, and let's pass in the thumbnail name, and then we get the end. This is going to return an array. Okay, so we are going to get the end of that array. Let's actually echo this out. Okay, so I'm going to echo out the extension. Okay, so let's go ahead, and I'm going to go back to the form. Let me choose select a thumbnail here, block 14, array to string conversion. Okay, there's an array, so we should var dump, not echo. All right, now let's go back, and we have this. Okay, so as you can see, there's an array, and we have the name of the image itself, and lastly we have the end of it. Okay, here is the extension. Okay, we have the extension here as well. So we are going to get the end of the array and then compare or check if it is in the allowed extensions right here. Okay, so right here, let me remove this var dump. Let me put this back in the extensions variable and get the end of the extension or the array. Okay, now let's go ahead and then check if that extension is inside the allowed files. Okay, so if that is in array, so we are using this in array function, and let's first pass in the extension that we got and check if it is inside the allowed files. If so, then the file is an image, right? So we can proceed to do more checks, and this time we are going to check, or we are going to make sure image is not too large, okay, or too big. All right, in this case we are going to make sure it is no more than 2 megabytes. Okay, so let's go ahead and then check that, and we are going to use the size. Remember, we had the size in the array. So if the thumbnail size, if the size is less than 2 million bytes, okay, let me use the underscore to make this more clear. If it is less than 2 million bytes, then we can go ahead and then upload the image. Okay, so actually let me have the sessions for if anything goes wrong. Okay, so this time we are checking if the image or the file is not an image. Okay, that was the first check. If it was not an image, then we are going to say file should be PNG, JPG, or JPEG. Okay, and here we are checking for the size. Okay, so else I'm going to have the session, and let's say file size too big. Okay, that is if it is greater than 2 million bytes. Okay, file size too big should be less than 2 megabytes. All right, so if it is less than 2 megabyte, then we can go ahead and then upload the file. Okay, upload thumbnail. All right, so we are going to use this move uploaded file function. That is what we are going to use. Let's pass in the temporary name and the destination. Okay, the destination path, and our image should be uploaded. All right, so let's have, all right, so we have that image. Okay, uploaded. Right, but I'm going to delete it for now since we are not done with everything. Okay, all right, so let's check if there is any error so far. Okay, and if there is any error, then this is going to be set. That is the session, the add post session. It is going to be set. Okay, so if so, then we are going to redirect back to the add post page with the form. Okay, so let's say redirect back with form. Okay, to add post page if there is any problem. All right, so let's see if the session is set. That is the session add post. Okay, if it is set, then we have a problem. Okay, so we are going to take the post super global, which contains the form data, and then send it back to the add post page. Okay, or we are going to get it on the add post page. Since it is a session, we can actually get it from any page, right? But we need it on the add post page, so that is where we are going to get it. All right, so let's name this add post data. Okay, if there's any problem, we have that. All right, and we are going to head back to the add post. So the root URL inside our admin add post.php. Right, else then we can proceed to actually add the post to the database. Okay, but before we insert the post into our database, I want to check if the current post or the current form that we are trying to post is set to featured. If we are making that a featured post, then I want to update all other posts and set the is featured to 0. Okay, so we should only have, or we should have only one featured post in our database. All right, so here I'm going to set is featured of all posts to 0 if is featured for this post is 1. Okay, so that is what I'm going to do. So if is featured, so if is featured is equal to 1, then we can go ahead and let me put this in a variable. That's our query. Okay, so we are going to update all posts. Okay, and set is featured to be equal to 0. Execute our query. So we have the connection and then the query, which is 0 whatever. Yeah, after that we can go ahead and insert post into database. I'm going to put the query inside a variable, so let's call this query, and we are going to insert into the post table. We need the title, the body, thumbnail, the category, ID. Okay, so I'm getting all these from the column of the post table. Okay, right here in the post table. We have the title, the body, the thumbnail. Datetime is actually going to be the current timestamp, so we don't need to insert that. We have the category ID, the author ID, and then the is featured. Okay, so that is what we need. Okay, so the category ID, the author ID, and then is featured. Okay, so those are the columns. Now the values are going to be the title. Okay, so that is the title variable, the body, thumbnail name. Okay, so the name of the thumbnail, that's what we are going to insert into our database. We need our category ID. Okay, so this time there is actually an integer, so that is why I don't have the quotes around it. Okay, the single quotes. All right, now the author ID as well, that is going to be an integer, and then the is featured. Okay, so those are the values. Okay, so I can have my semicolon. Now let's go ahead and then execute this query. So let's say result MySQL query, pass in the connection, and then the query itself. All right, perfect. Now if everything went well, okay, so if MySQL error no is false, let me pass in the connection, then we should have a success message. Okay, so a session add post success, which is going to be displayed on the manage posts page. Okay, so we say new post added successfully, and then we head to the um manage category. So inside our admin, and that is actually going to be the index. Okay, so and then we die. Okay, all right, so I think that should be all. Okay, I think that should be all. I hope yeah, I think that should be all. So let's proceed and try this out. Okay, so let me pull up the images for, come on, let me delete blog 14 that got uploaded, right? So let's keep our eyes on the images folder as we try this out. Okay, so I'm going to refresh the page, and notice we have nothing in our database. Okay, so I'm going to refresh, we have nothing here. All right, so I'm just going to enter something very random for the title, since we are actually going to be able to update our post later on. Let's enter something for the body as well. I'm going to make this not featured. Okay, so I'm going to uncheck in the checkbox here, and I'm going to select a thumbnail. Okay, um okay, so that should be good. And there's wildlife. Okay, I can actually change this to food, and we're actually going to be able to change the thumbnail and everything. We are going to be able to update the post later on, so let's just keep that image. All right, now keep your eyes in the images folder here in the project, and I'm going to add the post. Okay, so our post should be added. Since we've been directed to the manage post page, then that means everything went well. And let's come back here and then refresh, and we have our post. Okay, in our post table in our database. Okay, so the category we selected was the category with the ID of 6, which is, I think, food. That was food, right? Yeah. Okay, so that was what we selected. It is not featured, that's why we have the 0 here. The author is 1, who is Jane Doe. We have the date, time, we have the thumbnail, which is this, let's see, and that is what got uploaded. That's actually what we selected, and everything is going smoothly. Okay, So now let's proceed and then fetch the post that we add, okay, here. Okay, so we are going to fetch the post that we have in our table, in our post table. All right, so for that we are going to go to manage posts, which is the index of the admin folder, right? Now before we proceed to actually show the posts or fetch the posts, let's go ahead and then log out and log in as the other user, who is I think Adam Quest. Yeah, okay, so we are going to log in as Adam. That's Adam Quest 123. That's the password, and we are going to add a post here as well. Okay, so let me actually go to lorem ipsum or lipsum, whatever it's called. Okay, I'm going to grab something for the title and another. I'm going to copy something for the body as well. Okay, and this time I'm going to make this science and technology. Since Adam is not an admin, that's why we don't have that's why he can't set a post to be featured. Okay, that's why we don't have that checkbox. All right, so I'm just going to select this and we are going to add posts. Okay, so we should have 2 posts in our database. Let's go to our post table. All right, so we have 2 posts, right? One by Jendo with the ID of 1 and another by Adam Quest with the ID of 7. When we come to the users table, that's what we have here. Adam Quest has the ID of 7. Okay, all right, so now we can proceed and actually show or fetch the posts from the database. Okay, here in the manage posts page. All right, so up here I'm going to fetch current users post from the database. Okay, we want to be able to fetch only the current users, the current logged in users posts. Okay, not all the posts, right? So let's go ahead and let me actually put this in a variable. That's the query. I'm going to say current user. Let me get the current user ID first. Okay, and that's inside a session user ID, right? And let's have our query. So we are going to say select. I'm going to select the post ID. I'm going to get the post title as well. So this is the post table, right? And we are getting the ID and then the title. Let's get the category ID as well. Category ID. What else do we need? I think that's all for now. So we are getting these from the post table and we are going to join the users on the posts author ID, okay, which is equal to the users ID. Okay, remember we set the post author ID as a foreign key which references the ID of the users table, right? Or the yeah, so we are going to join that, and that's being joined on the users ID where the post author ID is equal to the current user ID. Okay, and let's order by post ID descending. Okay, so we are going to order that in descending order. All right, so I don't think I have any error here in my SQL. Let's go ahead and actually execute this query. So I'm going to put that inside a post variable and do my SQLite query, passing the connection, of course, and the query. Okay, equal to. Now, just like we did for the categories and then the manage users page, we want to show the table only if we have some posts, right? So let's just come back to one of those pages, that is manage users, and and right after the h2, okay, I had an if statement here. Let me just copy this. Okay, come back to, let me actually close this add post app, and I'm actually going to delete 3 of these. We only need 1 for the loop, and right after the h2 I'm going to have my check. Okay, so this time we have the posts being returned, right? So if we have anything from the, so if we got anything back from the database, okay, if the number of rows we got back is greater than 0, then that means we actually got some posts, right? And then we are going to show the table. Okay, if not, I'm going to have else here, else you are going to show, let me come back here and then copy this and paste that here, right? We're going to show no posts found. Okay, and then we are going to end our if statement. So PHP end if, close it. All right, now let's go ahead and let me close this. And since we are actually getting something back, we are going to display that. Okay, so we have the title of the post, the category, and we have these buttons. Okay, so first we are going to get the title of the post. So first we are going to loop through, okay, and then show the table row. Okay, so we are going to have a while loop, and for each iteration I'm going to put that inside a post that is singular, a post variable, and I'm going to say MySQL I'm going to convert the records that we got into an associative array. Okay, so MySQL fetch assoc and pass in the post that we got from the database. Okay, let me end the while loop here, PHP and while. All right, so let's show the title. Okay, so I'm going to echo that. So that is post, and then the title of the post. Let's do same for what the category, right? Now for each iteration of this while loop, we want to get the category ID that is inside the post record, right? We want to get that category ID, and with that we are going to fetch the name or the title of the category from the categories table. Okay, but even before I do that, I think this query that we have here, select post ID, title, category ID, so we are actually only selecting from the post table. Okay, so I don't think we need this join here. Okay, so I'm going to remove from that to, I'm going to remove this. So we are selecting this and this from the post table, where the post so actually I can actually remove all these post that I have to keep things simple, right? So I'm going to remove this. Okay, we know we are selecting from the post table, so I don't need to add that. Yeah, okay, so I'm selecting the ID, the title, the category ID from the post table, where the author ID is equal to the current user. Okay, and the current user ID. Okay, and I'm ordering by ID descending. All right, so I think that should do it. All right, now let's proceed. And as I said, for every iteration we are going to loop through and then fetch the category title using the category ID returned in the loop. Okay, so for each record we have the category ID. Okay, so we are going to use this and then fetch the title of the category from the categories table here. Okay, so let's do that. I'm going to leave a comment here, get category name or the category title of each post from categories table. Okay, that is a comment there, and let's do that. Okay, so I'm going to open my PHP and let me close it. Okay, code is going to be here. So let me get the category ID, and that is going to be inside the current iteration, the category ID. And let's have the query. Okay, so I'm going to say category query is going to be select title from categories where ID is equal to the category ID. And let's execute the query. Let me put this inside the result and MySQL query, passing the connection and then the query. That should be category query. Now I want to put that inside. Let me convert that. Okay, let me convert that into an associative array. Okay, so I'm going to say category is equal to MySQL fetch assoc, and then that's category result. Okay, now I can go ahead and then show the category title right here. Okay, so I'm going to echo that out. So that is category this. Okay, so the category and then the title. All right, now we should have the actually let's come here and then see what was happening. Okay, so we have the post by Adam Christ. Okay, so this was the title of the post and this was the category, okay, of the post. All right, if I showed, let's actually confirm this from the table. Okay, so this was the title, and this was the body. Okay, but the category ID was 4, and when we come to the categories table, we have science and technology. Okay, so that's perfect. Now let's actually come back to, let's log in as Jane-Doe. So Jane-Doe 123, that was the password, and here we are fetching the post by Jane-Doe. Okay, so when we come here, this was the title of the post, the category ID was 6. When we come to the categories table, we have food. Okay, so yeah, we have food as the category here. Okay, now we should be able to edit and then delete. All right, so we showed how the ID appended to the link. Okay, we should have the ID in the link as well, the ID of the post we want to edit or delete. Okay, so here in the href, I'm going to echo out. Okay, so let's actually use the root URL and take us to the edit page, right? Edit post page, and the ID is going to be equal to the post ID. The delete is going to be very similar, so I'm going to copy that and then paste it here, and that will be taking us to the delete post, delete dash post dot php. Okay, so now when we come back here and then hover over it, you can see down here that we have the ID. Okay, so this has the ID of 1. Okay, so that was the first post. The other post should give us an ID of 2. Okay, which is Adam Quest post, right? All right, so now we should be able to actually edit and then delete post, right? So we are going to go ahead and then edit post. But before that, I think we have to show the message. Okay, so when we come here, then actually add a post. If it went well, then we have to show a message. If there's any problem, then we have to actually go back to the add post page. Okay, so I think the add post page, we haven't actually finished working on that page, so let's come back. Okay, all right, so remember in the add post logic, if anything went bad, we are putting the, where is it? Okay, so if anything went bad, we are putting the post super global back into a session. Okay, so let's grab that if anything went bad. Okay, so let's put those inside a variable. Okay, so let's say get back form data if anything, or if form was invalid. Okay, so we'll get the title of the post, that's inside a session add post data, and get the title. Okay, or now the body of the post as well. I could just duplicate that, but add post data and get the body, or make the variable now. Okay, if this is undefined, then we are going to set this to now. Okay, so since we've assigned them to a variable, we can actually unset the session. Okay, so delete form data session. So we are going to unset that, add post data. All right, so we can put that back into the form, right? So here's our form. We have the title, so the value is going to be equal to, let's echo the title. Okay, and the body is going to be inside the text area, so let's put that here. Okay, that's the body, and that is it. Okay, now, all right, now we should also be able to show the error message. Okay, if anything went wrong, we should be able to show the message. So we are going to check if the add post session, okay, which contains our errors, is set. Okay, so from here, notice we are setting a session add post if anything went wrong. Okay, so from here we are checking for everything, right? So if that is set, then we should have the error message and then display it here. Okay, so I'm going to have my PHP and check if that is set. Okay, so if it's set, session add post. Okay, if that is set, then we are going to show our error message. Let me end my if statement. Okay, so if that is set, then let's show that here. Okay, I'm going to echo that out, add post, and right after I'm going to actually, you know what, let's just show it for now. So let's actually try adding another post. Okay, so this time I'm going to go to lipsum.com and grab something for the title. Okay, so that should be good, I think. And this time I'm going to make this art. This is not going to be featured. Actually, let me set this to featured this time. Okay, and since this is art, let me just choose this. Let's make sure our image is getting uploaded. So I'm going to pull our images folder up, and we are going to add a post, and we get enter post body. Okay, since we did not enter a body for the post, and notice our title didn't get deleted. Okay, we put back the title in the form. Okay, so let me get this for the body, copy that, and so we shouldn't have the post in our database as well. Okay, so everything is being checked before we proceed to add or insert into our database. Okay, so I'm going to add the body this time, and since the page refreshed, I'm going to select the image again, which was this, and this time our image should be uploaded. That's the thumbnail, and the post or the form should be inserted into the table. Okay, so let's go ahead, and I think we have a bug. Okay, so I'm going to refresh this. All right, so the problem was that I wasn't on setting the session. Okay, so the session containing the error message, right after we show it, we have to unset it. Okay, so I'm going to unset this session right here, which is the add post session, right after we show it. Okay, all right, so let's come back and then let me refresh this page. All right, so I'm going to copy the title again. Okay, so now we have nothing in our post, okay, apart from the two posts we already added. Okay, so this is going to be the title. I'm going to make this a food. Okay, so that's the category. I'm going to do that's the body, and I'm going to make this featured. Okay, so let's actually come here, and then this was the image we are going to use. Nope, that so since I chose an art for the thumbnail, I'm going to change the category as well. Now let's add this post. Okay, so the image got uploaded, which is this, and we should have the post in our database. Okay, yeah, so we have it. What else do we need to do? Okay, so we have the checks for the add post. So let's proceed to, let's go back to the, and come back here, and I'm going to go back. Okay, so right here you can see the post is being fetched from the database. Okay, and we have the newest post at the top, right? So this was the post we just added. All right, so let's go back to the manage posts. Okay, and as I said, when we add a post, we should have a success message if everything went well, right? And that is inside a session, add post success. Okay, so we should have that success message if everything went well. So up here, where should I show that? Okay, so here we can now close the add posts. Okay, so right here we are going to have that message. Okay, so let me actually copy one from here. Okay, and paste that. All right, so that is going to be if it said add post success. Okay, so we are going to show if add post was successful. We should make sure we have the, or we end the if statement. That's going to be add post. Okay, all right, so now we should have new post added successfully. Okay, if I refresh, that should be gone. Okay, since we always setting it right after we show it. All right, and yeah, so I think that is all for now. Okay, but one thing I've realized in my SQL is since the category ID, okay, so when we come to the post table, since the category ID is a foreign key, it's a foreign key here in the post. Okay, we can actually join the table and then get the title directly. Okay, without having to do all this, right? Without having to do all this, but um to not complicate things, let's just keep it this way. Okay, in the future projects, we're actually going to make or write more sensible and very accurate SQL. Okay, but let's just keep this for now since it is going to work the same way. All right, so let's proceed and edit the posts. Okay, so we should be able to edit posts. Okay, so right here we are going to proceed to edit our posts. All right, so here on the edit page 2, we are going to get the form. We are going to get the categories. We are going to get the categories from the database. Okay, so let's fetch the categories from database. Okay, so category query, just like we did for the add post. Okay, so select all from categories. I'm going to execute the query. Pass in my connection and then the query. Right, so let me actually make these categories, and we are going to have a while loop just like for the add post. Okay, so I'm going to have my while category, go to MySQL and fetch associate categories and end my while loop here. All right, now here I want to did I make a mistake here? All right, so for the add post, I'm going to confirm that. Okay, so add post, I should make sure the value for the option is actually the ID. I don't think that will work if I made a mistake, right? So here in the form, where is it? Okay, so that's actually right. That's what I did there, so that's perfect. All right, so for the edits, we are going to echo the title of the category. Okay, so category title. Okay, and here we are going to echo the category ID. Okay, so we should have the categories in our database. Sorry, in our um that should bring us to edit. Let's come back here, and that should take us to the root admin. Okay, admin, and then edit. Okay, right, so I'm going to go back, refresh, and yeah, so now we should have all the categories from the database. Okay, which is perfect. All right, so we should have the form. Okay, the form that we are, or the form of the post that we are trying to update. Okay, we should have the form filled in so that we can change things around it and update it. Okay, so we should fetch the form from the database, right? So here on the edit page, we are going to fetch the form. Okay, using the ID in the URL. Notice we are passing in the ID in the URL. Okay, so I'm going to refresh again. So down here you can see the IDs are different. The first one is the first one has the ID of 3, and the last one, or the bottom one, has the ID of 1, right? So we get the ID, and then with that we fetch the data from the database right here. Okay, so let's first check if the ID is set. Okay, so that is inside the get super global. Okay, since it is in the URL, right? So if that is set, then we are going to get the data from our database and then fill it in our form. Okay, so let's actually have the ID. I'm going to sanitize the ID, so that is inside our get super global, and filter sanitize number int. Okay, the query, select all from the post where the ID is equal to this ID. Okay, now the result, MySQL query, passing the connection and the query itself. I'm going to convert this into an associative array. Result. Yeah, okay. So if the ID wasn't set, okay, if we had no ID in the URL and we are trying to access this page, then we should be bounced back to the manage category, manage post page. Okay, so the header location should be root inside our admin, and then the index of the admin page, which is the manage posts. Okay, yeah, so since we have the form, we can put it. Okay, so we are getting the record, and then we are going to show it in our form. Okay, we are going to fill our form with it. Okay, so the value for this is going to be, let's echo post title. Okay, so that is the title of our post. The category, we are going to leave it. Now the body, okay, so we are actually going to leave the categories. Okay, so we should select the category manually. Okay, we should select that. Now the body is going to be post, and then body. What else? This we are going to leave it. Okay, so you should check or uncheck that yourself. But the value should be 1 by default, right? And what else do we need to do here? And I think that is all. Okay, so we are filling in the title and in the body. Okay, let's come back and we have it. Okay, so we're getting the body and then the title, and that is the post with the ID of 1, right? And that's what is actually in the database. Okay, all right, so we should be able to update this post. Okay, now this form should take us to, or should be submitted to the let's get the root, and inside our admin we are going to have a file called edit post logic. Okay, that is where this form is going to be submitted, and the method for this post is going to be post, and the method for the form is going to be post. Okay, what else do we need to do here? I think that is all. Let's actually give a name to the input. So this is going to be the submit button. You are going to have thumbnail. We are going to have is featured, right? So I'm going to name this is, come on, is featured. This is going to be the text area, so that's going to be the body. Okay, so let me give this a no, that should be on the select. I'm going to have category, what else, and the title of the post. Okay, so I'm going to give this a name of title. All right, so now let's proceed and work on actually editing the page. Okay, editing the post, sorry. So I'm going to create the file, edit post logic. That is where our form is going to be submitted. All right, so for us not to waste a lot of time on this, I'm just going to paste it, okay, from the completed projects. Okay, and I'm going to walk you through everything. Now I'm going to just change some things around. All right, so that is the only thing I have to change. Now let me walk you through. All right, so let's make sure we actually click the button. Okay, to take us to the logic page, we should click this button. So if that is set, then we are going to get all the form data. Okay, now for this actually to work, we are going to go back to the edit page, and then I'm going to have a hidden input. Okay, up here, so the type is going to be hidden, sorry, the name is going to be ID. Okay, and it is going to have the ID of the post we want to update. Okay, we don't need a placeholder for this. All right, so we are getting that ID. Okay, we are getting that, and we need the previous thumbnail of the post, right? So for the previous thumbnail, we are actually going to put that in here, and the previous thumbnail is also going to be a hidden input. Okay, the previous thumbnail, I'm going to call that previous thumbnail. We want the previous thumbnail name. Okay, and we are going to use that in the, so that is going to be the thumbnail. That's going to be the thumbnail column of the post table. Okay, so we are getting the thumbnail here. Okay, since we are actually going to be able to update the thumbnail as well, we are getting the previous thumbnail. And what the reason why we are getting that is, if we select a thumbnail, okay, here on the edit page, if we select a new thumbnail, then we should update the old one, right? If not, then we are going to keep the old one. Okay, so that is why we are getting the previous thumbnail, so that we do some checks with it. Okay, so that is all we need for this edit page. Now let's go back to the logic. So right here we are getting the previous thumbnail name. Okay, We are sanitizing everything here. We are getting the title, the body, the category ID. Okay, we are getting that. The is featured. Okay, we are getting that as well, which is 1 by default. Okay, so it's checked and the value is 1 by default. We are getting that. We are getting the thumbnail, which is inside our files super global, and we gave that a name of thumbnail. Okay, now remember to have the end type multi-part form data. Okay, since we are going to upload a file. Right, so just like we did for the add post, we are checking if the is featured is 1. Okay, if so, then we are going to keep it inside the variable, else then we are going to make it 0. Okay, so that is what we are doing here, and we are validating the form. Okay, so the title, the category ID, and then the body. We are making sure we don't have an empty input. Okay, so right after, then we are going to go ahead and then delete existing thumbnail if new thumbnail is available. Okay, so if we upload a new thumbnail, then we are going to delete the existing one. Okay, in the database. Okay, we are going to delete that in the database and from the images folder as well. So we are doing everything. So we are checking everything before we actually. Okay, so delete existing thumbnail if new thumbnail is available. Okay, so if the thumbnail name, okay, so if this, or if we selected a new thumbnail, then the thumbnail name is going to be set, right? So if we have a thumbnail name, then we are going to go ahead and then delete the previous one. Okay, and after that, we are going to go ahead and then work on the actual thumbnail. Okay, so just like for the ad post, we are renaming the thumbnail. Okay, and we are getting the temporary name for the upload. We are getting the destination, which is going to be inside our images folder, and we are doing the checks. Okay, we are making sure the image is actually, or the file is actually an image. Okay, and we are making sure it is less than 2 megabytes right here. Okay, and it's very similar to the add post. Okay, so the only thing we are doing here is updating the database with our query. Okay, so we are updating posts and then setting the title to the title we entered, or the title we changed here. Okay, we are setting the body to the body. The thumbnail is going to be okay, so I think we made a calculation here. Okay, so here, before we actually have the update query, we set the thumbnail name. Okay, if a new one was uploaded, else then we are going to keep the old one. Okay, so here we are saying if we have a new thumbnail, okay, then that is what we are going to insert, else then we are going to insert the old one. Okay, so that is what we are doing here. All right, so the one with a value is going to be assigned to this. Okay, and right here we are updating our database. Okay, and executing the query. So that is very, very simple and pretty similar to the add post. Okay, so I'm not going to all right, so that is that. All right, so let's actually proceed to try this out. Okay, so I'm going to go, actually let's just edit this. Okay, so let me grab a, I'm going to grab a title for this. Let me grab this for the title. Okay, so that is the post with the ID of 1. Okay, that is what we are updating, and this time I'm going to set that to be, what was it before? Let me just make it food, and it is going to be featured. Okay, and notice we have one featured post, that is the one with the category of 3. And since we are actually, if we have a featured post, then we are going to update every post to be not featured. Okay, so the featured for all other posts are going to be 0. Okay, so that is what we are doing here, right? So we are going to set our current post that we are trying to edit to be featured. And the body, let me actually grab something for the body. I'm just going to copy this. Oh, let me actually copy everything here. Okay, yeah, paste that for the body. And this is food, so I'm going to choose a food thumbnail. I'm going to use this, and now let's proceed to update. So this is the let's actually look at the image. Okay, for this what we are editing, and the image is block 48, right? So that should be this. Okay, so this should be deleted since we chose a new thumbnail, and it should be replaced with the new thumbnail we selected. Okay, so let's proceed, and I'm going to update post. Okay, so we shouldn't have that image. Let's come back here. Okay, so that image is gone. As you can see here, there's no more in our database, sorry, in our folder. Okay, we come back here and then refresh. You can see it got updated. Okay, our post got updated, and I think we have a problem. I set that to be one, right? Or I set the featured, I made it the featured post, right? But I think it is not the featured. So what went wrong? Let's actually try that again. Okay, I'm going to go back. Okay, so this is what we edited, right? Come back in and let's see. Yeah, that's what we just edited. So I'm going to go back and then set that back to be the featured post. Okay, it should be the featured post. And this time, since let's check the thumbnail. The thumbnail is 52, block 52, so that should be this. And this time I'm not going to choose any other thumbnail. Okay, so I'm just going to change, let me keep everything. Okay, I'm just going to change the title. So I'm going to use this for the title, and let's update post. Okay, so we should have the image, but the title should be changed. Okay, so we have a different title right here. All right, but as I said, that should be the featured post, but I don't think that is working. So let's make sure that is actually working. Okay, so update post, set title. Nope, not that. Okay, so we have, if there is featured, is, let's make sure name is featured. Oh, come on, I put that on the label. It should be on the input. Okay, sorry about that, guys. All right, so now let's update this same post again. Let's actually do a different one. So let me refresh this, and this is the third one, right? So that is actually the featured post. Okay, so we can make that not featured. Okay, which is the third, the ID with the post with the ID of 3. Okay, so we are not going to make that to be featured. So let's go ahead and then update the post. Come back and then refresh, and now it is not the featured post. Okay, so I can come back here and actually set the one with the ID of 1 to be the featured post. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and then update that. Let's refresh, and now that is the featured post. Okay, right, so our edit post is done. Okay, now if we successfully edit a post, we should have a success message up top. Okay, just like we did um, for the add post. Okay, so we should have a success message. So there's going to be an else if. Okay, so it shows if edit post was successful. Okay, so there's going to be edit post success. edit post success. Okay, that is what we have on the logic page. So we have, if everything went well, we have edit post success. Okay, yeah, so we show that, and then right after we so we should actually have that message. Okay, so we have post updated successfully. Okay, but if I refresh, then it should be gone. Okay, um so I think that is all, guys, for the edit post. Let's see, do we have any error messages as well? I don't think we do. Okay, so if we had any problem, then let's actually display that as well. Okay, so if we had any problems, then let's have another else if. Now, if edit post was not successful, okay, so that is going to be edit post. That's the session we have. Okay, if anything went bad, we have that session here. Cool. Okay, so edit post, there's going to be an error message. Edit post, edit post. Okay, all right, so if we try to edit a post, and for instance we don't have the body, okay, or the body is empty, then we are going to get couldn't update post, invalid form data on edit post page. Okay, and we did not update the post. Okay, if we come back here, we still have the body, right? So but if you refresh, it should be gone. Okay, so that is for the edits. All right, I think we can proceed to actually delete posts. Okay, so I'm going to close this up, and let's move on to deleting posts. Okay, so all right, so on click of any of these, we should be taken to edit, oh sorry, delete post. Okay, so delete post.php. Okay, we should be taken here. I'm going to have my PHP and require my database. Okay, inside our config, we are going to have database, PHP. All right, so I first want to make sure I have the ID inside the URL. Okay, so the get super global and the ID. Okay, so if that is set, then I'm actually going to have that in a variable. Okay, so I'm going to sanitize that. And once we have that, then we can proceed to actually fetch the post from the database. Okay, we want to fetch the post first because we have to delete the thumbnail from our folder here. Okay, we want to delete the thumbnail that belongs to that particular post before we proceed to delete the record from the database. Okay, so we are going to fetch post from database in order to delete the thumbnail from folder. Okay, or from project folder or images folder. All right, so I'm going to have a query to select everything from the post, where the ID is equal to the ID that we want to delete. Okay, I'm going to execute my query. Come on. All right, now we want to make sure we have only one record, okay, returned in this. Okay, we want to make sure we have only one record. Okay, so okay, so if MySQL num rows of result is equal to 1, then we can proceed. Okay, then we can proceed. Okay, so let me actually get the I'm first going to convert this into an associative array. So my MySQL fetch assoc and pass in the results, and I'm going to get the thumbnail. Okay, so thumbnail, I'm going to say thumbnail name is equal to the post and then the thumbnail. Okay, so we are going to get the thumbnail from right here. Okay, we are going to get the thumbnail from the table. Okay, so we get that, and we are going to get the path, okay, to the image in our folder. Okay, the path of the image that we are trying to delete, okay, inside our images folder. So thumbnail path should be equal to, let's go into our images folder and append the thumbnail name. Okay, so that is going to give us the path to the image that we want to delete. All right, so now once we have that, we can actually proceed to delete the image. Okay, so if we have the path, okay, if we have a valid path, then we can proceed to delete that image. Okay, so we are going to unlink, so that is the function that we are going to use, the path. Okay, and once that is done, we can proceed to delete post from database, okay, or from the post table. Okay, so I'm going to say delete post query. Okay, and that is going to be delete from posts, where the ID is equal to the ID here. Okay, and we are going to limit 1, just so we don't delete everything, okay, or we don't make any mistakes. All right, so delete post results is going to be, let's execute our query connection first, and then the delete post query. Okay, now if everything goes well, then we can proceed and have a success message. Okay, so if there is no error, so MySQL error no. Okay, connection session delete post success. Okay, then we say post deleted successfully. All right, once everything is done, we are going to head to the manage posts page. Okay, right, perfect. So that is all we have to do to delete from to delete a post. Okay, that is all we need to delete a post. Okay, so let's pull this up, and I think our post should actually be deleted. Okay, the post we clicked on. Okay, and as you can see, it is gone. Okay, so that was we didn't even refresh this. So okay, so we have only 2 posts. We have only 2 posts left, and we should not have, and as you can see, we have only 2 thumbnails for the 2 posts remaining. Okay, so we have block 27 and block 30. Okay, so as you can see here, we have block 27 and block 30. Okay, so these are the only thumbnails left, and that means the post thumbnail is also being deleted. Okay, if I should go ahead and then delete the post with the thumbnail of block 30, so let's go ahead and then try that. I'm going to shrink this. We are going to go ahead and then delete it. We delete, and then now since we don't have any post, we are getting that no post found, and the image actually got deleted. Okay, so we should have only 1 post in our database. Okay, so everything is working perfectly. Let's actually go ahead and then add a new post. So I'm going to select this for the body. I'm going to select this for the body. the title. I'm just going to copy this for the title. It's going to be, let's keep it at, let's make it the wildlife. Wildlife, what's an image that relates to a wildlife here? I'm going to use this, and I'm going to add post, and I have a new post. Okay, all right, so we can go ahead, edit or delete, whatever. Everything should work perfectly. Okay, so there's the image we selected, and it got uploaded as well, right? Perfect. Now let's proceed to, what else do we need to do? Now when we delete a post, we should actually have you know what, let me change, this should start from here, right? The arrow, I didn't copy the arrow, so I'm going to update this, and it belonged to the wildlife. I'm going to update that. All right, so we have it. Now what I want to do is to have a success message for delete. Okay, the delete success message we had is not showing. Okay, this message right here, post deleted successfully, is not showing. And so we are going to go to the index of the admin folder, and just like we did for the edit and add, we are going to have did we have an error as well? No, we did not. Okay, so we are going to have our success message for the delete, and I'm just going to copy one of these, paste it down here. So this is going to be if delete post was successful, right? So delete, and that should work. Okay, that should be all. Okay, so now if we should go ahead and then delete this post, what, that was so fast. It's like it didn't even show. What was wrong? Delete post success, and the page refreshed so fast. Okay, so let's actually add a new post. I'm going to copy the same thing for the title, copy something else for the body. Okay, this time I'm going to make an art. I'm going to uncheck the featured and add. Okay, I'm going to select this, add post. We have new post added successfully. Let's go ahead and delete. Okay, now we have the post deleted successfully. Okay, all right, so everything is working perfectly. All right, now we can proceed to actually show the posts in the pages that need them. Okay, so here on the home page, we are going to show the post, the blog page and all that. Okay, but before that, remember when we were deleting users, so when we go to the users or delete users page, delete users. Okay, I have this for later. Okay, so we are going to fetch all thumbnails of users posts and then delete them. Okay, when we delete a user, since we set the foreign key to be on delete cascade, the database is actually going to be deleted. Okay, so if I should go ahead and let's try this out. Okay, so I have what, I'm going to go to, so we have two users here. We have Jendo and Adam Quest. Okay, Jendo is an admin, so she can actually go ahead and then delete Adam Quest. Okay, and we can manage users, and we are going to delete Adam Quest. Now one thing is Adam Quest actually has a post. Okay, so the ID of Adam Quest is 7. So here in the post we have a post that belongs to, that's actually the only post here. Okay, that's the post that belongs to Adam Quest. Okay, so if we should go ahead and then delete Adam Quest, then this post should be gone. Okay, that is the on delete cascade that we set for our foreign key. So I'm going to go ahead and then delete Adam Quest. So we have Adam Quest deleted successfully. If we come back and then refresh, we shouldn't have that post. That post is gone. Okay, so that is working perfectly. But now we still have that thumbnail in our database. Sorry, in our images folder right here. Okay, this thumbnail shouldn't be here. Okay, so once we delete a user, then we should keep in mind that user may have some posts. Okay, so if the posts are getting deleted in a database, then we should remember to delete all the thumbnails that belongs to that post. Okay, here in the images folder. All right, so that is what we are going to do. That is the delete user, right? So here we are going to fetch all thumbnails of users posts and then delete them from the images folder. Okay, so let's go ahead and then do that. Let me actually minimize this, and I'm going to have a query here. Okay, so I'm going to call this thumbnails query. Okay, so let's select everything from, or let's select only the thumbnail from the post table where the ID, or sorry, where the author ID is equal to the ID that we have here. Okay, all right, remember we are deleting a user. Okay, so the ID is the user's ID. Okay, so we are making sure the author ID is equal to the user ID. Okay, is the ID that we have here, right? So thumbnail, this is going to be the result, and we are going to execute our query. Okay, so passing the connection and the thumbnail query. All right, so we are going to check if the number of rows is exactly 1. Now let's check if we actually got something. Okay, if the user really has some posts. Okay, so if MySQL num rows of the thumbnail results is greater than 0, okay, then that means we got some records. If so, then we are going to loop and then delete them. Okay, delete all the thumbnails. Okay, so each iteration is going to be called thumbnail, and I'm going to convert this into an associative array. Okay, so thumbnails results. So I'm going to delete. First, we should have the path. So thumbnail path should be equal to inside our images folder, so one level up, and then we append the thumbnail name. Okay, so we get the thumbnail from the table, okay, or from the record. There's an associative array, right, being returned, so we get the thumbnail from it. All right, so once we get that, we can actually go ahead and then delete thumbnail from images folder if exists. Okay, so if the path exists, then we are going to unlink it. That is the function we are going to use to delete it. Okay, so that is all we have to do here. So once we delete a user, all the posts get deleted, and then the thumbnail as well should be deleted. Okay, so we didn't have this functionality before, so we deleted it manually. Okay, so let's actually add a post and try that out again. Okay, so I'm actually going to log back in as Adam Christ. No, we actually deleted that user, right? So let's sign up as Adam Christ again, or maybe a new user. Okay, so let's sign up as John Doe. So John Doe, John is the username, John at doe.com. That's the email. Or you can use any email you want, right? The password John Doe 123. Keeping it consistent so that I don't forget. John Doe 123. And I think we didn't try this before. Okay, so we should have this check. File should be PNG, JPG, or JPEG. Okay, so we should have that check. And notice the avatar wasn't added. We shouldn't have the user added as well. Okay, so we only have Jendo, right? And if the image is more than 2 megabytes, 1 megabyte, then we have this as well. Okay, so we are checking for everything before we proceed, right? So this time John Doe is going to be this person. Let's sign him up. Okay, so it was successful. So we've been taken to the okay, so we have the thumbnail as well, and we got redirected to the sign in page, right? So we are going to sign in as John Doe. That's the that's the username John, the password John Doe 123, and I'm going to add a new post. Okay, so this is just getting very repetitive, but there's going to be the title. Let's do science and technology, and the body, I'm going to copy this for the body, paste, and science and technology, right? So let's choose something that relates to that. I'm just going to use this add post. Okay, so we have new post added, right? So what are we testing? We are testing for when we delete a user, right? So I'm going to log back in as Jane Doe, who is the admin. Okay, notice John Doe is not an admin. Okay, his admin is 0. So we are going to log in as Jane Doe. So Jane Doe 123, that's the password, and we are going to manage users and then delete John Doe. Okay, so this time with this code that we have here, we should delete the post. Okay, that belongs, or the thumbnail of the post that belongs to John Doe. Okay, so John Doe will get deleted, so the thumbnail will be gone. The the avatar of John Doe will be gone, the thumbnail will be gone, and then the database as well, okay, should be updated, or the record for John Doe should be deleted as well. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so let's actually go to the posts, and this post will be deleted. John Doe's record should be deleted as well, and everything should work. You know what I'm talking about. So let's just go ahead and then test this. So you're going to delete John Doe. So John Doe deleted successfully. We only have one avatar or one image in our images folder, and that is Jane Doe's avatar. When we come back to our database, okay, so this is the post by John Doe, right? As you can see, the author ID was 8. We refresh, that should be gone, and it is. In the users table, we only have Jane Doe, so everything is working smoothly, which is perfect, right? Now, one last thing I have to do before we actually proceed to fetching and then showing our posts is for the delete categories. Okay, when we delete a category, we have to update the category ID of the post that belong to that particular category ID to be the ID of the categorized category. Okay, I hope this makes sense, guys. Some things are hard to explain, but practically you know what I'm talking about. So when we go ahead and then delete a category, okay, so let's go to manage categories. When we delete a category, we are going to set all posts that belongs to that category to now be the uncategorized category. Okay, so that is just what we are going to do. So here I'm going to have a query, update query, and I'm going to say update post and set the category ID to be equal to the category ID of the uncategorized category. In this case, let's go to the categories table. The uncategorized category that we have here is, or has, an ID of 5. Okay, so that is what we are going to set our category ID to. Okay, so to the ID of 5, where category ID is equal to the ID that we are deleting. Okay, So that is exactly what we are doing here. Now I'm going to execute the query. So update result, MySQL, come on, query, pass in the connection, and then the query. All right, so once that is done, we are going to check if there is no problem with it, okay, with updating the category. Okay, so if we had no error, so MySQL error no, pass in the connection. If we had no error, then we can proceed to actually delete that particular category. Okay, and that's that, guys. That's that for this delete category as well. So I'm going to close this up, and we are basically actually, you know what, when we delete a category, okay, so there's the delete manage post. So when we, okay, so we have a message for the delete. Okay, so that's that, guys, for the admin. Okay, so we've taken care of everything on the admin or in the admin folder. Okay, so now we can proceed to actually show the actually, you know what, let's test this out. Okay, so I'm going to have a post that's for the deleting the categories, right? I'm going to have a post here, and let me just copy this for the body and close this. All right, so the body is going to be that. I'm going to copy this for the title. Okay, I'm going to make this food. It's going to be featured, and this is the food thumbnail that I'm going to use. We should have the image uploaded, so I'm going to add the post, and everything is working perfectly. Now if I should go to the manage categories and then delete the food category, okay, let's go ahead and then do that. If I should do so, then this category should be updated to the uncategorized category. Okay, so let's go ahead and delete the food category. Okay, so category deleted successfully. If we come back to the manage post, now we have the post as the category of this post set as the uncategorized. Okay, so that's what we just did. All right, so now we can proceed to actually show the post that we have in our database. Okay, all right, so let's actually I'm going to add more posts so that we have more posts to work with. Okay, so I'm going to have this as the body. The title, I'm just going to copy this, paste that. There's going to be wildlife. Is this featured? The current post. Okay, so it is featured. So if I should make this featured too, then the old one is not going to be featured anymore. Okay, so that is what wildlife, right? So I'm going to add the posts, come back here, refresh. So we have a new post. Now there's the featured one, and I'm going to log back in as a new user. Okay, okay, I only have Jendo now because we deleted the other user. So let's sign up as a new user. So this time is going to be Adam. Actually, I'm going to register a new user called Vino, Daniel Vino. The username is going to be Vino. The email vino@gmail.com. Password Vino 123 Vino 123, and I'm going to select a thumbnail for this person. Let's just use this. Okay, let's sign him up. Password do not much really. Okay, then yeah, okay, it was Vino 123. I think this was the mistake I made here. 123. Let's sign him up. Let's choose the avatar first and then sign him up. Okay, now we should have Vino in the database. we should have the image as well. So that's the avatar we selected, and we can go ahead and then sign in as Vino so that we have a post for Vino as well. So the username was Vino, or we can even use the email, and the password was Vino123. Come on, I mistakenly clicked. Okay, so we are here, right? Let's add a post. So we see no post found, right? Let's add a post. So I'm going to copy this. Let me just make it. I want plenty of text for this. I'm going to select this for the title, Science and Technology, and I'm going to select this as the thumbnail. So we have a post for Vino as well. When we come to the post table, we have a post for Vino. Okay, right. So we can proceed to fetch and then display those posts, okay, here in the database, here on the home page, sorry. So let's go ahead and then do just that. So on the home page, come on, that is the index. Let's first show the featured post. Okay, so we are going to fetch that from the database, of course. So fetch featured posts from database. All right, so I'm going to put this in a variable featured query. That's going to be called select or from posts where is featured is equal to 1. I'm going to execute the query. So MySQL query, passing the connection, and the query. Okay, so featured query. I'm going to convert this into an associative array. So MySQL fetch assoc featured result. Okay, all right, so I have the featured posts. Okay, if there is any featured post, then I'm going to have it here. Okay, if not, then this whole thing, this whole section shouldn't even show. Okay, if we did not get anything back, then this section or the is featured section or the featured section shouldn't even show. So let's actually check for that. So I'm going to check if we got any featured post. Okay, so if the number of rows of the featured results is, if we got exactly 1, then we should show this. Okay, if not, then we shouldn't show it. So right here I'm going to end my if. All right, so we have that. Now if you got anything back, then of course we have it in an associative array here, so we can go ahead and then show everything that we need. So the thumbnail, okay, the thumbnail, we are going to echo that. So we go into our images folder right here, and then we get, or we are going to add the name. Okay, so that is going to be inside the featured, and then the thumbnail. Let's save that and check out our page. Okay, so we have the featured post. So if we come back here, the featured post is this. Okay, so block 3, that was the thumbnail, and that actually is what we have in our block 3 block. Yeah, so that's this. Okay, so we are getting that thumbnail. All right, so let's do same for the title as well. So the post title, let's echo that. So featured and then the title. Okay, and let's do same for the body as well. Okay, so we are going to echo out the body. So featured body. All right, let's see what we have. Yeah, okay, so that's what we have now. There's actually too much. Okay, so we are actually going to do a little calculation and then show just some parts of the body. Okay, that's the text that we have here. So here, let's do some calculation. Okay, so we are going to use the substring function, and we only want 300 characters. Okay, so 300, and that should give us only 300 characters. Okay, but I want it to look like we are actually going to oh, there is more to be read. Okay, so I'm going to add 3 dots. Okay, so we have 300 characters and we have this. Okay, all right, now we should have the thumbnail for the author, and then we should make sure this category, okay, is actually the category that we are getting. Let's actually do the categories first, and I'm going to have my PHP. Okay, all right, so the category ID is going to be featured category ID. Okay, remember each post has the category ID, okay, of that particular post right here. All right, so we could actually, since there's a foreign key, we could actually use a join and all that, but I want to keep this pretty basic. Okay, maybe you could argue that the foreign key that I said was pretty useless, but let's just proceed. Okay, so I'm going to have a query, category query, and we are going to select all from the categories table where the ID is equal to the category ID that we have. Okay, so the result, MySQL query. So we are going to execute our category query, and let's actually um, put that into an associative, or let's convert it into an associative array. Okay, so MySQL fetch assoc, that's category result. We should have our category. Okay, we should have our category, and we can display that right here. Okay, so the title of the category, or the name of the category, should be category title. You know what, I should get the name here, okay, directly. So I'm going to say category title, and that should be equal to category title. Okay, let me close this up. I have my semicolon, and here I can echo that directly, category name or title. Let's save and see what we have. Refresh this. I don't think that's category ID 2. Okay, which is okay, that's actually wildlife, guys. That's actually wildlife. Okay, so that's working perfectly. All right, so now this should take us to the, let's echo our roots. Let's have our roots. Okay, so roots, where is it? Okay, the category posts page. Okay, so it's going to take us to the category posts dot php, and we are going to have the category ID. Okay, we're going to have the ID of the category. Okay, so that is category and then the ID. Okay, all right, so here I can actually just, I'm going to make this simple. I'm going to paste that here instead. Let's save, and now this is going to take us to, keep your eyes down here in the bottom left. It's going to take us to the category posts, and then the ID of this is 2. Okay, so when we click, it brings us to the category posts page. Okay, right, Now let's fetch the avatar of the author of this post. So let's come down here. But even before we show the author, I want to okay, so this link is going to take us to the header or the title. Okay, this title should take us to the single post page. Okay, so using the root, we are going to be taken to post.php. Okay, and we are going to append, or we are going to have the ID of the post in the URL. Okay, so featured and then the ID. Okay, the time as well, we are going to, okay, so that is going to be let's I'm going to show the time as well. Okay, so the time of the post, let's enter PHP mode and echo this out. Date, and it is going to be formatted in this way. So you're going to have the month, the date, and then the year. Okay, and you're going to have the time as well, the hour and the minutes. Okay, you can do some calculations and then show maybe 3 days ago and all that, but I don't have that time. So let's just proceed. So that is the featured date time, right? So currently we have a hard coded time here. So if I should save this, okay, I'm going to save that. So I save, and now we have a different date. Okay, and now we have a different date. Okay, so this is when we posted this blog. Okay, all right, now let's fetch the, okay, so you can confirm I just posted this, okay, about an hour ago, even less than an hour. Okay, so this is the date. Okay, so today is 28th of June 2022, right? So that is what I have here, and I posted this 3 a.m. Okay, 3:48 a.m. and it's currently 4:15. All right, so I posted this about 30 minutes ago. Yeah. All right, so let's proceed and then work on the author. Okay, let's show the author. So right here, I'm going to have my PHP from users table using the author ID. Okay, so let's put that in a query. So I'm going to first have the author ID, which is going to be equal to the featured author ID. Okay, all right, so I'm going to have a query. So author query, select all from users, where ID is equal to author ID. Okay, let's execute our query. Result is equal to MySQL query connection and then author query. I'm going to convert this into an associative array. Okay, so MySQL fetch assoc and let's see, author results. Right, so here where we are showing the name of the author, I'm going to echo that out. So there's going to be dynamic. So that's going to be author, and then I'm going to get the, okay, so we have first name and then last name, right? So I'm first going to have the first name. I'm going to have the last name as well. Now it should work. Okay, so we have the first name and then the last name of the author. Right, so we are getting the name. Now the thumbnail is, or the avatar, sorry, the avatar of the author. Let's show that as well. So the avatar of this person, that is author, and then we get the avatar. Okay, so we are getting that from the images folder. Okay, so let's come back and we have Jane Doe. Okay, so we have Jane Doe who posted the featured post, right? Now that is working perfectly. Okay, so now I think we are done with the featured. Okay, so we should proceed and then show the rest of the posts, or the posts that we have in the database. And on the home page, we are only going to have 9 posts, but here on the blog page, we are going to have all the posts in the database. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. All right, so that's down here for the posts. All right, so we actually leave a comment here. Okay, so we are showing featured post if there's any here. Okay, but now we are going to show all the posts. Okay, on the home page, we are only going to have 9 posts. So let me do that here. Okay, so I'm going to fetch 9 posts from post table or from database. Okay, so I'm going to have that in a query, and I'm going to say select all from posts, and I'm going to order by date, time. Okay, the recent posts. All right, and they are going to be in descending order. Okay, and I'm going to limit 9. I want only 9 of them. All right, so I'm going to execute my query, passing the connection, of course, and then the query. All right, so I can look through and then show all the posts. Right, so right here we don't need all these. Okay, we only need one of them, so I'm going to remove all the article tags, and we only need one. Right, perfect. All right, so we should have only one here. Okay, but we're going to look through and then show all of them. So all right, so here I'm going to have my while loop. So PHP while, and each one is going to be called post. Each iteration is going to be called post. So while MySQL fetch associate posts, I'm going to have my colon here, and I'm going to end my while loop and while. All right, so let's see what we are doing. We first need the thumbnail. Okay, so we have to show the thumbnail of the post. I'm going to echo that out. So we go into our images folder, and then we get the thumbnail. Okay, so now the post and then the thumbnail. Right, let me just copy this. What else do we need? We are going to do the same thing we did for the featured post here in the lesson to get the category. Okay, but for now, let's show the title of the post. So post title, the body of the post as well. Okay, so the body, and we are still going to do what we did here. Okay, so we are going to show only a portion of the post. Okay, so let me actually copy this, and I'm going to paste that here. Okay, so there's the body. I'm going to paste that here. So this time there's going to be post body, right? And what else do we need to do? We want to show the time as well. Okay, so I'm going to copy this, paste that. Okay, all right, so we should have that. Okay, so we have 3 posts which are coming from our database right here. Okay, so here we have only 3 posts. Right, now for the categories, as you can see, we only have wildlife, which are hard coded. So we are actually going to fetch them from the database just like we did here. So I'm going to get this, come down here, and right here I'm going to get the category. Okay, so this is going to be post category. So category query, category results, everything is going to be the same here. Here I'm going to get the category, or I'm going to echo category title. Okay, and we should be taken to, we are using the root. So root, we should be taken to the category post.php, and the ID is equal to, or the ID is going to be equal to, so let's echo that out. Or we could actually do post category ID, right? Yeah, we could actually do post category ID, but that should be the same. Okay, that should be the same. So yeah, actually I could do the same thing here. Category ID, I could do featured category ID. Okay, that should be the same thing. All right, so what else? Okay, I'm showing the title. What else? I think, yeah, okay, so this on categorized, this wildlife science and technology. Okay, so yeah, everything is working fine. All right, now we have to show the authors. Okay, so let's come down here, and I'm going to copy this. Okay, so this hard-coded thing should be out, but first we have to loop through and then fetch the authors from the users table. Okay, so I'm going to copy this, and right here I'm going to paste that. Okay, so we are looping through. Okay, so we are fetching the author from the users table. Okay, so this should be post. Right here we are going to get the thumbnail of the author. Okay, so that is going to be author, and then thumbnail. What else do we need? So author, first name, last name, and that's all, guys. Let's refresh and see what we have. I'm going to refresh this. This should be avatar. Okay, so we are getting the avatar, and I think I made the same mistake here, right? Oh, okay, so we're actually getting the avatar here. We should do same for where is it? Yeah, we are getting the avatar here, right? So it's the avatar we are getting, not the thumbnail. All right. All right, so we are getting everything, guys, and we only have to you know what, the body here is too much. Okay, the title here is the body, the text for the body is too much, so I'm going to reduce that to 150. Okay, I think 150 should be good. Yeah, so 150 is good. Why do I have this break? Let's see. Oh, all right, so we can now proceed to show the different categories, okay, that we have in our database. Why am I getting this? Okay, the time should be different for each post, but it seems I'm getting the same time for all of them, right? So I think we have a bug. Let's try and then fix that. Okay, this should be posts. All right, let's come back, and we have different times. Okay, right, perfect. All right, so let's show the categories that we have in our categories table. Okay, so down here we are going to do that. We only need one since we are going to loop. All right, so I'm going to have the query here. I'm going to end my PHP, and right here I'm going to have my query. So I'm going to say all categories. That's the name I'm going to give this. So here I'm just going to select all from the categories table. Let's execute the query. Pass in the connection. Let me say query, and let me just remove this. Okay, and the query, all categories query, right? So here I'm going to loop it and show them. Okay, so I'm going to have my while loop, MySQL fetch associate, all categories, yeah, and colon, and then I close my PHP. Now I'm going to end the while loop. All right, so we should have some categories. We have at, but we are going to make that dynamic. So let's echo the category title, which should be coming from the database. Okay, so we have wildlife science and technology on categories, and then category and then at. Okay, so we only have 4. So yeah, okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's actually add more. Well, we are currently logged in as John Doe, right? Or Daniel Vino rather, who is not an admin. So we are going to log out. Okay, our access control is working, and I'm going to log in as Jane Doe. Okay, so Jane Doe 1, 2, 3, that's the password. And I'm going to add more categories. Okay, let's have the food category as well. Description for food category, add. Now we come back, refresh, we have the food category. Okay, now we should have the link go to so from the root we are going to take them to category posts page. Okay, .php, and we should add the ID of this particular category. Okay, so let's echo that out as well. So that is category ID, right? Perfect. Okay, so that should be working. Okay, we click and then it takes us to the category post page. Okay, and for each click, notice we have the ID. Okay, so the food category has an ID of 8. Sorry, so that is why we have 8 here, right? We click on categorized, it should be 5, and it is 5. Okay, right here. All right, so I think we are done with the home page. Okay, we are done with the home page. All right, so let's actually work on the single post and then the category posts page. Okay, so let's start with the single post page. Okay, so I'm going to close this and go to the posts. Okay, that's the single post page. All right, so we are going to fetch the post from the database if the ID is set. Okay, we should make sure we have an ID in our URL before we get to this page. All right, so let's say fetch posts from database if ID is set. Okay, so if it's set, and we have that in our get super global. So if we have ID in our URL, then we should proceed, else we should bounce them back, okay, to, I don't know. All right, so if the ID is set, then we can go ahead and then get the ID. So I'm going to sanitize that, filter sanitize number int, and I'm going to have a query. Okay, I'm going to have a query to select all from the post table where the ID is equal to the ID that we have here. Okay, I'm going to execute the query connection first, and then the query itself. Okay, Now I'm going to convert this into an associative array, so the post itself and pass in the results. Okay, so we have our post as an associative array. So here we can show that post. Okay, so let me close the p tag. All right, so first we need the title of the post. So post title, currently it is this, so it should change. So I'm going to save, and we have it changed. Okay, so we have the post title. Now for the author and then the time and all that, I'm just going to copy from the home page. Okay, it's going to be exactly the same as we have here. So the author, yeah, so from here I'm going to copy to, I think here, oh sorry, that should be copy, not cut, and I'm going to paste that here. Okay, so we have our author. I'm going to paste that here. Yeah, okay, so we're getting the author ID, which should be from the post that we have here, right? So everything should be the same here. Okay, everything should be exactly the same here. All right, so let's see what we have. Okay, so we are fetching everything, right? Now let's go ahead and then show the thumbnail of the post. Okay, let's show the thumbnail of the post. So that is inside our post. So let's echo that out, post, and then the thumbnail. So we should now have our post thumbnail right here. Okay, now let's show the body or the text. So we are going to echo that out as well. Okay, so that is post body. Let's save, and we have it. Okay, perfect. All right, so if you go back home and click on any post, I think we have a bug. Okay, so let's go back home, and this should take us to where is it? Where's the title? The title of the post. That is inside. Okay, so post. This should take us to, using the URL. We are going to go to root and then post.php. Okay, we are going to add the ID in the URL. Okay, so that is post ID. Okay, I think we made that mistake here as well. Oh, okay, so we actually have it here, right? All right, so let's come back here, and I'm going to go back and refresh. So now if I click the title, I have the title of the post, the author, the thumbnail, and then the actual body of the post. Okay, so everything is working perfectly. All right, now on click of the category button, we should fetch all posts that belong to that particular category. Okay, we should fetch them and then show them here. Okay, and show the title of the category as well. Okay, so let's work on that next. So that is inside the category posts. So I'm actually going to remove all these hard-coded posts that we have. I'm going to remove them. I only need one. Okay, all right, here too we should make sure we have an ID in the URL. Okay, so yeah, okay, so if it's set, okay, we have that in our get super global, that's the ID. So if not, then we are going to head them back to the blog page or wherever they came from. Okay, but in this case we are only going to do the blog page. Okay, so we'll take them back to the blog.php. okay, and die. Right, but if there is an ID in the URL, then we are going to get that ID. I'm going to sanitize that. That's ID, and filter sanitize number int. Okay, and I'm going to have my query. Okay, so I'm going to select all from where category ID is equal to the ID that we have. Okay, and I'm going to actually order this. Okay, order by date, time, descending. Okay, so the new post first. Okay, the newest post first, and put this inside the result, and I'm going to execute the query. Okay, all right, so here we are going to do the same thing we did for the home page. Okay, so I can actually just copy this. That's for the post. Can just copy this whole thing. Okay, copy that and then paste it here. Right, now one thing is we are not going to need the category. Okay, so I'm going to actually, all right, we are going to need it. Okay, we are going to need the category, but that is going to be the title. Okay, so here we are going to show the title, so we actually don't need to show the category here. Okay, so the category ID here is going to be something different, and that is going to be the ID. Okay, this ID that we have here. Okay, so that's the ID we are going to use to fetch or select all from categories. Okay, and right after we are going to echo the category title. Okay, so echo category and then the title. Okay, so now we should have the category of what that should be inside an age. That is an age. Let's go to the finished projects, and I think it was an h2. Yeah, it's an h2. So let's put that inside an h2. Okay, yeah, let's save, and now we should have science and technology. Okay, for this one we have some problem here, but we are going to resolve that. So there's wildlife, right? So we have wildlife. This is science and technology. We have it. This is wildlife again, uncategorized. We click and then we have uncategorized. Okay, now let's take care of the problem that we have here. So down here, this is okay, so this is going to be, let's actually, I'm just going to change this to posts, and everything should be taken care of now. Okay, perfect. As I said, we don't need the category, so I don't know why that is showing. Okay, I'm going to remove that. Okay, so we have the thumbnail, the title, and then the body. Okay, and then we have the author as well. All right, so science and technology, we have it, and wildlife. Okay, so that is working perfectly, and I think let's see, here too we should have, or we should fetch all the categories. Okay, so just like we did on the home page, we are going to do the same thing. So I'm just going to copy this and then paste it here. Okay, and that is the category post page. I'm going to remove this and then paste this. Okay, so we have the categories from the database. All right, so if I should add another post that belongs to the science and technology category, let's do that and then see what happens. So I'm going to add a new post. the title. This is going to be science and technology. The body, and I'm going to set this to be featured. Okay, so this is going to be the featured post now. Okay, we have a featured post already, but we're going to set this to be featured. So I'm going to select an image, okay, and add posts. Now we have that as the featured post. Okay, and if we go to the science and technology, we have 2 posts, right? Perfect. So everything is working great. All right. So one thing, if I go ahead and then remove this as the featured post, okay, so that is what we just added. I'm going to unset that as the featured post, come back and refresh. Now we don't have a featured post, okay, but the problem is this is hiding under, or some parts of the post is hiding under the nav bar. Okay, so all right, so if you don't have a featured post, okay, if you don't have a featured post, then I'm going to add another class to this section, that is the posts section. Okay, I'm going to have some logic here, and I'm going to check if I have a featured post. Okay, so I'm going to check if this featured is true. Okay, if it is true, then I really have some posts, right? So if it is true, then I'm not going to add the class that I'm about to add, right? If not, okay, so if you don't have any featured post, then I'm going to add another class to this section called section extra margin. Okay, and this is a class that I have in the CSS that is going to add some extra margin to the section. Okay, if the featured post is not showing, or we don't have a featured post, and now we have a cleaner look. Okay, all right, so that's for the home page, the category posts page, and then the single post page. Okay, now let's work on the blog page. Okay, so which is very which is going to be very similar to the the index page. Okay, so I'm actually, or the home page, so I'm actually going to copy everything from the home page, that is the posts. I'm going to copy that and paste it here. Okay, I'm going to paste it. So let's go to the blog page. All right, we have some bugs, but we will resolve that. So up top we should be fetching the posts, okay, just like we did for the home page. And in this case you are going to fetch all posts. Okay, so let's fetch all posts from the database or from the post table, and we are going to order, okay, by descending, but we are not going to limit it. We are going to order by datetime descending, and now we should have our posts. Okay, we should have all the posts from the database. All right, so that is very simple. Now we should have the categories as well from the database. So let's get back here and let's copy this and paste that here. Okay, right. Okay, so we have the categories, and when we click, it takes us to all right, so we should have a message when the category has no posts. Okay, so back here on the category posts page, we should check if we have any post for the category, okay, before we show it. Else then we are going to show a message that there is no post for this particular category. All right, so I'm going to check right here if MySQL num rows for the posts. Okay, that we have here. Okay, so what we are getting from the database, if it is greater than 0, then we can go ahead and then show this section. Okay, else then we should have an error message. PHP else, then we should have an error message, and I'm going to end my if statement here, and if. Okay, so else, what do we want to do? We want to show a message. So this is just going to be a div with a class of alert message, and this is going to be an error message. Okay, these are classes I have in the CSS. Okay, I'm going to add the LG class as well. So this is just going to be a paragraph that says no posts found for this category. Let's save and see what we have. And we have it. Okay, no posts found for this category. All right, but if we go to a category that has posts, okay, so for the food category too, we don't have any posts. But if you go to the science and technology, we actually fetch the posts. Okay, on categorized, we fetch the post. Wildlife, we fetch the post. But for arts and food, we have no posts like that. All right, so that is what's happening here. All right, actually, let's go ahead and then change this to the food category. Okay, and that is the standard whatever. So this is it. I'm going to change that to be the food category, and let's update this post. Let's come back to the home page. Okay, so we set that to be the featured, right? We set that to be the featured. That is why it is the featured post. And now when we go to the food category, we actually have a post. Okay, but still for the arts category, we don't have any post there. Okay, so everything is working perfectly. All right, we can read about that particular post and all that. Okay, perfect. So just like so, everything should be working exactly the same on the blog page as well. Okay, all right, now we should be able to search the posts. Okay, the posts that we have here, we should be able to search by the title of the post. Okay, so let's work on that next. And let's see. All right, so that's the blog page. Okay, so we have our form. All right, so since we are only going to search our database, we are going to use a get method for this form. Okay, for this form that we have up here in our blog page. All right, so the method for this is going to be get. Okay, and this is going to be submitted to the, let's use our root URL, and it's going to take us to the search.php. Okay, and that's all we need here. Okay, let's actually give this a name. That's the input. We are going to give that a name of search. Let's give our submit